And once again, as the clock strikes midnight, it's actually 5:30 in the morning, which makes no sense, but nothing makes sense here in 2024 at all. But welcome back to the Hotel Orloff. Just had breakfast, and Drew the dog has been on a hunger strike, and we've gotten him to. He just she just ate a whole bunch of food prepared especially by Burt Ward, TV's Robin. She's been resisting. She ate it the first couple nights, and then she was, I don't know, and now she just gobbled it down. So she loves it. She's getting used to it. She's getting used to healthier food, ladies and gentlemen of the comic book community out there. Um, so I can't find the tripod, so I didn't want to go on late like I did last. I think last week, and I went on a half an hour late. That's a horrible, unforgivable thing. I'm realizing more and more that my voice is starting to sound like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Protect the speech that nobody wants to hear. But oh well, it's one of those things that comes with being an old codger. Where is my iced tea? I given up soft drinks. So I used to be able to make the claim, and it was backed by the Guinness Book of World Records, that I was the fattest man on YouTube. But now I've lost weight. I'm down to, I think, 222 pounds. Astonishing. I really should be about 160 pounds, but I'm trying to lose some weight, and then I can make the claim of being the stupidest man on YouTube. I don't know. I'll miss being the fattest man. No, actually, I won't, because, this time last year, I don't know if you go back and watch an episode from this time last year, I couldn't get down and sit down Indian style, which is now called crisscross applesauce. I couldn't do that, man. I couldn't get both knees down to touch my shoes. And then standing up, you probably saw it on some of the old episodes when I was looking down at some comic boxes and I tried to stand up. It was a whole production number. It's like, it was, it was like, since you're comic book nerds, like when Spider-Man in that Steve Ditko issue spent the whole issue trying to psych himself up to lift all that. That was a great issue, man. Those were the days, my friend. So happy Saturday, everyone. Hey, man, what are you doing up so early? Um, is it early? Um, what time is it there in Portugal? This is a new brand of iced tea. I didn't get it in my normal bottles. We're trying to save money because we now have about 30 cents in the bank account until Monday, and then we still won't have money because all that's accounted for property tax and all these horrible things. And my wife is sick. She just called out again for today. So I'm gonna be pushing a little bit, and this might be a little bit of a telethon today, pushing that GoFundMe. Maybe somebody can donate $20-$30 and help us eat healthy food, not because like I said, I'm gonna miss having that giant fat round head, man. It helped fill up the screen on YouTube. Now it's only filling up a little portion of the screen. It's 11:30 here, isn't it? 5:30 where you are? Yeah, you see, Paulo's very good at math. Yes, I think it is 5:30 here. I normally get up before 5. I get up before 5 because the alarm on my iPhone goes off at 5, and I don't want to wake my wife up with that, so I instinctively get up before that. I'm on farmers' hours. Most of the people around here are farmers, so I get up at normal time for normal people. What time do you actually get up in Portugal time? This isn't as good as the other. Because it's unsweetened, You got to be just right with unsweetened, man. I like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Latin America and to other countries. I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and I support the Gratu Orloff Army. When I finish making everyone healthy again in the United States of America, I will be joining the Gratu Army. And then with all the people in the United States will talk like me. Who's going to protect our border? This is Paulo says, I usually get up around 7 to 7:30 or as late as 8 if I don't have anything to do. What's there to do in Portugal? I'm just kidding. Take over the world. They used to have well, didn't you guys used to have the most powerful military navy? I don't know, man. You know history better than me because Paulo is immortal. If you don't know this, Paulo was the guy that the Roman soldier that pierced Christ's side at the crucifixion to see if he's still alive, and he was cursed to remain alive forever. And he's right now he's taken the identity of Paulo Costa, but he's been many people. He was once a highwayman on the crossroads. He did ride sword and pistol by his side. Many a young maid lost her baubles to his trade, and many a soldier lost his lifeblood to his blade. Local radio station plays that song every morning about 7 o'clock. It's a pretty interesting radio station. It's a local station that has commercials for the local theater and everything, which is playing some horrible movie which is good because we don't have any money to go to the movies, but it's like Philip and his magic crayon. Yeah, okay, thank you. Are you going to play Joker 2 is the question. I don't know if they will. Hopefully they will. Although who knows what kind of filthy communist Hollywood's, trash that will be. Man, it's what the first thing I got to do is get up in the comic book room today because I was looking at the new comics that are out. Kevin Johnson, the owner and proprietor of the oldest comic book store in the United States of America and possibly the world, Gotham City Comics in Mesa, Arizona, was showing all the new comics that came out this week, and he just put up a video in the middle of the night for the comics coming out next week. In the middle of the night, my wife was watching that video, and it's like I couldn't open my eyes to look. I'm going to watch it here in a little bit, or he'll probably come on this live stream before too long. He'll show you the books that are coming out Wednesday. He can't sell them to you yet, but he can show them to you. But anyway, last week, Archie put out a facsimile of a comic. They've done two facsimiles now. One was from a comic from 1968 that had a cover that has double meaning that people snicker at. And this new one is a Veronica comic from the 1990s. And I thought, why are they doing that? And I thought, oh, yeah, I remember those mid-1990s Veronica comics had covers that people seek after, and I looked on mycomicshop.com, and it's I think Veronica 28, something like that, and they did a facsimile of this where she's diving into a pool, and there are slabbed copies of this 1990s Archie comic on mycomicshop.com, 9.8 that are over $1,000. I could have sworn I saw that. I might have been hallucinating. I was thinking I have that comic, and I've got to dig in my closet to see if I have that comic. And then you well, I don't need the facsimile. I have the original comic, and then I think, well, maybe I should get the facsimile to prove to people that I have a really valuable comic. Look, this comic is so valuable. Who am I proving it to? I guess to you, the comic book community, or possibly to my wife. I don't know. It's like, look, this comic's so valuable. They made a reprint of it 30 years later. And I don't want to spoil your fun out there, but I don't think the Archie comics from the 1990s are by any means rare. I remember the 1990s being the last gasp of comic books being able, you could find them in gas stations. And I remember seeing Archie comics and incongruous places like that, going back 50, 60, 70 years, you'd see comic books everywhere you go. Drugstores, 7-Eleven, convenience stores, ice houses, all bookstores had a comic book rack. Some a spinner rack, but there were places that laid their comic books out on racks like magazines. They did that at the Armed Services PX in Germany. I remember that. They had so much magazine. See how long this room is? That's how it seems like when I was in kindergarten, first grade. So everything seemed bigger when you're little. But it seems like the bookstore was that big, and the whole wall was a magazine rack. They had every magazine ever created, from cartoons to Model Railroader to Rod and Stream or whatever. And that, but all the monster magazines were there, but all the comic books were not in a spinner rack. They were laid out, where they're not going to get bent up. So anyway, this is Milo's tea. Um, Milo. Wasn't Milo? Milo was Cornelius and Zera's baby, right? Didn't they name him Baby Milo? And then he later changed his name to Caesar when he conquered the planet of the apes, conquered Earth and turned it into the planet of the apes. And am I correct? 6 of you that are watching? God bless you and get to the vote. God bless you and God bless the United States of America. I would love that, after Trump is president, he should be president for 4 years. That'll probably take me till the end of my life. Then, because this guy's healthy, man. I don't know, he's older than I am, but he's he's like, have you ever seen this guy on the beach? He makes Arnold Schwarzenegger look like that Bud Light guy. What's his name? I forget his name. There's a red dot, which means someone's waiting to come in. Let's see. Oh, it's Paulo. Stage. Oh,
Hello.
hey there. What's
I,
going on in
I
Portugal?
thought I thought I'd keep you company for a short while in this morning.
Oh, let's see. You've got oh yeah, there's a comment here from you. We had the crazy places other people didn't want to. Where did you guys go?
Everywhere. That's the point. Nobody. We just the when
Some of the early.
wait a sec. I'm always hearing you get cut, and I don't know why. Because you come in fine on the when I'm watching the video. But let me get out and let me get back in again.
Okay. Yeah. I know the Spanish, obviously were early explorers, and the Vikings got here before anybody. I just don't. Was there any Portuguese settlements in the New World here? I don't know. He'll be able to. Oh, he's coming back, man. I just stay. Hello there.
Looks like I can hear you just fine now.
Okay.
Yeah. When the Ottoman Turks conquered the Eastern Roman Empire, they blocked access from Europe to India. And during antiquity, there was a lot of trade going on the Silk Road. So the Roman Empire ended where the Persian Empire started, but even then you had caravans going between the Europe and India all the time through the Persian Empire. So we had access to spices and silk and stuff that we didn't have in Europe. When the Turks conquered the Eastern Roman Empire, all of a sudden we had an ideological enemy because it was the Muslim world, preventing us from accessing those supplies. And so in the 15th century, we decided you know what? This thing's too expensive if we import it from the Turks. Let's just go around Africa. How long can it be? We had no idea because
Yeah.
the map ended uh, where currently it's Senegal. We didn't know anything further south from that. So we just kept going along the African shore, and but
Did
about 70 years after we started, we finally started going up again in Africa, and that's when we found the correct route to India.
is history taught that well in Portuguese schools, or are you kind of an anomaly that you've studied on your own? I mean, does the average Portuguese person know things this well?
This
School
part, yes, this is part of the stuff that we get taught in history classes.
people here don't know anything, man. They I saw a poster on the wall of a school that said that Louis Armstrong landed on the moon, and the teacher was so stupid they put it up on the wall. They didn't know.
Okay,
They
that's
just
terrible.
put it up on the wall for other parents to see.
No, we learn about the age of discoveries in fourth grade, uh,
Yeah.
but in order, but more, but deeper stuff like what's going closer to what universal history is. We learned that in eighth and ninth grade only. So we only know we know more about the Napoleonic War in the eighth grade than we don't hear that during the years before that. But if you're interested, you can rent stuff. I first heard about the Napoleonic Wars when I was about 8 or 9. There was a TV miniseries starring Armand
Oh yeah.
Assante as Napoleon, and we watched that, and that was the first time I heard about the Napoleonic Wars. And it was a pretty cool miniseries.
Hmm. Mhm. I remember that. Did they teach you in school why we never went back to the moon? Is there like some
No, that
monsters
no,
up
that's
there or
not that's
something?
that's not history. History hands to us in 1910. We don't
Oh,
we
okay.
don't learn
Well,
anything about history after 1910.
well, see, the thing is, 1910 was about half of our history. On 1910, we're such a young country that we don't have much history.
Yeah,
So,
when we start learning, so the first time we start learning history in third and fourth grade, um, we start with the we get by fast with prehistory. So we know that there was a Neanderthal holdout here in the Iberian Peninsula about 30,000 years ago,
yeah,
and then we start developing a civilized culture about 2,000 years BC, and the Celts arrive 1,000 years BC. So we do have that part of history that we learn about. So it goes back through when it comes to civilization. We have a history that we can trace back three to 4,000 years ago. So 1910, yeah, that's not history. It was yesterday.
speaking of history, the six of you watching, would someone go back to the last live stream I did and to the end of it and see where I was in the house at the end so I can know where my tripod is? Because I have to rewatch old shows to find where I put things, and I probably dropped the tripod down. I'm trying to think what was happening at the. We did a live stream. I started by walking the dog, and it was still dark last Saturday. I think no, it was last Sunday when I went on. I didn't go on Saturday. I think it was Sunday. I did a couple of short little videos in the morning before I went to work over during the week, but I didn't use the tripod. And it's around here somewhere. Otherwise, I'm gonna be holding this or propping it up against like a jar or something. It's a pain in the ass. I'm needing to go see if I have a comic that's selling for $1,000 because of dirty old men, I guess. An issue of Veronica, they just did a facsimile of it, and I'm thinking, why are you doing a facsimile of a 1990s comic when they printed millions of these things? And I guess it's some they're really seeking after this. They like these bikini covers, and I think I have it. I just have to look in the last of my Archie boxes because V for Veronica would be in the last box. Uh, I found some pictures of what was that French artist we were talking about again? The cover artist.
Jean Pisano.
The Fr- Okay. Oh yeah, yeah. I'll never be able to pronounce that. But I think were those pictures. Have you been looking at Instagram? Were those pictures by him that I've
Uh,
been
I
posting
can't.
with?
There's a website which is like the French version of the Grand Comics database called BDTech, and they have a lot of pictures there. I used to go to comicbd.fr, but the quality of the pics there is terrible. So I'll just go to BDTech and try to get some. See,
Oh,
the last time I was on, I did show some, and they were specifically from one title because they had the champions in Star Wars on the covers. So I'm gonna see if I'll try looking at issues of Strange because they had the Fantastic Four in there.
Zork is here. Zork goes by many names because I think he's a secret agent. In fact, I'm not joking here. I really think he says, yes, I spent 6 months in China, and he knows every weapon. He knows military terms, unless he's just reading a lot of issues of the Punisher Armory. I think Zork may be actually, but he's appeared as the Centaur. He's appeared as by many names, but Zork seems to be his current name 2 weeks in a row. He says there is no information on Toys by Roy on the internet, and it wounds me. Probably there is a little bit because I talked about Toys by Roy before in my Forum 303 videos. But if I title a video Toys by Roy, then there will be. And a few years ago, I was working in a comic store, and after I retired, and I I don't know how the mall came up. I was talking to an older guy, so obviously they would remember the Forum 303 mall that was just a few miles down the road. And I don't know if you remember what I'm even talking about, Paulo, but the Forum 303 Mall was this mall that I kind of grew up with since we moved to Arlington, Texas from sixth grade until they tore it down. I'm thinking in the late 80s, maybe early, no, it was in the 90s they tore that building down. I could tell you why, and I will. But um, anyway, people that grew up in that area have fond memories of that mall because
Hmm.
they had midnight movies there, Dawn of the Dead, Rocky Horror Picture Show. It was a really cool design mall, early 70s architecture. It was really neat, and it had great stores in it. They had comic book conventions there in the early 80s. They had a comic store in there at one time. They had a bookstore that had everything, all the Warren magazines, everything.
Hmm.
That's where I bought the first issue of Star Wars from Marvel. And they had a toy store called Toys by Roy that was just a it wasn't a chain. It was, and they had all these great toys imported. I am turning into RFK Jr. They had all these imported toys from England, the corgi, uh, die-cast cars. They had all the little soldiers imported from Germany or England, the painted soldiers, hand painted. It was a neat store, hobby shop. It was not like Toys R Us. Anyone that remembers Toys by Roy laughs at Toys R Us. Do you have malls? Is it pretty?
We do have malls. The first malls in Portugal appeared on the ground floor of apartment buildings, and a store inside. So they were indoor malls, and the store inside that mall. Well, let's just say that from what I can see from the room you're currently in, I could fit 6 different stores in there, completely unrelated.
In a mall? What
Yeah,
is that true?
yeah,
Shit.
yeah. In fact,
Yeah, it doesn't work when I do these GoFundMe's and I say we're poor, and then they look up. Well, you've got gold ceilings. They aren't gold. But let me tell you, I can show you how hillbilly this is. In the other room, if you look up at the ceiling and there's footprints on it because they had this shit down on the floor. They were walking on it before they tacked it up. They were planning to make this room into a dance hall, from what I understand. And
Mhm.
um, anyway, that's why they put this up. It keeps Wi-Fi from coming from upstairs. Anyway, back. I almost lost my train of thought. Okay, so I'm in this comic store, and this older guy comes in, and it turns out he used to work at Toys by Roy, and he had all he had wonderful memories about it, and you know there were these two guys that came in. There was one guy, he had this white beard, he was really smart, but he bought every comic, that every Marvel and DC comic that, in that case, I wondered, well, what's wrong with him. He seems like he's normal, he seems intelligent and well adjusted. And then his brother was a thinner guy. Oh shit, my Wi-Fi went out. He's the guy that worked at Toys by Roy. And if I could figure out, oh, hold on, Darth Vader. My Darth Vader Jesus clock was speaking to us, so it must be. Have I been on for an hour? Wait, what the?
Half an hour.
Oh no, I started at 5:30, but the clock was at the hour because it's not right. Okay, I'm getting
Mhm.
confused by the grandfather clock. So if I could contact that store and those got two guys that come, those two brothers that come in and buy every comic. No, the older brother, one that worked at Toys R Us, Roy, did not buy every comic. He bought like old John Carter, Warlord of Mars, Marvel comics. He had more common sense. But if I could interview him on the show, I could get all this information about Toys by Roy. It would mean nothing to anyone but you and me, Zork. I know that Forum 303 Mall was still. Get back to that story I said I'd tell. I know it was still there in the 1990s. It must have been torn down in the early 2000s, right around 9/11. And the reason I know that is the Spice Girls were popular about what, 1998 approximately.
Yeah, yeah, around that time.
And because the mall in its last death throes, well, it became a dangerous mall. First of all, you didn't want to go in there if you weren't armed. But then they decided to turn it into, because there's a large Mexican population in Texas, they're going to turn it into, I think they turned it in, I think they changed the name from Forum 303 Mall to Fiesta Mall, and it had all Hispanic themed stores in it. And they tore out all the walls in between the individual shops in the mall and made it a big open air, like bazaar, like almost like a flea market, or a, man, there's a word in Spanish they use for that. I don't remember it. Let me check my Wi-Fi real quick. Hold on. Uh, um, am I? What in the name of shit is going on here, man? Am I? Oh shit!
I can hear you now,
Oh my god! Can you hear me now?
but I can hear you, but your image is still not in sync.
Oh shit! Well, let me go out and come back in.
There we go. I always complain about American internet. You guys have the worst internet, which is weird considering you had internet before us.
I'm back.
Mhm.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. um, we have a separate router down here and one
Mhm.
upstairs because this ceiling doesn't allow the Wi-Fi to penetrate very well. And I was on the upstairs router and I was barely getting a signal. I had to switch. Okay, okay. Late 1990s, the Spice Girls were popular.
Mhm.
in Mexico, sometimes they'll make bootleg versions of American toys, or often, not just sometimes, like usually. Like there's using Migo bootlegs from Mexico that are, and sometimes they do amazing things. Show you, like they had in Mexico, they made Mexican wrestler figures in the same way that same scale as Migos, and they're high quality, and you could use them to fight your Migo heroes. Um, I'll show you. But anyway, so I'm in the mall. I go into that mall, and they have a bootleg version of the Spice Girls, and it's instead of being called the Spice Girls, they're called the Hot and Spicy Girls. 5 of them in this package, and they were so cheaply made that the Ginger Spice one with the Union Jack bathing suit, her arm had already fallen off, and, I wish I had bought, because it would be amazing here in the toy room. In fact, there are whole books about bootleg toys that are put out by the. Oh, it's too early in the morning to remember. They're Plaid Stallions. They put out that Toy Ventures magazine. They're all into rack toys and stuff. Anyway, where is he? Man, he was here. Oh, here he is. Look at this. See, I'll give myself full screen for a second. What does this say? Gratuli must scour the earth. Yeah, we'll find something. Zork, I love the Britons and Japanese robots. They had the most. Yeah, I remember seeing the Shogun Warriors there. My One of my fondest memories of Toys by Roy, honestly, is seeing the. I better not let that Wally Wood poster be in the background too long for people to see what's in uh, Wally Wood Disney poster. If you don't know what I'm talking about, probably. Sometimes the background stuff is not good. Anyway, what the hell am I talking about? Oh, there's a display window on Toys by Roy, which is unusual for malls to have display windows like you would on the stores on the old town squares. But it had a window, and they had the alien Kenner big alien toy when the movie came out, and I remember saying, I want to see that movie, but it's R-rated. I'm not allowed to see the movie. But here's a toy in a toy store. And that was one of those times, early times, when they were making toys out of an R-rated movie, and I thought, that's not fair. They're making a toy, but I can't see the movie it came from. We come from a hidden world, Gratu says Zork. Zork says, LOL, the gold ceilings of Ming are interrupting our comms. I love Plaid Stallions. Okay, yeah, yes. Okay, anyway, no further doo-doo. Here is the. I like how they give him. They never did this with the Mego figures. They never sculpted nipples on the Mego figures. But it's. Although I have a figure here that has that because oh well, it's a long story. Anyway, so that's not El Santo. I don't know. I don't know what this guy's name is, but it's really pretty nicely made, and he's exactly to scale with the Mego figures down here. Um, the thing, in French, he's called La Chose or La Chose. How do they pronounce
La,
that?
la, la chose.
La Chose. And what? How
Mm-hmm.
does that directly? Does it translate to the thing? What
The
is it?
the thing, yeah, it's the thing.
La Chose. But somehow La Chose, it just sounds. It doesn't sound right for him. I don't
Yeah,
know.
but they did mess about with some of the translations. For some reason, they decided to change Reed and Sue Richards' name to Red and Jane Richards.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and Doctor Doom became Fatalis.
Fatalis. That means like the fate or death or
Fatal.
something.
Yeah, fatal.
Oh, okay. Well, something about La Chose. It sounds like you're ordering a fruity drink at a bar or something. I'll have a
Yeah,
La Chose.
yeah, and
It's Grey Poupon.
yeah, in the X-Men, the Beast became La Fauve,
Yeah, man, I'll tell you what, man, I've been
but they
told.
turned Iceman into Iceberg.
Yeah, I'm tormented because Kevin at Gotham City Comics, someone brought in all these X-Men comics to the store. I did a show where we looked at them the other night, and one of the regulars, the that we know from doing streams with this person. I don't want to say his name because I don't want to get him in trouble with his wife, possibly. But he called up and spent $1,000 on those X-Men, and I'm thinking, did he get some of the ones I was wanting? And he said back a few, but he's holding back a few because I it turned out I have none of the Uncanny X-Men between issue 103 and 111. And it's like, I'd like to get a couple of those because they're still attainable. I mean, they're pricey, like 50, 60, but they're not thousands of dollars. And, you're still talking about, as far as appearances is what matters to normal people. Wolverine, you're still, it's like, as far as appearances of Wolverine, that's like getting one of the first 10 issues of the Amazing Spider-Man. I mean, he's still in the single digits of his appearance, list. And but he got this X-Men 14. And I'm thinking, oh, that's the first Sentinel, and I'd love to have that. But it's like, oh, that thing's, man, I look it up. It's probably $500-600, actually worth, maybe possibly more than that, the condition he got that in. And and that's something I don't feel comfortable. Like, throw that in my whole pile because it would take me. I'd have to pay that off over several generations. But I wish I could afford this stuff. I watch these people on YouTube that are 30 years younger than me, and they're buying up everything. That Sticky Goose, I didn't watch it. He did an interview with a live stream with Comic Book Tom or Comic Tom last night.
Mhm.
So. Um, Yeah. What were we watching? We were watching, I think I was watching Donald Trump, and then I don't remember. I have no idea. I come home so tired from work, I don't even know. Oh, what are these humans saying in the chat here? Uh, you have a paddle. Well, that sounds, I think I do. Yeah, it's like a joke. Oh, there it is. Yes. Um, oh, I guess I could turn it sideways, possibly. Does that work? Okay. Oh, it's hard to line this up. It says, grip here firmly in case of frustration. Board of Education, Applied Psychology. Can you see that picture? Um, I think that was probably like a gag novelty gift that
Yeah.
someone would give someone that was a teacher or a principal. It's not one
Uh-huh.
that's actually meant to be used because the ones that were actually used by teachers and principals were much thicker than that. And back in
Hmm.
Texas, they would have holes drilled in them. They'd
Hmm.
probably make the kids in the shop class make them for the gym coach is usually the guy or the assistant principal, and they drill holes in them so they'd have less wind resistance. That was in the old days when that was allowed. That is no longer allowed, I don't think, in most schools. Corporal punishment. Let's see. Zork says, LOL, they would beat us in school back then with those. Yeah, yeah. In the good old days, yeah. Paranoid Android says, any suggestions where to get framed vintage horror posters? Um, I'll talk about that. Zork, if you cried, you were attacked on the playground for being weak. LOL. Yeah, probably by this the teachers too. Yeah, it was tougher in Texas. I don't know. Okay, so movie posters. No, you don't get them framed. You buy the movie poster and then frame it. And I haven't done that. And well, I don't think I've had a poster framed since I got married. Well, well before I got married, mainly because I've run out of space. I've got a lot of other movie posters. Um, Movie posters were sent to theaters folded until I don't know. It seems like they started to be rolled more in the last few decades, but traditionally they were sent folded. And as far as framing them, you just got to find a framing place, and they've got to understand that this is something to not use acid, stuff with acid. You got to find someone that appreciates. I mean, I could tell you where I used to frame them in Texas, but that's not going to help you. It used to be it would cost about 75 to $100 to frame one. I don't even know what with Bidenomics it would cost. You're probably looking at several $100s to frame one. Um, so I don't even think about it. But for a while, I had some money. Um, when my father passed away, um, he my parents never spent money, and they shopped at Sears. They didn't ever waste money. We had a 1969 Ford and a 1972 Dodge, which was my mom's car, was a 1972 Dodge Dart Swinger, all the way up through the man. I was out of mid eight. I mean, they kept it forever. So when my father passed away, I inherited the house that he had, and some money, and mostly my movie posters I would buy cheaply from a friend named Tom that had a gigantic, like, his collection is probably rivaled Forrest J. Ackerman. Whenever he needed a few extra bucks, he'd just sell me a poster. The posters I bought from him, man, I don't, let me think. But when I inherited some money, I was buying up these spook show posters. That money went quick. I was mainly trying to, oh, let me think. I was trying to put the money into stuff where having the money was dangerous because of, I don't want to, I'll talk, if you want to know why, I'll talk to you on the phone. I don't want to, it was better for me not to have cash because um, I was afraid that it would be taken by others. So I'd rather invest it in things. And the spook show posters actually, I'm never going to sell them, and I doubt my wife would. But I don't know. But they've gone up in value a lot. They're very sought after. These spook show posters. There's Tomb of Terror, Dr. Jekyll's Weird Show. But I bought some pinball machines and stuff. Those really haven't gone up in value. Uh, so anyway, I used to go to MJ Designs to get poster frames, but they're gone now. Well, the poster frames you get in MJ Designs kind of places, they didn't exactly fit movie posters, but I did find a place, I don't know, that had a frame that pretty much fit a one sheet. And that would probably be the cheapest way to go. I've got one down here that is framed, but I framed it myself. It isn't but I wouldn't do that with a major poster that's important. Shoot. When we first moved here, I didn't realize the humidity in this part of the country, and I had a lot of these frame posters in the garage while I was waiting to move them in to put. Some of these, it kind of bothers me because they kind of have a wave to them um, inside the frame because I just all these people that have all their comics stored in garages. It makes me nervous on YouTube because they may not live in places as humid, but you can see how there's the original fold is there, and you're going to have that. These posters, this is called an insert. These tall, skinny ones, and they'd often be on the outside of the theater. Um, they're not going to have fold. Yes, they will actually. Sometimes, yeah, they were folded. They just have a fold here and a fold here. This here is the second Godzilla movie, but they call it Gigantus the Fire Monster because they didn't realize what they had with Godzilla. They didn't know that the Godzilla name was going to be important. And I think that movie now is called Godzilla Raids Again. Um, so anyway, down to the basement. But yeah, if you could find, if someone in watching knows good places to frame posters, I don't know. I've got a few that I really need to frame. One for, I think it's Twist All Night with June Wilkinson. But I don't. Actually, I mean, I guess there's room to put posters down here, although down in the basement, this is like a concrete wall. It's really hard to. The previous owners drilled into it, and that's how I'm able to hang some things, but I'm a little nervous about drilling into this concrete. Okay. I really need to be working on this basement and fixing this because it's a damn mess down here. Oh, now I've got another chirp. I thought I replaced all the batteries on these. Uh, oh, it's over here. This one is is one of those cheap frames that you get at one of those MJ Designs kind of places. It's Queen of the Pirates, but you know I think I did something wrong, which is I think I might have had to fold back a little centimeter or something down here and at the bottom, and that's not really something you're supposed to do with a vintage poster. But yeah, I don't know. Um, this one is a cheap frame too. This poster for Astro World, which is an amusement park that's no longer around in Houston, Texas. When my parents moved in to the house in Texas in 1976. This was on this was left by the previous owners in this game room in the garage, and it's really spectacular. I don't know how many of these are still around. That amusement park's long gone. Okay, so I can't even afford a 9 volt battery to get this chirp to stop. Um, anyway, movie posters. Yeah, I'd wait until after beginning of January to frame your posters because the economy might be better. But then who knows? When Trump's elected, you might not be able to get to the framing store because your city might be in flames. People that are upset that he's. I don't know if there's really any hope right now because I think if he gets in, the other side's going to go ballistic. Ugh. Okay, wonderful. You still there, Paulo?
I'm still here.
I'm sorry, I'm just taking over. Uh, yeah.
We were in flames about 2 weeks ago at a major forest fire. Uh,
Well, yeah,
yeah,
it's terrible.
got rid of. Oh, I got a phone call. Hold on a second.
Oh, yeah. Zork says, I think the economy in January might be lead based. Yeah, because he keeps saying he's going to drill, baby, drill. Oh, my God. Well, it's 6:30. I think this is about the time we went live last week. I'm recording Trump from yesterday. I couldn't watch I'm still not watching it because I'm doing this show. And so I'm recording it. Will I ever watch the recording? Hopefully. Yeah, it's still dark out here. Still dark out here. And oh, I thought you meant lead, like lead or unleaded gasoline. Oh my goodness. Yeah, hopefully not. So, So you're saying totalitarianism or a Mad Max world? Which is the better? I don't know. I was going to look for a Veronica comic. 50 minutes, and I still haven't shown a comic book. What's wrong with me? So, let's go look for that Veronica comic. Time waits for no man. I think that's a saying in the Naval Academy. My brother was in the Naval Academy, and he came back saying that. So I think they drill it into the heads of the cadets there. Yeah. He was in the Naval Academy for a year, and then I think he did not like it and got out and finished his training at University of Texas at Austin. Zero chance they stay in control, in my opinion. Oh yeah, well, they're Candace Owens is doing an expose of what's her name, Kamala Harris, and because she's showing this picture of her grandmother on her dad's side, and then it turns out, wait a minute, your grandmother died 4 years before you were born, so how are you like looking like you're 18, 19 years old standing next to your grandmother? And then they found an actual picture of the grandmother, and she doesn't look like what, I don't want to get too controversial here. She doesn't look like what Kamala has been claiming. Oh, there's another way you can do movie posters that is a very, uh, okay, I'll show you. Here's, if you've got a movie poster that's in tatters, like, I don't know if you guys watch Jerry the Jitterbug and how he puts comic books back together that are basically torn into shreds, like he restored, and it's not restored, it's called, it's not called restoring, it's called, Paulo, you'll know this. It's when it's not restored, it's a nicer way. It's called conserving. Is it conserving? Oh, I don't. I don't think your microphone's not back on, Paulo.
Yeah, and to me it's the same thing.
Yeah, but I think what it is, if you restore it, it's permanently done to that comic. Conserving, if someone wants to put it back in the original shitty condition, they can. Like he mixes together paper pulp, like vintage paper pulp that looks the same color, and then he'll attach it to it. But if you know how, you could get rid of that and put the comic book back into pieces if you. So it's not a permanent change. That's conserving, but that's what he does. Where he's doing with this X-Men 1. But this poster here was in bad shape. This it's a re-release of 1,000,000 Years BC, not the original, not the Raquel Welch one with Victor Mature. And here they just call it Caveman, and with Blonde Savage. And I'm sorry that you can't let me. Maybe I should move this. Where can I put this? Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. All right, I moved the bubble gum machine. Oh, wait, I don't. Oh, I got to do it this way. I moved the. What the? Hold on. Slowly out. I moved this. Dang, man. I got to find my tripod. This is the bubble gum machine. I moved it over here next to the paperback rack. So maybe we could see this better. This was in tatters. It was torn apart. You can kind of see there. And so I had it mounted on foam board. that is very frowned upon practice. But that way it's together enough that I could put it on a wall. Now, if this ever falls off a wall and because it's cardboard now, then it could bang up, like if cardboard drops, it could really mess up a whole corner. So that's something that's not, I don't think that's reversible. But the process that's approved that people love is called linen backing, where you have it basically, I guess, ironed onto a piece of linen, and that is an approved practice by movie poster collectors. I'll show you. I got from my friend Tom a linen backed poster for it. Well, it came from beneath the sea. But I got to be quiet going upstairs because my wife is asleep and sick. And let's go up there and I'll show you. Okay. Okay, so it came from beneath the sea. It's linen backed. It's actually now like a piece of cloth. Then if you get this is something called a three sheet, which is a giant poster. They're really hard to display. I got some in here. This one's also linen backed here. Okay. And we can talk a little louder because I've had closed doors. This is a double feature of the Beast of Borneo and Voodoo Devil Drums. I didn't have that one linen backed. This one I bought from my friend. Same thing with it conquered or it came from beneath the sea. Oh, there's my, it's right here. So this must be where I ended the live stream last time. I've been holding this phone for 58 minutes for no reason. Okay, we can talk now. Let's see. Now, sometimes I put this into this and it presses some button that says, "Do you want to call 911?" Oh, let me get uh, and it starts making a scary noise. Um, okay, I've got. There's a way. I see it on the other people's shows. Oh shit! You can't hear me, can you?
I can. There you go. And Grotto is trying to restart everything. I think he needs to plug in. I think he needs to plug in his phone. So now we see the circle going around. Oop, there I am. So it's just me now. We'll wait for Grotto to come back and shows more of his posters. In the meantime, I am getting close to lunchtime over here. Uh, and then I won't be able to come back because I have things to do in the afternoon. places to go, people to see.
I'm sorry, I time traveled. I was trying. Can you hear me?
I can hear you
I
now.
I tried to go out because when I switched to the Wi-Fi for the upstairs, I had to switch convert it over, and so I had to go back out and come back in, and then I came back in to a show that's scheduled for November 5th, and I was thinking, where did Paulo go? I time traveled to November 5th because I want to do election night coverage. I think I might actually get more than 12 viewers if I did that, but I realized this doesn't make any sense. All right. All right. So I'm up here in the comic room, and there is a way to not make Paulo go away and just have only my head. And if I can remember how to do that, because everybody else knows how to do it.
Uh,
Layout.
try the
Uh,
third or try the third or fourth one. Yeah, that
yeah.
works.
Okay. Oh, there it goes. Okay.
Yeah,
All right. Wow.
yeah, that's cool. You can have the show on yourself, and if you have a few guests, but we can just stay there on the side. But I think I can fit 3 or 4 people here.
Zork says we're way past talking this out. Zork, if you'd like to come on the show, you're welcome to. In fact, I probably let's see, need to put that link back on. Zork says, Gratu, do you happen to have one of those early computer graphics t-shirts they used to sell in the mall in the late 70s and early 80s? No, I wasn't. I was all not into computers until, my friend Ryan had the TRS 80 and he was all into printing these banners. And I thought, why do you want to type and print with these letters that are made of dots? It doesn't look right. Now you can print, something that looks like a professional magazine with a computer. But until things, you know, what sold me on the internet in the late 90s was the local TV station had a report about Harry Knowles in Austin, Texas, and his website, Ain't It Cool News. And so I looked at that at work and I thought, wow, this is pretty cool because it used to be I wanted to find out about some movie coming out. I would read Starlog magazine and it would tell me, what's coming out, but Harry Knowles had spies, these nerds that were spies and moles in Hollywood, and they would tell you there's rumors about a John Carter movie being made, not the John Carter that ultimately got made, but and he would be able to have people that would know. Oh, and it was just fascinating to me. They all had secret code names, and I thought the internet's interesting. What I didn't realize is it was going to kill off magazines that I loved.
Yeah,
Sometimes things come along and they're pretty neat. Oh, these video games are pretty cool. I didn't realize it's going to kill the comic book industry. And those comics in the 80s with those Atari 2600 ads on the back, they're like advertising what's going to kill them. No kid's going to read any comics now. I hear kids talking about Peter Parker and Spider Woman. They know who Spider Woman is and all these obscure characters. And it's like they don't read comics. They know these are video game characters to them. They love them, but that's how these characters will continue in the American or the world mythology in the next generation. They're not going to be remembered as comic characters, except by very odd young people like uh, the one previously known as Movie World Comics that came back last week, or maybe he's always been watching, but he commented last week, and I forget his new name. It was like it was a really cool name. Something. It was an interesting name. I can't remember it now. My wife really liked his new name. Zork says, Harley. Oh, I remember those shops smelled like. Wait, I gotta go back here. Oh, the computer graphics stores smelled like Ditto dot machines. Yeah, highly carcinogenic, but I love the smell. What's for lunch, Paula? Says Justin.
when you were out, I said I'll have to leave soon because
Oh,
we're getting close to lunch. But yeah, I'm
yeah,
having
there's your
grilled
cue.
I'm having grilled sardines.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Shazam Boy 53. That's a name I don't remember, but that's cool. You probably maybe you appeared before, but hello, Shazam Boy. Is there any organized comic slash pop culture fandom in the Philippines? Wife and I are considering Thailand or the Philippines, and that might be the deciding factor. I don't know. Paulo is more
There,
cosmopolitan.
there
Maybe
is
you'll.
some. Yeah. Okay. So I know this kid who is about 20 nowadays, but I first met him online when he was about 17. He came to a Discord that I was a part of, and he's from the Philippines, and he reviews comics. Let me see if I can find his username.
Huh.
Uh,
Hey, there's a character named Darna. Isn't that from the Philippines? It's like a
I don't
Wonder Woman character,
I
and there's
don't
been
know.
TV shows and stuff of this character. Do you know who that is?
I don't.
Hold on.
But yeah, all of the guys who worked for Marvel and DC in the 70s, they all had their own industry there.
Uh-huh.
Okay, where's the kids channel? What I
The
forgot what it
Philippines is
was.
where Alex Nino's from.
Yep.
Oh yeah, there's a whole bunch of great comic artists that came from there. So
Yeah,
so
Eric
they're,
Chan.
yeah, they're oh yeah, he's one of my favorites. There has to be comic book culture there because those guys
Mhm.
grew up with it, and probably from the American GIs being stationed over there.
Yeah, that's where I guess they got a lot of the comics. But
Yeah, it might be like Liverpool, had all this American rock and roll that influenced the Beatles because the sailors showed up there and traded the records they had to the local teenagers and stuff.
mhm.
I don't know.
I can't find this channel here. Man, I'm subscribed to 170 channels. Of course, most of them don't post anything new nowadays.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
funny. A lot of people have kind of fallen off of YouTube.
yeah, I wouldn't have time to. If everybody posted daily, I wouldn't be able to see any of them.
Yeah, I tend to watch more political stuff lately. I'm trying to find these pictures. I've had these pictures of Darna just the other day, but I'm looking in my picture file here.
Where
Jeez.
is he? I know I have his channel here somewhere. I used to know what it was, but he changed names a couple of times since then. Uh, is this it? No. Ah, the channel's name is called Spectacularly Sentimental, and he does comic book reviews every once in a while. He's not very regular, but
This
Wes from Thinking Critical, he lives in the Philippines. So his channel is very popular. But if you, I think he has his email in his channel, and he does have a Discord. So uh, you have ways of reaching him and ask him if what sort of organized fandom they have there. There are comic shops and there are conventions, but how exactly are they organized? I don't know. And how much of a local industry they have, because all of the Filipinos who want to make money, they start working for the United States.
Yeah, it seems like you could do a search comic book collecting in the Philippines. All right. This says Archie Comics box 4, but I think I have more than. Let's see. No, man, this is only through the M's. There has to be
But
another box.
I really have to go now.
Oh, yeah, that's cool.
Okay.
See ya.
And unfortunately, I won't be able to come back after lunch because I have a family thing.
All right.
But if you don't go on for too long and instead just come back later in the afternoon or in the evening, if you're on, I'll stop by.
All right, sounds good. Take care.
Okay. See ya.
Bye. Zork says I used to get on the BBSs in the 80s on my best friend's 286, but they were mostly just ASC 2 I don't know, pictures, yeah. Made out of letters and numbers and ampersand symbols, yeah. That was the internet for us then. And he says, cheers, Paula. Justin says, according to Wes, he has to go a ways to get to anything comic related, like a more popular island than he is on. Remember, he said something like that a while ago. Huh. Yeah, that is not something I know much about. I wonder what it's like in Russia for comic book fans. All right. Okay, here we go. This is we're gonna find out if we have the Veronica comic that people are paying big dollars for apparently now. Um, Thanks, Paulo and Gratu, for the information. We'll make some inquiries. Um, Zork says, I want to leave the USA. Once Uncle Sam finally folds up, you're likely to become barbecue. Well, the United States is the last holdout against the evil people taking over. You say, well, evil, how ridiculous. No, but, and they almost have us, man. I've seen 6 or 7 Harris signs in this little small town. Um, but hopefully those are the only 6 or 7. I think I'm right about that. Well, you know something? I don't know how I own up. This is an Archie comic. Um, Red Circle. I can't. That's an Archie part of the Archie line. The Super Cops. And this is like there are a lot of these kind of started with Dirty Harry, and then you had Starsky and Hutch, and, Serpico, and all that. These uh, angry cops. But this doesn't look like a typical Archie comic, does it? But anyway, it looks like I've got 3 copies of this. Huh? It's pretty wild, isn't it? Oh, look, one's not bagged and boarded, so let's take a look at it. Um, oh, look at this sea monkey ad. They look particularly insane in this ad. Usually they look more like, I'm sorry, Ward and June Cleaver on the Sea Monkeys ads, but here they look a little bit more, well, they look younger for one thing. They look like teenagers, and then maybe those are just little brothers and sisters because they don't look like they're old enough to be parents, those Sea Monkeys. But anyway, this is this is very different. It is, yeah, Gray Morrow. Very. How many issues were there of this? Somebody take a quick look. Oh, how many of these exist? Official Super Cops Watch, 12.95. It's issue number 1, and they're already merchandising it. They're very confident, almost like they know this is going to take off. But why didn't this take off? It seems like it's perfect for the 1970s zeitgeist. I don't know why it didn't, and I don't know if there's more than one. It's code approved. It almost looks like it isn't, but all right. So we're gradually getting there. So we're in the S's. This is Archie's Super Teens. This is, I recall, reprints of the 1960s art when Archie and his gang became superheroes because of the Batman TV series. Burt Ward and Adam West. I mentioned Burt Ward first because I've been thinking his name so much lately because he makes my dog's food now. This is this has a different kind of cover. But you see inside, it's the 1960s reprints. This is from the 90s. Oh my gosh, I forgot this existed. Um, it's the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles meet Archie. Okay, are we going to have the Veronica comic? I seem to remember I have it. Here's Veronica in Rome, number 16. Here's 17, Veronica in Texas. She was like Dennis the Menace. She got all over the world. And yeah, Dennis the Menace used to really travel. And I think that Hank Ketchum used that as a tax write off to fund going around the world with his family because I'm doing research so I can give ideas to my ghost artists to do these comics. I think I'm right on that. Paula would know that. Veronica in the Bahamas. Okay, okay. There's a number 20 with a National Enquirer kind of parody here. 20. Will I have 28? I seem to remember I do. Here's number 21 where she's on a dollar bill. Because she was kind of like the Uncle Scrooge of the Archie gang because she had a rich father. She was a rich girl. Here is number 24. There's a guy that goes to all the Trump rallies that dresses like that. Well, he doesn't wear a dress, but he wears a suit that looks like bricks. 24. 27. Okay. Yes, I do have it. It's not even bagged and boarded, and this thing's $1,000, and this is easily 9.8. If I sent it to those CGS idiots, I would have $1,000 comic book here. But I think I'm going to ask Kevin if he hasn't sold out, which I doubt he has, to hold that for me. So the reprint that just came out. Yeah, I mean it's just it's all because of the cover. Um, would you pay $1,000 for that? I think that I thought these all were all books you could find in a dollar bin. I'm not knocking them; they're wonderful books. I'm just here's number 34, 30, yeah, 34. Here's 57. Here's 77. This comic went for a while. Oh, look, I have two copies of 77. Oh, and there's an Archie. Where did I get this? Oh, these. Oh, yes. These I bought. I think I was going to buy these from Captain Strangelove. And he said, no, I think that he had doubles of these and these, and he was going to sell them. He was talking about on his show, he was going to sell these comics. And I said, I'd like them. And he said, hey, I'll just give them to you to fund your hamburger fund. Because back then I was always talking on my show about I'm getting a hamburger on the way to work. And I was always into talking about hamburgers. That was back when my head was far more bloated and fat than it is now. But he said, I don't want to take away from your hamburger money. So he sent me these and I think what was the Charlton Casper ripoff? Marvel had Homer the Happy Ghost. Oh, Charlton had Timmy the Timid Ghost. Casper the Friendly Ghost. Marvel was, or Atlas, whatever they were at the time, was Homer the Happy Ghost. And then Charlton had Timmy the Timid. He sent me some Timmy the Timid Ghost. And I think maybe a Reddy Goose shoe store premium comic. Anyway, he sent me Wilbur number 14. I think he did some restoration on this. Oh, he says he has it all marked on the back. This is how Strange Life does it. Oh, and this is his technique. He's done different techniques over the years. I showed you last week how he would fold the tape over. He showed that in his early videos. He's been on 15 years on here. Then he was showing how he would cut he would have these mylar bags, and he'd trim the sides off so he could tuck it in and not tape it. And then now he uses the resealable stuff where you pull the little strip off. And anyway, this is number 14 from 1947. He says, piece added to lower right corner of front cover, 1 inch by 1 3/4 inch, and inside, he says it's a reader copy of 1.8. Lower right corner of front. All right. Piece added. Man, I don't see it, but apparently there's something done there. And this, I believe he sent me this one too. Yeah, definitely, because there's, yeah, and number 17. And this one says number 17, 1948. Very good plus. Katie Keene, The Pinup Queen by Bill Wagon. Last two pages restored, replaced with laser copies. Nice job and archival mending tissue. Let's take a look. I've shown this before, but it was back when I was in Texas. Okay, so he's saying the last two pages, look at this ad on the back. Last two pages are laser copies. He said, oh, I see. Uh, let's see how he did this. Okay, so I see what happened is what had happened is somebody cut something from this page, right? So there's here's that's a real page, and then someone had just cut it, and so he put in, if you see, he put in a laser copy of the page. So there's the what's left of the real page, and there's the newly. So he added it with archival mending tissue. Oh, when he says last two pages, it's only one page because technically this page is two pages, right? So and that are, and you can read it and it's fine, and it looks. I don't know if I held this up to you. I mean, you could tell this one is a little wider because just, but yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's a 1947 comic. Uh, you know, it's that's the care that he puts into his comics, man. So how about that, ladies and gentlemen? I have the Veronica comic that was just yeah, that was one of my main things I wanted to do today. See if I had that damn Veronica. Um, Wait a second. There was a movie called Super Cops. You're right. Wait, I'm not reading all the chat. Um, okay. I wouldn't leave. Yeah, all right. I roll with Doc Chambers, Army of God. I don't know who that is. I don't think so. Doc Chambers and Boz. Basil Boz. Oh, man. Um, those are. There was a 1974 movie of the Super Cops. I didn't know that. It must be tied in with that movie then. I I don't think it would have been a comic book first and then turn it to a movie. I think that must be an attempt to spin off. I remember now that you mention it, seeing a trailer for the Super Cops, but I never saw the movie, and it must not have been an R-rated movie if Archie's doing an adaptation of it. But then what do I know? Yeah, that's weird. Okay, yeah, that was all part of those kind of uh, cops that shoot first and ask questions later from the 70s. That was a big trend then. Um, One second, I gotta go blow my nose. Yeah, I could have sworn I had that issue of Veronica. It looked real familiar, so I do. I bought that off the stand when it came out. Um, Very Serious Men, the two that you just mentioned. Broke the story a couple of days ago that 11, yeah, had been brought into the country to target. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah. Okay, so those are the guys that reported on that. Yeah, yeah, that's horrible. I heard about all that. Um, um, okay, while I'm up here, I think that there's some stuff I need. Oh, ouch. Um, See, this is the Archie facsimile that came out before, and see, Archie is putting the original price on the front, and then putting a UPC code on the back that has the current price. But they also print with slick paper inside, so it's you know, unless you're a moron, that it's not a real old comic. Okay, I've got some comics I need to file in the Silver Age section, so I'm gonna do that, and then we can look at Silver Age books while I'm filing these. And so I have, and I'm thinking, and I might do it today, of trying to get all my DC horror books out of these boxes and put into. I've got some of them separated, but I've been thinking. I just a little. It sounds like a big undertaking, but whatever people say. Doc and Bizzle are and Jan are on Rumble. Yeah, I would have. I was about to say they're definitely not here on this platform. Going toe to toe with the Washington commies. It's a public fight now. Don't you need some coffee or an egg McMuffin? You should have a little breakfast gratu. Um, well, the egg McMuffin. There's McDonald's. Nearest McDonald's is like an hour away, or 45 minutes. But no, I already had a breakfast meal. I ate that. I ate that. Well, I put it in the little air fryer or whatever, and then I showered and then I ate that. And then Drew ate her breakfast finally, and then I started the stream. So I'm okay food wise. Okay, so we're going to direct our attention to these Silver Age boxes. By the way, it's the Gratu Orloff show, ladies and gentlemen. Water can sustain you for days. We got a lot of water. Um, what do you think, Zork? When it, when do you think this is going to happen? I mean, because I mean, as far as and I had heard that you need to have everything in order by September 17th, and nothing really happened on. I think they were looking at the Fed changing the whatever, and now someone that was playing last night on Rumble was saying October 1st. Make sure that's when things. I mean, it just seems like every day things are getting a little scarier, right? And um, Jan just did a 42-day fast, but it's not fun. Yeah, I wouldn't think it would be. Apples are in season now, but I do need to lose weight. The fight is going to get ugly and go on for decades, Gratu. Just stay where you are and keep your head down. Well, um, I was hearing this rumor that you need organic tobacco, um, that you could even get it from a nicotine patch, that it will help you fight off. I probably shouldn't talk about this on YouTube because, the people No, I shouldn't talk about this on you. You need it to protect yourself from the effects of people that did something that their doctors advised them to do, but now it's causing, as they say, they're the people that resisted that thing that doctors told them to do. But now it's like, oh, that's kind of stuff being put in the food supply. You're not going to avoid the. I don't forget what it's called, nanotech or something. I don't know. Like you use this, that will kill it or something. And then they say you can just get it from being around people that did what their doctors told them to do. I don't know. We shouldn't be talking about this on a comic book stream. Let's see what these humans are saying here. Friar Tuck says, I lost 10 pounds since my last physical a year ago. Yes, I wonder how much I've lost since I'm going back in October. If the world's not in flames, to the doctor at some point, I got to look at what date. But I think because last October I was in bad shape. So I mean, I could barely walk. I was in a lot of pain. Zork says tobacco has been used medicinally as a pul- poultice for centuries, but the people who took the blah art. We need to be nice because some of the people watching the comic book community probably did that. You got to talk in code because it's not a free country anymore. It makes you feel like what they had, they had founding fathers had to meet in secret. It's like, shh, don't want the British to hear us. Okay, man. Uh, Not wearing my glasses, can't read a thing. I'm looking for an H box to put Hawkman in, as opposed to an X box. We're looking for an H box here at the Gratu Orloff, Hotel Orloff. We're just kidding. We don't believe in conspiracy theories at all here. Hawk, Hawkman. Yeah. Charlton. Dennis the Menace. Super. This is insanity. Oh, I see the box. It's on the very bottom, of course. It says Flash to Inferior 5. So, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this. Look at your destiny. Ha ha ha. Let's put this somewhere. Where where would you put a toy coffin? I said, oh, hold on. Look what I brought from Texas. We don't have these here any either, but these Taco Casa has a cool cup. But trust me, the food, that's a good way to lose weight. Eat at Taco Casa and you'll be having the Hershey squirts for days. Isn't Saturday wonderful, ladies and gentlemen? We can finally relax after a long work week. Sunday, Monday, happy days. Tuesday, Wednesday, happy days. Thursday, Friday, happy days. The weekend comes. My cycle hums, ready to race to you. These days are ours. Share them with me. These days are ours, happy and free. These days are ours, and I don't remember the next line. What do these morons talk about in the chat here, man? They made me forget the next line. Gonna cruise her round the town, show everybody what I found. Rock and roll with all our friends, hoping the music never ends. Let's see. I fast one day out of every 10 myself. Twice a year, I will do a 3-day fast to flush my system. This is, he's like Doc Savage, man, this guy, Zork, man, the centaur. But I work out an hour and a half, 6 days a week as well. And I never eat more than 1,500 calories per day. I'm eating some greens, fruit twice a week. Does it look like I've lost weight in my face? I think it does, but I just don't know. Um, I have a cheat meal once a week, though. Happy Days via Vincent Price. Hey, you know what else isn't probably on the YouTube? Anyone talking about ponchos buffet? Any of you know what that is? Any of you 14 people watching? Do you know what that is? I ask you. Poncho's Mexican buffet. My older brother, who would later work for Homeland Security and who warned us about talking about politics on Facebook before he died, he, in college, he looked just like Chevy Chase. You know, he was real tall, 6'4", and right before he went into the army, I would hang. He would bring me around a lot because I was in sixth grade. He was finishing college, right? And he'd take me to Ponchos, and Ponchos was this place. You go through the line, cafeteria style, and you say, "I'd like 3 burritos. I'd like 2 enchiladas and rice, bean," and you fill your plate, and then you go back to your table and start eating it. And then there would be a little flag on your little Mexican flag that you'd raise the flag up. And then when you raised the flag, the waitress would come and you say, "I'd like 4 more enchiladas, please, and 16 more burritos." And then they'd bring it to you. And then you would raise the flag again when you wanted more. And my brother would just inhale. It was like Chevy Chase mated with John Belushi. And I'm looking up at this older brother as an idol. Of course, it led for me and him being massively fat. Um, let's see. But I actually I was able to take my wife and a friend of hers to Ponchos um, in the last 10 years because I've only known her about that time. So I know there's still one I think along I-20 just on the outskirts of Arlington. Maybe they're still around. I don't know. They used to have cool glasses with little Poncho was this little mascot of the play. I don't know if they use that anymore. Um, I do. Oh, Friar Tuck says I do at least a 30-minute walk or stationary bike daily, and try to eat better fruit, veggies, and at least 90 ounces of water daily. Raise the flag, LOL. I assume the Zork remembers. Zork's centaur routine would work better through Gratu. No, no. Have you ever heard? If he comes on, if you would like to come on, Zork, you're welcome to. Tex-Mex is my weakness. It's evil food. So good, but so bad for you. I love fajitas, man. There's a restaurant in Arlington, and I don't remember what it's called because it's like La Maguitos or something. It was one of those places where they don't speak English in there, and I had my wife speaks Spanish, so that was the way I was able to, you know, order food in there. But it's right there at where Pioneer Parkway 303, which is what Forum 303 Mall is named after, 303 in Cooper, right there in that shopping center that used to have the Skaggs Albertsons. There's a Mexican restaurant that's fantastic. If you get the fajitas, this gigantic, oh, it's unbelievable ham, and oh my God, it's great. I have fajitas every year on my birthday. Yeah, that's the place you should go on your birthday. I don't remember if you still live in the Dallas-Fort Worth area or whatever. I got to blow my nose again, man. There's going to be a lot of me getting up and blowing my nose today. Reminds me of a story, an old friend of mine, two old friends of mine, back in the 80s, probably late 80s, yeah. They were in a store that they probably shouldn't have been in. And there was a movie star there named Ginger Lynn appearing at that store. And she used to date Charlie Sheen, but you don't want to know much beyond that, trust me. Anyway, and they were having a contest, win a date with Ginger Lynn. So I guess they were pulling, I guess you signed up when you go into this, and they won. And they were going to, they had planned to go to the Inwood to watch some movie. Inwood's kind of an art house, but they'd show movie. It was an art house, but they'd run, stuff like Ghost World. I guess in a way that's an art house movie because it's not a movie normal people like. I think it's one of the best movies ever made. I don't know what movie. Anyway, they want a date with Ginger Lynn, so they go out with Ginger Lynn to take her to this movie at the Inwood, and some bodyguard of hers. And my friend said she kept getting up to leave, during the movie over and over again. Man, she was going to do cocaine because that's what those movie stars of that type do. she was um, she wasn't going to talk on a cell phone because that was before cell phones. Okay, someone's coming in and there's a private chat message. What does that say? What does that say? Oh, it says hi. Oh, I bet that's Zork coming in then. It is Zork. Let's see. Add to stage. Hello, Zork.
Greetings, Gratu. How
Oh,
are you this morning?
I'm pretty good. Zork are you actually a centaur? Are you is that your proper given name, Zork the
I've
centaur?
I've transitioned
You
from
transition.
centaur to Zork.
Wait, it's Zork or is it Zulk? Zork.
Zork.
Zork. That's why I need to pronounce it Zork.
It doesn't matter, man.
I'm trying to pronounce it. I don't want to be offensive to your culture. I
Oh
want to
God,
pronounce your
no.
name properly.
Impossible. Impossible.
Yes, this good friend of mine, George, that I grew up with, and he now does all the advertising for Six Flags. He's an amazing commercial artist. Well, he was from Colombia, and his name is Jorge. But growing up in the '70s in Arlington, Texas, hey, just call me George. The
Yeah.
teacher's not going to be able to ever pronounce Jorge, so he's George. He's still George. So I don't want to mispronounce Zork and Zork. Zork.
Zork.
It's like Imsh comes on here, and I
I'm
have to.
trying to make it more comic book like.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, Imsh, he's named after an artist named Imsh Miller. It's like I'd never heard of him, and so I look up this artist, and it's like I know that artist. He's like on every paperback and pulp cover that I love. That artist, but I never knew what his name was. I just knew that's great art. But he's one of the guys that actually looks up and finds out these artist names. So how much time my wife's like in a panic. She says, every time you go to the store, you need to get another big giant package of water. I go to the store, I forget to get that. And she says, you're not getting us
Oh,
prepared. Do you think it's going to happen this week? I mean,
no. No, I don't.
There's going to be an October. See, you're getting serious now. All of a sudden, you're dropping because this is serious stuff, guys.
Yeah, it is.
So, is there going to be an October? There's going to be something that happens in October, though. There's
I
always
can't
an October,
speculate on.
but
There's so many things going on behind the scenes.
yeah,
So many things that the public's not aware of. I
but
mean,
in
it's basically already at quiet war levels.
yeah. So, but there's always, even in normal elections, where it's the fate of the world's not at hand when it's like Ford versus Carter, it's like, who cares? Okay,
Right.
but this is like, obviously, and people don't see it. It's like, oh, I just want to vote for her because she's a woman or whatever. But
It's just the
but
same old evil that we faced off against so many
we
times
just
throughout.
didn't realize how evil it was back then. But October, there's always, every time there's an October surprise, something happens in October to kind of throw things up. Like what happened with in 2016 is all of a sudden, hey, we've got these Podesta emails, and Hillary Clinton's talking about sacrificing a chicken to Moloch. Oh, I guess Hillary Clinton has a great sense of humor all of a sudden. Wait a second. Nobody knows who Moloch is except biblical scholars or people that may actually worship Moloch. And wait a second, she's talking about a chicken, right? No, chicken means something else. She's just joking, though. No, she's just having fun and sending an email joking.
No,
and
all
all
that
of
stuff
this,
is real.
and everything came out, and it was like timed. No, that was done by the Russians. No, that guy, the only guy that's ever been mugged on the streets of Washington, but they didn't take anything. They got it rid of. They took him out, but not to lunch. Seth Rich, that you're not supposed to talk.
These people are not brilliant, they're just audacious. And being
Yeah,
audacious is the criminal's religion. Ask any cop.
yeah. And this is a comic show, but comics have shown this forever because comics are based on mythology, and mythology is probably actually real history that we just don't realize.
Well,
Okay, Hercules was a great warrior. We know that there's got to be a real Hercules. Okay, he might have been a great warrior, and then they just built these stories up over him over thousands of years, where he's like near God. Or maybe there really is something to what the Bible was saying about these angels mating with human women and having these giant, superpowered or weird children, the Nephilim. Maybe I don't know. It's just so hard to tell, what really is going on. But the thing about comics is, in James Bond movies and everything, people always say, oh, these James Bond movies, why does the bad guy always tell James Bond what he's gonna do, while he's I'm going to do this, Mr. Bond, but you will now die. Then Bond gets out of and knows what he's gonna do. And why does the Joker always, tell the police at midnight, I will, why is he, why tell? Because that's what bad guys really do that are into this, because they actually are Luciferians, Satan worshippers, whatever, and they believe in their religion that if they warn us first before they do something horrible to us, then we deserve it. Because we told you we're going to do it. You should have protected yourselves. It's like, then they think they'll not face karma. Am I correct? Is that how they think? Because it's hard to
I
understand how
think
they.
some of them do.
And I think a lot of these people are in power, that are really the ones that are really the puppet masters, and they're telling us what they're going to do. The Georgia Guidestones was telling us they wanted to reduce the population to 500 million, and then and that you talk about a secret war going on. It seems like, because I seem to remember seeing footage of the Georgia Guidestones, and it looked like a missile came in from the side and blew that thing up. So maybe there are people, fighting, and we just don't even realize it, because just like, oh, let's watch football, let's watch America's Got Talent.
Well, everything's about setting conditions more than anything else.
Yeah.
And with a lot of these strange people, they tend to operate in dark triads of three, and each one thinks they're in charge.
Is that I think that yeah, that's what the you know I love the original Star Wars movies, and then he does this new prequel trilogy, which I couldn't really even figure it out. A lot of this Trade Federation, all that. Like, what the heck? This isn't like an old movie serial. The acting was terrible and everything. There was too much CGI, and so I didn't like it. Like the real movies that came out when I was a kid. But I think George Lucas had become aware of a lot of things and was telling us about things in his movies the way they really are. And even though those prequels are pretty stupid, I think Alex Jones has pointed out there's a lot of stuff that he's trying to teach us. And you mentioned the triads. It seems like the bad guys, Darth Vader, and
Well,
it's like
that's
they have like trios of people. And is
yeah, it's
that
always a triad, so that you don't end up with a tie when you have a governing or a group of three. You're never going to be stuck in a static situation because
okay?
at the very least it's going to be 2-1, if not unanimous, and so on and so forth. Cecil Rhodes operated that way too.
Oh yeah,
All of his organizations were the same.
this is number 3. And I'm putting don't mean to, oh, this is number 2. I'm adding. I know I don't have a number 1, but anyway, keep going.
No, I was just commenting on that they tend to operate in groups of 3, and each group is not really aware of the other. Each group, it's set up so that each group thinks that they're numero uno honcho, but they're not.
Mm. Yeah, well, I
And it
don't
accounts
know.
for compartmentalization and all that jazz.
Yeah, I left Texas for the Ozarks. Okay,
Good.
those Tennessee, is that Ozarks?
No, it's Ozarks are in. Well, I'm in Oklahoma right now.
Oh, okay, all right.
Uh,
Where was
the
the Dog
Ozarks.
Patch amusement park based on Little Abner? It was in the Ozarks, right?
I can't remember. I don't know.
Where's my Little Abner Ozarks? God, I think of things and then I freak out like, I have a cool plate promoting the amusement park, Little Abner amusement park.
It goes through eastern Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri. It's just a small mountain range.
Okay, so would one of you 13 people research the Dog Patch amusement park? Now no one would have stolen that in the move. That's not something that's rare. I got to go. See, the thing is, after moving with a collection like this, then I'll
Yes.
think, where is that? It was always in the kitchen, but I probably have it on a wall somewhere, but I don't remember. And it creates this anxiety for someone that's all into material possessions. It's like, where is it? I can only imagine what I got to go find
I
that.
like the way that you curate your environment, though. I understand why.
Why is that? Is it
Well,
to
it's
escape
really
to
it's
another
for
time
comfort.
and place?
Yeah. If
Yeah,
you can't have a time machine, you can just build your own environment that is kind of a facsimile.
yeah. And you said not too many non-Texans in Texas for my now for my yeah.
Yes. New
Yeah,
York,
but
California, everywhere. In Texas, Texas has become the new California. They've ruined it.
yeah. Friar Tuck says, did that saying start when women actually put powder on their nose, or in the 70s when they put powder up? No. No, when girls said that I need to powder my nose in the 50s or 40s, they really were putting makeup. No, the 70s is when all that stuff. Yeah. Would a filter hold out? I don't know what Justin's talking about. Would a filter hold out okay? 3 is a magic number. Oh, yeah. Remember that Schoolhouse Rock thing? Does Zork have a channel? That's good. You would have a good channel, but it would probably have to be on Rumble, man.
Yeah.
You're
I
not a YouTube guy.
no, I go around YouTube a little bit, but mostly in a subversive manner.
Okay, so let me get your opinion of some famous people in the field of what you talk about. What do you think of 107? Is that guy for real? Do you know about him?
I don't even know who he is. Ratu.
I mean, have you never even heard the name?
It seemed I might have heard it in passing, maybe.
Okay.
But I mean, there's tons of charlatans out there, and
Yeah,
they're
this guy
independent.
tends to predict pretty well, though. Not always. Um, do you ever watch David Nino Rodriguez?
I know who he is, but I don't watch him very often.
Okay. I'm gonna go find that dog patch thing, man. I gotta do it. Okay, be real quiet for a second. I gotta switch the Wi-Fi. Come on, man. There it is. You bastard. Okay. Oh my gosh. How is this happening? There's two of me. Okay, can I be heard?
Yes,
It's,
I was being
Miss.
quiet, so
Oh yeah, no, yeah, thank you. Yeah, she's sleeping. We've got this setup where we're not in a bedroom anymore. We got the beds in the living room upstairs, so it's all
it's
weird.
just the
There's
two
a
of you.
reason
You do
for
as
it.
you please.
See, this here is obviously where a chimney and fireplace once was, but now it has this air conditioning duct that goes up, and that's the only air conditioning that goes up, and then it pumps out like the same way on the next levels, and we have our bed right under it. So that we were the last two summers before that in the attic sleeping, and it would get hotter up there, obviously. He's saying for water, would a filter do fine? Um, can't stock up on bottled. My wife would think I'm nuts.
The
Yeah, my wife is actually, I think she did get a filter. I don't think she's installed it yet. And then she says we don't need to get bottled water anymore. Yeah, that's true. Okay. All
the
right.
rule of thumb is to have at least 15 gallons of fresh, potable drinking water on hand for each member of your
Yeah.
group. That's kind of a bare minimum.
Yeah, and they say fill a tub, but that's if you like in an imminent major disaster. We don't even have tubs here. We just have showers, which is something I hear often about that I promised I'd get a house. So I've got to get one of these showers converted to a tub so she can. She's in all kinds of pain. She can't work today. She's now got like a cold, real bad cold or something. Um,
It might be a good
so
idea for her to do a fast. That can
yeah,
cure a lot of
yeah.
what ails you.
Well, we've been eating better, and
Well, they've poisoned the food supply, so it's hard to get
yeah, I
quality
know,
food.
I know. Okay, we're gonna find that instantly. This is from when we went to Hemisphere, which was the San Antonio World's Fair one.
Ah, yes.
So that's a family thing. Somewhere around here is gonna. I hope it's here because if it's not, there's the Eisenhowers.
Yes. I had family in San Antonio, but they always came to visit us in the Dallas area. We never went down to their place for some reason. I don't know why.
Here it is, Dog Patch USA. It's from 19, I think it says 72. I just don't know where. I know it's in the Ozarks. I just don't know where in the Ozarks. But they had a whole little Abner. I need to get more memorabilia from this amusement park. And
You
maybe,
you mentioned Gratu that you felt compelled to move to your current location. Was that something that was it a spiritual thing or just an intuition or what
well,
brought it on?
well, my wife discovered this place on Zillow, and there were other places we were looking. I was looking at a place in Virginia, and it it was an old hotel that was 4 floors. It was built about before the Civil War. It was very similar to this place in a lot of ways, but when I actually had someone go into the place and send me pictures or video, it turned out to be, a hole in the roof leaking into one of the bathrooms, black
Money
mold
pit.
everywhere. It was, and they just hadn't addressed the leak, and it was coming down through the floors, and it was just, but it was for sale for like less than $100,000. And it was a gigantic amount of square feet. I thought, well, we sell a house, uh, the house that my parents paid 26,000 for in Arlington in 1976 was then worth over 200,000. So I thought, well, this is the budget we have. I'm retired. We could go anywhere. I kind of wanted to go someplace, Virginia, the I felt like I was compelled at first to go to Virginia because of family ties there. One of my ancestors is Robert E. Lee. And I thought Virginia would be the place, but that place turned out to be bad, as far as the condition it's in. And I'm not,
Mhm.
of course, this place isn't in that great a condition itself, honestly. But we got this place for under 200,000 and stuff. Um,
I think you're
uh,
in a good location. It's a bit flat. I chose my location because quite frankly it's defensible. It's hilly.
oh
Um
no, this is hilly, and
is
we're
it?
we're in the highest spot in the county, and everything is hilly. Yeah, oh yeah, it's. I don't know if you saw the video where I was driving some of the hills over in the farmland. You get the feeling like you're going down like a roller coaster. It's very hilly here.
I didn't see that. I wish I had.
Yeah, I could send you a link, I guess. Um, or well, I'll just show it on the TV. Shit. Okay, so let's search Gratu Orloff here.
But
Um,
honestly, Gratu, if you guys can, get like 50 gallons of fresh potable water, you can put them in a like 5-gallon jerry cans, and then they have stabilization drops you can put into them, and it'll last for 5 years before it turns sour.
uh-huh.
If you had that, I think you would be about as good as anyone's ever going to be, realistically. If you can hold out for a solid, 90 days, you're good.
Do you think it's going to be 3 months, huh?
No, I just think that that's going to be. Um, it's kind of the old adage: you don't have to be the fastest camper; you just have to
Uh,
be faster than the slowest camper. You know,
right.
so most people have about 3 to 12 days worth of food in their pantry. And so, if you can last long enough for them to run out of food and water and then eat each other, then you win. You made it.
Oh, okay. Well,
Oh, I see.
okay. So yeah, there's all kinds of hills. This is
Yes, much more hilly than I thought it would be.
no, I think where I was in Texas was super flat.
Yeah, that's what we were used to. It's just bottom
You
of the
don't
ocean, flat.
you don't really get a perspective from this video. I wish I was able to, because
Is that a gravel road or is the
yeah, it's
asphalt just bleak?
gravel. Yeah, some are gravel, some are dirt out there. Um, and you're just not. You have to be in the car to really get a perspective of some of these drops. Um, was- oh yeah, look here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, it's yeah. As far as I felt like I was led here, like it was a spiritual thing. But my wife will like be real happy and so grateful, but and then she'll also is like, well, you made the decision and didn't left me out of it, and there's a lot of things that went into the purchase of the house where I probably could have been. I was just desperate to get out of there. I had everything packed up and I didn't know what to do, and but this is a good place.
Yeah.
But there's no McDonald's and there's no ponchos here.
No, no egg McMuffins. No reason.
Yeah, unfortunately, isn't that hurt terrible? I saw a Burger King cup on the street yesterday, and it had like an old 1970s logo on it, and I was thinking, oh, I guess they're
Oh,
using the old logo, but someone drove an hour with that to drop it, and people don't normally drop stuff on the street, but I saw it there, and it stirred up old feelings.
yeah.
So yeah. Anyway, no, it's not flat land like Texas, like driving between Dallas and Houston. It's kind of depressing.
Looks
This
like
this
you remember that old TV series Jericho from what was it, 15, 20 years ago?
I remember it existing, but I never watched an episode of it.
It reminds me of where they filmed that kind of. Oh, I'm assuming it was probably fairly close.
Let's see. Friar Tuck says, "Do you have city? What do you have? Wait, huh, what? I'm hitting something wrong here. What am I doing? Do you have city water or a well, Justin?" Oh, he's talking to Justin, who said, "I can't stock up on bottled. In a well, you need electricity to pump it out of the ground." There was one house in Texas over in that I was thinking it was a really cool house, and it had a well inside the house. So it was obvious that they had a well right next to the house, and then it was an old house, and they had expanded the house and built it out, and just now the well is inside the house. And I thought maybe
Was
that'll,
it was it like an old Western well, like you lowered a bucket and all that stuff?
yeah. Yeah, I looked down at the water, down there. Yeah, that's the only way. Yeah, it wasn't a pump. It was just you look down at the water. Yeah, it was just like that. You picture in a Western movie. And the house was so old. I don't know if people know about this. The old houses on the front porch, they would paint the ceiling of the porch blue, and it was supposed to keep ghosts or spirits from coming into the house. Do
I
you
had
know
no
about
idea
that?
about that. That's
Yeah,
interesting.
if you notice some of these old houses that if they maintain the original paint job, it's blue paint on the when you look up when you're standing on the porch, by the front door. Justin, I would need to think on that. Well, here's the thing. I just know from where were you wait, it's Zork, right? Where
Zork.
were where were you when they turned off all the power throughout the state of Texas for that and froze us out for some people a
Yeah,
day, some
where they
people a week?
embezzled all of the tree cutting money and then blamed it on the T Boone Pickens wind
Well,
farms.
yeah, yeah. Were you in Texas? Did you
I
experience that?
was, I was, I was in Texas for that one. Yeah.
Okay, so I filmed it on on my YouTube channel. It's just that's freezing to death. I'm thinking about it. It got down to 41 degrees in the house. That's what it said. And I don't know, somehow 41 degrees isn't that bad when I go out here,
Mhm.
get in the car. But 41 well, no, it got down to 0 degrees outside, but it got down to 41 degrees in the house. and we didn't know how long the power was going to be off. Would it get down to zero in the house? And I was going upstairs where the cats hung out, and I was trying to make sure they were warm. They felt cold, and I was thinking, are we going to survive this? And then just a block, all the stores on the main street, Park Row, they were all open and had lights because they turned off the power selectively to
Yes,
neighborhoods, but they left the businesses lights on.
of
So I
course.
walked up there and I was trying to get, this is why you need to stock up on food. You see me going into this place getting uh um getting basically just junk food to survive, and you don't want to do that. And then when they finally turned the power back on, they said the water wasn't drinkable because that's the thing. The water treatment plant had the power turned off to it somehow, or
That's
it wasn't.
insane.
So you had to wait until they told you it was okay to drink the water. So yeah, that's even.
Well,
But
the
then,
the first thing you want to have is the ability to make fire, matches, Bic lighters, Zippo, whatever.
okay,
Because when you can make fire, you can make heat to warm yourself. You can make fire to cook things, and most importantly, you can make fire to purify water. So the first
okay,
thing you want to have is plenty of matches, some Bic lighters, a Zippo, butane, what have you, so that you can always start a fire easily, quickly.
yeah,
Then you want to make sure you have some potable, drinkable water on hand. Then you want to make sure that you have some food. Then you want to make sure you have any medications that you must take.
yeah,
And then you want some form of self defense and all the rest of it. But
yeah,
uh, a lot of people forget the first thing you want to have on hand is not water, it's fire. Because with fire, you can make drinkable water.
right, yeah. Well, we're coming up to the cold months. I mean, there used to be a fireplace down there, but now the house is heated by a furnace. So, with a fireplace, that would have been, if they had kept that in, that would have been, that's another thing that my wife reminds me about frequently. Um,
Why
we've
don't you
got a
put in
gun.
like a
I can
pot
see a
belly
gun
stove or something?
store.
That's far more efficient.
Say that again.
You might think about putting in a stove, like a pot belly stove or the
Yeah,
modern
she's talked
equivalent.
about that like an old one from,
Yeah, because
30s.
they're more efficient than a fireplace. You're going to get a lot more heat out of that and use less
Yeah,
fuel doing it.
yeah, yeah. Um, I can stand. Well, you can't if the leaves were off the tree, I could stand on the front porch and basically half a football field away is a gun store, and then a block that way is a coffee shop that also is a gun store. So there's yeah, and
I
then
like your town. That's a great town.
and then the sheriff's father lives across the street, so he's always patrolling just to make sure his dad's okay.
Mm.
It's in that sense it's safe, but with you don't realize when you don't have electricity, when most people electricity goes off for a few minutes and you're annoyed, but when you don't have it for, I think it was over a day we didn't have it. And when it's 0 degree, and it's never 0 degrees outside, which makes me think the weather was manipulated in Texas to be that cold. And then they shut
That's
off our
quite
power.
possible.
And it was within a few weeks or not more than a month after Biden was elected. So it almost seemed like a revenge tour for Texas not voting for him.
Every
That's
time
how it struck
Obama's
me.
in control, Texas gets bad weather. Every time.
Interesting. Yeah, but people don't want to believe that weather can be manipulated.
Oh,
So,
hell yes, it can. There's
yeah,
plenty of open source documents that prove it, talk about it. It's been something that we've had the ability to do since the early part of the 20th century. It's not even
so
new.
so this 80-year-old, he might be older than 80, told me that I've never seen weather like this ever before here, where we had this blizzard right before
Yeah.
the primary. And in this county, there are people that live out on those roads I was just showing you that there's no way they're going to get into town to go to the school gym to vote for Trump.
Yes.
Because because it's about I can drive in about 45 seconds to where I voted. It's it's about a 6 minute walk. It's a less than minute drive, and it was challenging for me because when it's because it was below. It was I don't know, like 20 degrees below zero.
That's
And
mighty.
you turn the ignition of your car and the radio doesn't work, and then the cruise control light is on and the car is making weird ethereal noises. You don't really realize how surreal the world is unless you've tried to operate machinery and tried to breathe. I mean, it's like it. I thought, am I ruining the car just to drive a couple blocks? Now, if I lived 20, I mean, this is a giant county, and yeah, so there weren't as many votes as there. I mean, he clearly won by a vast margin over what's her face, Nikki Haley or whatever. But yeah, it seemed like it was done to make people have less people vote in the Republican primary because it's like all of
Well,
a
with all
sudden
the Dominion stuff, I think it's pretty clear that we're beyond voting now. That's not really
uh,
anything. Nothing's been fixed with regard to that. But it doesn't matter. This society is at a complete impasse, and
yeah.
historically speaking, uh, I won't say here on YouTube, but I think you know where I'm heading with that.
Well, do you think that? I mean, do you think Trump's going to be elected?
I don't think it matters.
Um,
I think we're beyond that.
but if Trump's you don't think if he's elected that he'd be able to make the
It
changes that
would
he could?
probably lead to some superficial delays in the path that we've been set on, but it wouldn't change anything.
Is it possible that everything could just be revealed, like with the Podesta emails? Is it possible that this Puff Daddy stuff could explode and just bring down could everything could that be the October surprise where people realize that everyone in the entertainment industry and the news media is all a bunch of evil
Well,
people?
we're living in a public space where grown adults don't care if children are mutilated. So I don't think that anything like
Okay.
that is really going to sway them. The apathy is so huge, and the partisanship is so huge that this only ends in a fight. That's it.
But I think people can. I think people can be changed. I think that people are just I don't want to think. I know that some of these people are just dumb, but I think some of them just. When we grew up, I trusted Walter Cronkite. The news people, reporters in TV,
You
movies,
have read the
comic books
statement,
were the good people. They were the Woodward and Bernstein or whatever. They found out about
but
Watergate and
it was false,
Lois
Gratia.
Lane. I know
Walter
it was
Cronkite
false. I
himself
know.
admitted before he passed that he was a globalist, that he worked against the
I,
interests
I know.
of the American people. It's always been a sham.
I know. So I've realized this, but is it possible for things to get so bad where I think it is possible for even the normal people to realize. I mean, if I don't, some people will never realize it, but I mean, if it's just, I don't know.
It's always the 3%. The rest of the people don't do anything. They sit back. They'll accept anything. It's the 3% that changes things. Always has been.
Um, yeah, yeah, okay. Well, I don't know. Well, I mean, I think things could be. I don't know, man. Someone was talking about October 1st. Oh no, oh that was the guy from that was Benjamin Fulford. It's I thought it was Fulford, but it's Fulford. You
I
know that guy?
again, I don't know him. I'm
Oh, he's
sorry.
some guy. He's some guy from I think he's Canadian, but he lives in Japan. I don't think he trusts living here anymore, and he does this show every Friday night where he. But then,
Now,
he'll say all this stuff that sounds, oh, that's fascinating. Then he'll talk about that there's several Trumps, and one Trump is living down underground, and
but
it's like,
at this
and there's a
point,
good and bad Trump. And it's like,
I'm
oh
going to
well, oh man.
paraphrase Hillary Clinton here, but at this point, what difference does it make? I mean, the leadership is only important to the extent that the society will follow them, listen to them, go along with them. And at this point, the society is so bifurcated that it doesn't matter who's in charge. No one's going to accept the outcome. No one's going to listen to them. It does not matter. If you have a herd of buffalo that is stampeding, the fact that the cowboy is yelling and hooping and hollering is completely meaningless.
But I think that the majority of the people are for Trump. So if Trump comes in, there's going to be people that are going to protest greatly, and there's going to be a lot of people in the government that are just going to not listen when he tells them to do something. They're just going to ignore him. But if the majority of the population is behind him, um, I think.
But Gratu, we have the equivalent of 8 divisions of Chinese PLA troops that have come across the southern border. It
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
but are they
There are
really
more
gonna?
Chinese trigger pullers in the CONUS than there are U.S. Army trigger pullers in the CONUS by an order of about 7-1 now.
What is the CONUS?
Continental United States.
Oh, see, that's the thing. Meyer was telling me that the centaur knows terms that show that he. There's things that you say that show, okay, he's for real. He's not.
Yeah,
Because the
I'm just a guy
average
with an
person
opinion.
walking around the Forum 303 Mall doesn't know what the CONUS is. So,
I love that though. You're the only person I've met from the Dallas Arlington area that remembers all this stuff. It's wonderful. I love hearing about
no
it.
one else remembers that mall. I call I if I
It was a
think there
great
are people.
mall. It was fun.
Well, it was just the thing about it. That's where my parents went. Six Flags Mall didn't seem as cool because,
It
well,
just wasn't.
Six Flags Mall, well, it had Walden Bookstore, but they didn't have comic books in there.
Right.
They seemed a little more
Six Flags
highbrow.
Mall was just kind of plain and dry. It was not a bad mall, but it wasn't a good mall either. Forum
Well,
303
it was a good
was
mall,
cheap.
but their arcade was hit. You had to go like at a secret. You had to know the secret way to get to that arcade. It was like it was weird. You went down this hallway with nothing, and then you made a right, and then there was this arcade, and that was back in the '70s when it was like asteroids with that, what was
The
it called,
vector
vector
graphics.
graphics, where it would shine, real, and it was real early. And I remember that arcade. I forget what it was called, but it wasn't like the arcade in the Forum Mall that had a whole vintage merry-go-round in it, and it was just
Beautiful. It was a
gigantic.
beautiful merry-go-round.
And then the theater was better at Forum Mall. The Six Flags Mall just had those two screens, and it was a '70s General Cinema. And I remember
Yeah.
you could hear the movie next door while you're watching the movie. You'd hear the explosions and gunshots from the movie next door, which would be funny if you're watching like if you're watching something like say Benji and there's explosions and gunfire coming from
Yeah.
you're hearing that from your left ear.
We'd go to the
Um,
Astro Drive-In quite a bit in the
uh,
warmer months. Did you ever go there?
Now the Astro was the one right near Six Flags Mall, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the Astro was part of the Gordon McClendon chain. They
Mm,
had was it the Lakewood Theater, which was a nice theater
yeah.
in Dallas, but they had, oh, no, the Astro, yeah, the Astro was over in Oak Cliff. I think that was part of his chain. There was one
But
right by the
I was
Six
so
Flags
young,
Mall.
I
That was the
don't really know
Century
where it
Drive-In.
was. I got driven
Oh,
there every time.
yeah, that was the last time I went to that one was with my older brother and his wife, and I think it was, oh God, I think it was that movie Ghost. Was that with Whoopi Goldberg or something in it?
Yeah, 92, I think it was.
Is that when that was? Okay, so that dates that. But there was the Century Drive-In that was just maybe a football field away from the Six Flags Mall.
Mm.
And it had 4 screens. And I remember seeing the Mad Doctor of Blood Island there. This was in the 80s. Yeah, it must have been about 85, 86. We saw Blood Sucking Freaks.
I remember people packing frozen grapes and sitting on the hoods of their car back when cars could, tolerate that amount of weight before they caved in.
Well, Gordon McClendon was a big media mogul. He was like the Ted Turner of the Dallas Fort Worth area. He had oh, Darth Vader.
The great shepherd of the sheep, through the blood of the everlasting covenant.
Rest in peace.
Darth Vader. I got that at Dollar General. That's one of my
See, it takes
prized
on even more
possessions.
meaning now since he passed. What was it, just a week ago or so?
Yeah,
2
but
weeks ago?
what's even better is when it's Darth Vader reading the Bible to you. And apparently he read the whole Bible, and you can listen to it for like 12
But
hours.
he's literally with Jesus now, Gratu. Darth
Well, I hope
Vader is
so.
now with Jesus.
But if he's in hell, it's going to sound a lot cooler down there because his voice was what he had. He was a good actor too, but
More
people
well
don't
said.
remember him as an actor. They just remember him as a voiceover guy. Okay, so what the hell was I talking about? I was talking about.
We were talking about drive-ins, but you were
Oh,
talking about
Gordon
the media
McClendon.
mogul.
Yeah. So he owned KLIF radio, which wasn't, now KLIF is 570. It's a talk radio station, or probably still is, conservative talk radio. But KLIF, those call letters used to be KLIF 1190. It was the big top 40 station, and I think it maybe started in the 50s, and all through the 60s. That was what every kid was tuned into, like in American Graffiti. Every kid was tuned into Wolfman Jack. It was that. It was like that. But KLIF in Dallas was the station that started having jingles, and it would be, I'll just play some for you. Um, the format that we know as radio started with KLIF. I mean, Gordon McClendon started it, and every other station in the country, Los Angeles, New York, that they all imitated KLIF. They'd get recordings of KLIF, and they would listen to it, and they'd imitate their format. And then, I'm sure it's still there. I think it's on Central Expressway. I don't remember, but there's a studio called Pam's, and PAMS, and it's where the jingle singers are, and all those jingles you grew up listening to on TV commercials, radio commercials, and the radio jingles were the Pam studio, and one time back in the about 20 years ago, I drove to the Pam studio and got this 6 CD set of recordings of all their vintage jingles for different radio stations across the country, because after KLAF was popular, they had all these other stations said, "Well, sing our call letters and sing about our community," and stations from England and everyone started to sound just like KLIF. So if you went to any city, you'd hear a station that sounded just like KLIF. But he started that. I'll just type in KLIF Pam's or Jingles.
Yeah,
And
I didn't realize growing up as a kid like how unique Dallas Fort Worth was. I mean, we lived in our own little world and we didn't really fully, I think, appreciate that. Everything was very local. Everything
yeah,
There was a lot of innovation. The Silicon Prairie, for instance, it's forgotten now, but Dallas especially was really, really instrumental in influencing a lot of stuff that people don't seem to realize.
well, KLIF, I moved to Dallas in '76, so I missed KLIF. I think it just gone under, and when I moved there, but it was in the, I guess, early '70s and back. It was the station. So I just have typed in KLIF into the Roku YouTube app, and I just remembered that you can listen to all the coverage on KLIF of the John F. Kennedy assassination, and it's all there. All the music, they're playing music, and then they break into the music, and then you hear all the commercials for the Dallas Fort Worth area, and then they have solid news coverage, and Gordon McClendon, the owner of the station, comes on as a news announcer. You hear him in this. It's fascinating to listen to. Some people, I mean, as a historian, I love to listen to it. Some people, it's very hard to listen to, especially if you were alive then. But
Wow.
that's the original. Those are the Pam singers there. But anyway, you can listen to that for like a whole day, all the coverage. They saved all the tapes. But Gordon McClendon, he, damn it, he owned movie theaters too. And I'm not sure if he owned one of the local stations. I'm not sure if he might have owned Channel 5, KXAS, NBC. I could be wrong on that. But anyway, all these movies were coming out, these monster movies in the 50s. And he said, this stuff is shitty. I could make my own movies. So he went into film production, making movies. So he didn't have to pay, Roger Corman or whoever for crap. He figured I can film local movies here in Dallas Fort Worth area. So he filmed the giant Gila monster and the killer shrews. And the killer shrews, they put like hair on dogs and
Yeah.
things. So dogs were playing the giant killer shrews or whatever. So those movies exist. He didn't direct them, but there were Gordon McClendon creations to play in his theaters, and one of them would have been the Century Drive-In. I know that was a Gordon McClendon, and Astro Drive-In might have been one too. And I know in Dallas, I don't remember. It's been there a long time now because I remember they built it when MySpace was still a thing. They built a new drive-in south of Dallas called I don't remember, but as you drive to Houston, it's on your right side, and they've made it look like a vintage drive-in. They've even put where they have it where you can listen to the sound of the movies from on your FM radio, but they also have old original little speakers you could put on your window or on the side of your car that still work. Um, so last time we went to that, we were driving back from Houston, and there was a horrible storm, and we said, well, let's just stop because we're going to get washed off the highway. And we went in to watch Aquaman, and then it was raining so hard I don't even know what happened in that movie
Couldn't
because
see it.
I couldn't see it because you had to have your windshield wipers going, and then I couldn't hear it. And I later bought it on Blu-ray, but I don't think I've watched it yet. So, I mean, I kind of could tell that it was sort of following the comic book, but the guy looks so unlike Aquaman. I mean, that's not Aquaman. He doesn't have blonde hair.
Yeah,
But
I gave up on movies when I went to go see The Thin Red Line. I made it about 20 minutes into that movie, and when they started doing the art house stuff with the dying bird, it infuriated me so badly because that
yeah,
was
I
the
remember.
invasion of Peleliu. I mean, that was a bloody invasion. And it's like there's all these American and even Japanese boys getting blown to bits, and they're focusing on a dying bird. Are you kidding me?
I
I
remember
grabbed
that
my
movie.
girlfriend at the time's hand, and I was like, we're out of here. And I walked out, and I never went back to the movie theater ever again. And I've only seen
Oh, really?
movies sparingly at other people's homes usually.
Oh, well, there've been good movies since then. Shit, that was a long time ago.
It was like 99.
Oh, I'll tell you what, one of the best movies I recommend that came out right after 9/11 was called Ghost World. That's a fun movie to
I've
watch.
seen that one. That's one of the newer to me, from my parlance, one of the newer movies that I've seen. And I thought that was hilarious. I love the scene where they're at the convenience store and the metalhead with the nunchucks in the parking lot. It reminded me of Arlington, like in the 80s.
So no matter where you grew up, you remember these jingles, but they started with KLAF, and they just, what they would do is they keep the same musical bed, and they say, oh, today we're going to sing for WGOF in Phoenix or something, and then they just sang those letters over this musical bed. So
Wow.
even in England, they remember these jingles, and now usually on oldie stations they'll play these kind of jingles because it'll give people that were around in the 50s and 60s a feeling of what it was like to listen to radio back then. But the KLAF started all this, the top 40 radio format, basically. I'm
Well,
probably
listen,
waking my
Gratu,
wife up
it's
right
after
now.
8, and I have some projects I need to get done. But I did have a request. Could you make my avatar a bit bigger?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Oh, my
I
gosh.
wanted to. That's not actually me. I just found a picture of this guy, and he has M16s for eyebrows. I'm
Oh,
guessing this guy was like a punk rocker back in the late 70s, early.
how do you shave so accurately to do that? Or is that
I,
photoshopped?
I just think it's hilarious that he's a grandpa now, but he still has M16 eyebrows.
You know, they're probably tattoos, don't you think?
Yeah, I'm almost certain that they are.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, okay. Tattoos, that's how you do it. You don't just shave into your hair and create a.
yeah.
Yeah, that's wild. Well, you're probably, I just picture you're going to go build a tank in your backyard right now. And I'm probably accurate. Anyway, well, have a good day. It was nice talking to you.
Likewise, Gratu, and I'll be around the way a little bit more. But yeah, just keep your head down and
Well,
you know, best of luck.
if they shut everything down, then this may be our only way to communicate, unless we have satellite radios or something. I don't know.
Indeed.
I imagine they'll shut the internet down. We're doomed anyway. Anyway, take care. See you.
Have a wonderful Saturday, everybody.
Yeah, you
Bye for now.
too. Take care. My wife always likes it when the centaur or Zolok makes an appearance. So we're in the last few days of September. Who knows what lies ahead in October? It's a beautiful sun's up here now. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Let's see what these humans are saying in the chat. Not many people talking, but a few people. Um, John Goris says he was great in Conan. I guess you're talking about the actor that played in Aquaman. I didn't see that Conan. I was warned not to see that. Um, I looking at the guy with his beard shaved. Um, I would think he would be a great Conan, but I've heard the movie isn't good, and it may not be. I forget the actor's name. It may not be his fault. It may be the director or whoever made that movie. And it did sound like, on the face of it, it sounded like it could have been because it had I can't remember anything right now. That actress that played the villainess in that newer Conan movie. Why can't I remember her name? Rose McGowan. I thought, oh, Rose McGowan would be a perfect villainess in a Conan movie, and then they like shaved her. They did something to make her ugly, which is hard to do with Rose McGowan. So it's like, man, you had this great opportunity to have this great villainess that would be like out of a Frazetta painting, and you make her ugly. Why would you do that? But um, I think the Schwarzenegger movies, he's not much of an actor, but the world building they did for that first movie with the Ron Cobb, and John Milius was really into, making it really seem like a world, researching everything to make everything look kind of real. I think I watched a little of that new Conan movie. I don't know, but yeah. Bronco says, hello, Gratu in chat. John Goris says, The Killer Shrews is actually a very fun movie. Yeah, I was not insulting that or the giant Gila monster. I was just stating that they're, oh, damn, man. I think there's a Trump thing happening. Um, yeah, those movies are great. Ghost World is wonderful, says Bronco Bear. Yeah. Any of you that haven't seen that movie, if you're watching this show, then you should watch that movie. Trust me, it's a movie that speaks to us, made by someone like us, the same guy Terry Zwigoff that made the movie about Crumb, um, and it's based on a comic book and Daniel Clowes comic, and it's about a girl graduating high school that's a lot like us, and then she meets this guy that's I've been told by more than a few people that I'm a lot like Seymour, the collector in that movie, and it's one of the few movies that shows people that collect weird things and records in an honest, realistic way, because he knew, because I'm sure Zwigoff is a collector and someone is a friend of Crumb who collects old 78 RPM records and stuff. You get to see record collectors and it really is a great movie. I don't hear many people talking about it, but sorry, Justin says, sorry if this was addressed, Gratu, but does Zork have a channel? Uh, I No, he doesn't. In fact, yeah, almost every time he comes on the show, he has a different identity. He's been Zork for a few, I think last week and this week, but he used to be the Centaur. Talking about James Earl Jones. Oh shit! I thought you were talking about the actor that played. Yeah, I was. Yeah, all right. Yeah, James Earl Jones was great in Conan. Yeah, yeah. It would be. He was a little bit. Yeah, he's great. His voice, his acting is great. It would have been great if he was a little less overweight, but I guess you could be an overweight cult leader. He was a little bit chubby cheeks like me, and I remember at the time he was playing Thulsa Doom, and I remember being a Robert E. Howard fan and knowing the comic books as well. It's like Thulsa Doom was a villain of King Cole, and that was thousands of years before, wasn't it? Thousands of years before Conan. I think Cole was supposed to be an ancestor of Conan. He was the king of Atlantis, as I recall. So Thulsa, but anyway, they just used the name. Okay, well, how about that, Les? That bothered me, but I got over it, because that movie was good. The second one was fun, but it was not as good. Conan the Destroyer. I haven't seen that one in years. And what was fantastic in both movies was the music. Yeah, that music was great, and both those that composer Paul Duras, if I'm pronouncing it right. Yeah, everything he did was great. I just remember when Conan came out, I bought the soundtrack, I think before, because back then the soundtrack and the paperback books that were tied into the movie usually would come out a week or so before the movie. And I bought the soundtrack before I saw the movie. And I remember putting it on, recording it from the album onto an audio cassette and driving around with my friend Ryan, listening to that opening title of Conan the Barbarian, which I think is called Anvil of Crom. That music, you drive to that's the ultimate driving music. You roll down your windows and blast that out of your speakers, and you're in high school, you feel like you're on top of the world. um so Conan, what the hell am I talking about? um yeah. Oh, Star Wars, I bought that soundtrack good several weeks before, at least a week or more before I saw the movie in 1977. And so I listened to all that music before I saw the movie, and the music just blows you away. You imagine, I don't know. You kind of have to be my age to remember the first time that you heard that Star Wars score and how it just is unbelievable. John Gora says, who was that ratty little run of an actor that was the sidekick in Conan the Destroyer, who's in a Repo Man too? Um, was it Tracy Walter? I could be wrong. Someone look that up, verify my That guy, yeah, I forgot he was in Conan the Destroyer. And then they also had some giant basketball player. Was it Kareem Abdul-Jabbar or something? I don't think it was Kareem. It was someone else. That was some giant. Yeah, there was. He had sidekicks in that movie. And then also, what's her face? The punk new wave singer Grace Jones, I think was. So it makes. I guess there were four people. And in the first Conan the Barbarian movie, he had a sidekick that was a thief that wasn't a bodybuilder like Schwarzenegger. He actually looked like a friend of mine in high school. He was the squirrely, you know. Well, anyone looks squirrely next to Schwarzenegger. You could be, really athletic build, and everyone's. And then you get next to Schwarzenegger at that time in his career and look runty. Yeah, I gotta rewatch Conan the Destroyer. Yeah, what the hell? I'm looking for right side broadcasting. Oh, let's look at the Sticky Goose thing last night. I haven't watched it yet because I put it on for about 3 minutes. Then I was almost murdered by my wife. She's like, take off the nerds." She doesn't like when I watch nerd shows, with some exceptions. She Who is it? She doesn't mind. She did. She liked when I put on the. I like comics. I don't know. You wouldn't call that back then. They have a Saturday auction. Eric Breen and Englentine. When I would play that, she would not into the comics, but she enjoyed their banter in between the comics. Because they were obviously intelligent and of a similar mindset. She enjoyed that. Um, but most of the shows, it's like if I put them on, she. But she loves that guy. I thought I was going to hate this son of a, because the first time I heard of him, he does these auctions, and one time he got mad at someone that was trying to say, would you take $75 less on that 1947 Wonder Woman comic? And he was selling it for like $170. And this guy wants. It was in really good shape. It was sad. And this guy got so mad at the guy that he started just this incredible string of four-letter words. It was like a Marine drill sergeant. This guy looks like a giant pro wrestler. And he says, "This is what I think of you." And he tore that Wonder Woman Golden Age comic in half and threw it. And then I heard that there was another time he actually bit into and started eating a Hulk 181, the first appearance of Wolverine. And so we thought, well, we've got to like look at this guy's auctions. His name is damn, what is his name? Pedalin' Pete. Pedal, I think it's spelled Pedal, like a bicycle pedal, apostrophe in Pete. I think that's his name on YouTube. And he does these auctions, and he auctions off really good books. It's him and his wife there, and my wife enjoys that because the guy is it's like being in the room with the most insane. He's a nice guy, but when he gets mad, it's like, man, it's she enjoys that because he's funny. He really is genuinely funny, and um, most of the other shows, it's like even shows when I would go on shows, she would say, "Well, you were good," but she didn't like nerd talk. But she does like the Three Stooges. But anyway, I see I'm losing viewers. Oh, um, what the hell am I talking? Let's see. Oh, I'm trying to get the rights. Oh, I was looking at Sticky Goose. Oh, that's why I brought this shit up. I'm fat. Sticky Goose. No, she didn't really like Sticky Goose either, but she's entertained by him just because he's kind of a troll. Well, kind of a troll, very much a troll. She doesn't know comic books, but Sticky Goose has apparently invited on Comic Tom is one of the biggest YouTube people, and he's this young guy. He can't be more than 30, and he tells you what comics you should invest in, what are the hot comics this week, and younger people listen to him. And if he and whoever his sidekick is, used to be Jim Mint Collectibles, but he left recently. He really affects the comic book marketplace with his predictions. He's one of the bigger people on YouTube, really, with, I don't know, lots of subscribers, lots, like probably millions. I don't know how many people. Um, and then I think Nerdrotic is like maybe the top. I don't know how many followers. There's Nerdrotic, and then there's uh, the guy that does Cyberfrog, Ethan Van Scriver. Those are the big people on YouTube, I think. Sticky Goose is some guy that I could easily be his father. He's so, I mean, he was born probably about the time Ghost World came out. I mean, these people that are born after 9/11 they're the big people in the comic book collecting field right now, because they've got money. They're at their prime maximum income. If they've got the right career that makes money, and they're dictating what things are worth. And those older people that are retired, they just laugh at us. Um, God, I can't see. Well, I've got sunglasses here. I'll try my sunglasses. Oh, Meyer Greenblatt's awake, man. It must be early there. What time is it? Let me turn my phone. 8:25. That means it's 6:25 his time. Uh, Meyer says Tracy Walter and Wilt Chamberlain. What was I calling Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? No, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was an airplane. Wilt Chamberlain, yeah, those were the big 1970s basketball heroes. First movie, Subotai, was played by pro surfer Jerry Lopez. Yeah, I knew that guy was an athlete. That guy, if he's like in a surfing magazine, he probably looks like a super athletic fit guy. And you put that guy next to Schwarzenegger, he looks like some little high school guy. Is what I remember from Conan. Okay, I put Sticky Goosef because I can't see, man. I'm gonna have to bill myself as the fattest man on YT and the most blind as a bat person on YouTube. That'll be my new name. Okay, search. Okay, there it is. Indeed. Sticky Goose versus Comic Tom. What I saw, it seemed like they were getting along together. I think when he brings these people on, he wants there to be a fight. But he brought on some guy named Swagglehouse that I think I've seen, but I've never really watched that channel. I think he's the guy that's into slabbing, and I think he might be important on YouTube because he might have broken the scandal that means nothing to me. That CGI, whatever comics, when you slab comics, that people were doing a scam where they would break comics out and switch out they would have a comic that was like a Hulk 181 and 6.0, and then they'd get one graded by CGS, and get a 9.8. And then they would break the case and take the 9 out and send it back saying, "Hey, my case broke, or I'd like to have it reholdered." And they'd send back the 6.0, and they'd just say, "Okay, well," and then they'd put the 6.0 into the 9.8 case because they thought, "We don't need to grade it again. We've already graded it." And then they had a comic that was worth probably thousands of dollars more, and they have the original 9.8 that they took out, that they can, then they've made all these, and they were some people, or maybe it was just one or two people, were making thousands of dollars tricking them. And then people are thinking, I just paid 9.8, for a Hulk 181, I wonder if I got one of the ones that was really not a 9.8 that had been reholdered, and then it became, and everyone became paranoid and scared in the comic book slabbing community, which is something I just, that's one worry I don't have because I don't slab comics. And and if I had a slab comic, I'd break. Well, I have one slab comic. I'd break it out if I felt like I was able to do it without damaging it. I bought it as because it was cool. It was a Frankenstein Dick Briefer 1950s comic, and this guy, I was helping this guy out who was homeless, living in his car, but his car was filled with comic book collectibles. It's like that's like something out of a dream. Who would have dreamed? Someday you'll meet a homeless person living in his car that's willing to sell you anything for nothing. And I think I paid $40 for it, and I helped him out buying gas and eating at Taco Bell. And I bought some other cool stuff from him too, and helped him out. And he was an interesting guy. He's the guy that told me he used to buy comic books out of vending machines, and I thought, "You sure you're okay?" And I looked online, and yeah, there used to be comic book vending machines. They were only in about 3 states, but they would have these comic books. You'd put the money in, and I guess it would drop the comic, just like you drop like buy candy bars. There used to be comic book machines. What are humans saying here? Might throw out the link again. He was thinking just what I was doing. Um, I was actually doing it right when he was typing that, and Justin went, "Ha! You were, in other words, you're thinking just what I was thinking. That's what I was doing. What I was. When you see me doing shit, and not looking at the screen, it's because I'm doing that." He was world champion. I'm sorry. He was world champion pipeline master in the early '70s. Mr. Pipeline, they called him. I just woke up and heard Zork leaving. Have to rewatch his appearance later. Actually, it's Zork. This was pronounced Zork. Yeah, that was an interesting appearance. He broke character to become our new. It's like David Nino. If I'm David Nino Rodriguez, maybe Zork will be my 107, the guy that comes and that's obviously has some military or some kind of spooky background that's coming to whisper in your ear about what's really coming. I don't know, but he's it's a little depressing. There's no hope, Gratu. just just bunker down. that's that's probably what P Diddy would say to Justin. Just kidding. There's no hope for you, Justin. Just accept your fate. John Goris says, I don't know if I ever saw that. Comics and vending machines. I might have. I know. We never saw it. I trust me, John. We never saw it. This was something that I read about it. I think there's one machine. If you look up comic book vending machine, if you Google it, you'll see pictures of one that was for sale with its painted blue. And they were 12. I think it's a 12-cent vending machine. This is first of all, this is when this guy was, I think he was a little bit older than me, this homeless guy. I remember him saying he bought like a Conan the Barbarian #1 out of a vending machine. I thought this guy is just cuckoo, man. But he was a homeless veteran actually, because I remember he was always, yeah, I remember now. And he was really into comic books, and I met him in a comic store, and he was homeless, living in his car, and I bought some stuff from him, and the owner of the store bought some stuff from him too. Uh, he had the first appearance of Wonder Woman, the famous first editions, the big digest treasury sized comics in the '70s. He had one that was hardcover. They did hardcover editions of some of those for libraries, and I bought one of those from him. But I remember it was during the last days of the pandemic, and he didn't want to go to the VA hospital because he says they're all infected. They're all infected there. I just don't want. No, he didn't talk that way. He kind of talked like this. They're all infected. They're all infected. I didn't want to go. They're all infected. They're just infected. It's just like, man, you see the people you meet in a comic store. But yeah, I don't think we've seen it, John, because I read it when I researched it. 'Cause, I saw that they were mainly made in uh, Missouri and a few states around in the Midwest. But he saw one in Texas because he was a Texas guy. I miss cigarette vending machines. They were cool. I saw one of the coolest cigarette vending machines. If you go to, what is that guy's name? Pop Comics out of New York. The guy with the little pubic hair beard. He's this kind of weird little guy, but he has the greatest comic channel. Why am I so mean to people? He has just a little beard. It's like an elf. But I'm so mean. And no wonder people hate me. Anyway, that guy, not that he's ever going to see this channel, but my luck, he's watching right now. Anyway, he did some videos in the last few weeks where he was down in a basement going through this collection, and then one where he was in a garage going through a collection, pulling out this most amazing. And he has the best taste. He picks out just the right comics that I would pick, and he rejects just the ones that I would reject. Perfect taste. I must commend that guy. And he doesn't look as weird as he used to. Is that a compliment? Hey, you don't look as weird as it's like whenever you go in and you see someone and you pass them by and they say, "Hey, you're looking good," and it's like, "Oh," in other words, you weren't looking good the last time I saw. It's usually a backhanded compliment. It's like, "Last time I saw you, you look like death warmed over. You're looking well. You might as well just say, you don't look as shitty as you used to." Anyway, this one guy was selling, he was going through his comics in his garage and there's great stuff. And then the guy opens his van and says, "Hey, you might be interested in this." He had this cigarette vending machine that was so incredibly 1940s, that was curved around and it was a little miniature one. And it had all the original packs there on display that were brands that either have changed their packaging or they don't even make anymore. Really cool. I think it was green. It kind of reminds me of what you're seeing right here. You know, the curved green wall. It kind of that little machine looked like that. Yeah, I remember cigarette vending machines because they were always like in the Stuckies or the whatever restaurant, breakfast restaurant you'd go into, there'd be one there, and they, yeah. I never have been a smoker, but yeah, cigarette vending machines definitely remind you of another time. Okay, here's the little show from last night. Let's see what it looks like. You name drop Donnie Cates. You flex like you're a big baller in that. Talk about drinks. I don't even know who Donnie Cates is. You're meeting Donnie Cates. You know bars? I meet Donnie. I saw him. I'm sober. Oh, okay. Very cool. Yeah, this is Sticky Goose. He did a video that he recently quit drinking. And this is this giant person in the comic book YouTube world, Comic Tom. Interesting thing, like just he's very spastic. But anyway, they had a big meeting of the minds last night live. But we need to look at something more important than that. Let's see here. Okay. Right side broadcasting. Are they live? Oh, they're already live. Trump's going to talk. No, that's not live. That's a replay from yesterday. Upcoming. Okay. Live in 52 minutes. Donald Trump he's going to deliver remarks in Prairie du Chien, Wisconsin. He's going to be up in Wisconsin. Prairie du Chien. Chien, I believe, is dog in French. Is that correct? So it's dog prairie. Have you ever heard of must have been, and prairie must be a French word. That Prairie du Chien. Say beanie. Well, say beanie. What is that? Some practical joke you're playing on me? Meyer is like, say what? What? Chicken butt. Say beanie. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Well, I found out this morning, if you guys weren't watching, that I have a Veronica comic from the mid 90s that if I had it slabbed, I could sell it for over $1,000. At least because they just made a facsimile of it, and that made me think I have that comic, and I just saw that I have it. We had Paulo on earlier. We had Zork. Paulo told us about the history of the Portuguese Navy and the Napoleonic Wars. And then Zork came on and told us we need to stock up on groceries and water, and that there's no hope for us, even if Trump's reelected. And oh, and my wife is very sick and isn't going to be able to work today, so I'm going to try to what is it? E pedal. So let me see. Let me hold on a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. Whoop, 1 second. God damn it. Uh, um, Say beanie. Comic Tom wears a soy beanie. Does he wear a beanie? I didn't notice. Let's see. I'm not very observant. Let's see. Post comment. Okay. Here in the chat is a link to a GoFundMe. We my wife is very ill. Well, is that over? Well, she's just not doing well. She got a double hernia during the pandemic, trying to lift a bunch of heavy stuff at some job she was doing in a restaurant. And the doctors say, well, when you lose a certain amount of weight, then we can do the surgery. So she's got that problem. She's got other issues going on, and she's trying real hard to do this job from home. And she's been really sick. She's missed 3 4 days this week. Um, and one of her bosses is like, well, I was trying to call her to see if she's really, but she's got other bosses that are looking out for her that know she's really sick. But anyway, we're getting behind on everything. We got about 33 cents in the bank. We're just trying to, so basically I watched these other shows. What is D-Day? I was watching D-Day Cobra last night, and it's great when you have over 1,000 subscribers. People can just send you super chats, like $100, $20, and then you just read it or whatever, and it's like, wow, that's great. I wish, because I think I've provided literally a couple more than a few thousand hours of entertainment on this YouTube platform. So, and it's all free. And I hate to be like NPR, PBS, or whatever. And and I'm not going to send you a tote bag. Although I might draw you a picture or something. I was thinking about drawing little sketches as premiums, or I could, if you sent me sent my wife a contribution to help out. That she's sick right now with the cold or the flu, and when she wakes up, if there could be, I could say, "Hey, I made enough money on the show today that it would really cheer her up," and then she would have a higher opinion of everything. But anyway, so if you could help out, that'd be great. Um, Fantastic. This link here. Hold on a minute. Let me do some manipulation here. Hold on. How do I do this? I'm doing. I used to be able to do this StreamYard really easily on my computer, but my computer I can't. I can't get the L key to work. The letter L, and I've been doing it on this phone for the last couple of months, and so. But it's hard to do stuff on here when I'm um, on the phone. It's hard to see it first of all. Um, let's see. First of all, I'm changing a little emblem up there. Okay, well, let's try this. What I was trying to show, or someone was earlier asking about the Philippines and comic collecting in the Philippines. Well, since, famous artists like Alex Nino and Ernie Chan, also known as Ernie Chua, came from the Philippines. Obviously, there's comic books in the Philippines, and there's a really cool TV show that I think's been on for several generations. They've made movies, and you can see clips from it, and maybe whole episodes, I think, on YouTube. A character called Darna. It's a comic book series, and basically in the Philippines, it's like Wonder Woman. She looks like this. I was just pulling these pictures up. What I'm trying to add here is, up, up. There we go. I was wanting to show you. If you click on that link, it'll take you to this GoFundMe. It's just to help out. Yeah, we had insurance for what the damage we had from the storm, but it didn't fully cover it. The deductible is we're still having to pay that off, and it's so that and just my wife being in poor health. There's a lot of stress, so everyone's under that stress because of what's going on with the economy. But if you could help out, $20-$30, I'll. If you give me your address, I could probably put together I've got all these episodes of Tomb of Terror, the show, my compilation show. I haven't hawked that since summer before last, I don't think, but I could maybe make, and I'm putting together, keep saying this, a package for Jambo. Jambo needs, I've got his address here somewhere. I need to get, if Jambo's watching, if he'll send me his address again through, I'll talk to him through Instagram. I got to send him some stuff he lent me a couple of years ago. And JD Vance has won the coin toss against Tim Walz and has chosen. Okay, that's breaking from X. It just appeared on the top of my phone. So I guess JD Vance is going to speak first when is that going to happen? The JD Vance Tim Walz. That's going to be great. Someone that was actually in the military against a guy that, well, he was in the military, but he lies about what he did in the military. That's not a real. People in the military don't like when you do that. I probably am the one that made my wife sick, but she got a lot sicker than I am. I'm trying to do something. Just a moment. Oh, that's what it is. Just a moment. Um, okay, now I've got scrolling across the bottom. Of course, when I watch this on my TV, I don't see that scrolling part. But if you're watching on a computer, you might be seeing it. That's the GoFundMe. Whatever. Um, Ernie Chan lived in Oakland. He passed away shortly after I moved to San Francisco. Ernie Chan is not given the credit he deserves. Ernie Chan covers in the mid 70s on DC Comics, and also he worked for Marvel. He did a lot of Conan work on Marvel. But on the cover of Batman, he just did like almost every cover there, right around the time that Kirby came back to Marvel, but wasn't as good as he was in the 60s. And he may just because he was getting older. Ernie Chan was, or it was Ernie Chua. and he'd always have his name signed Ernie Chua and the year, and then no, he had Ernie Chan at first, and then he changed to Chua because his name was really Chua, and there was something happened when he came into the country. He changed his name, or maybe he thought no one could pronounce Chua, and I'm probably not pronouncing it right either. Um, Maybe I was pronouncing it right when I went Chua just now. Maybe it's like that. I don't know. But his art was breathtaking and beautiful. I mean, I loved it. And either whether he signs it Ernie Chan or Ernie Chua, I loved it, loved it. And I just don't see books out about him or that many people talking about him in particular. Meyer says there's a big Filipino population in the Bay Area. Meyer's going to be, he's got some good news, and he's probably going to be out of San Francisco by the beginning of next week, it sounds like to me. So everything's progressing. He's probably too busy to come on today. I would be if I had a move coming up next weekend. But so that means that his channel is he's gonna have nothing but unboxing videos. That's the thing. When you move, you get to unbox all your stuff and find, I didn't know I had this. And it's like, yeah, I always find stuff I like. When the hell did I buy this? Or I'll find something. I've been trying to buy this for a couple of years. I've been looking for this, but I owned it all along. But I was so shit like that. Um, so that it'll be fun to watch, and his new community he's moving to. Community. Listen to me being a communist. His new town he's moving to will be a lot of fun to watch him do his walks around in. So, no one has, I think, did I just see 7 people leave? Or maybe we were always at 30. I thought maybe after I asked for money contributions, 7 people. I thought we were up to 20 people. Say, I might be wrong. Next 35 videos are going to be unboxings. No, I don't think so. I think it's going to be more. It's gonna, well, 35 videos, yes, if each video is like an hour and a half long, um, which is what I think you should do long videos because it'll be fun to watch because it won't just be you unboxing. It'll be you unboxing and creating an environment. It's not just unboxing, it's creating an environment, putting everything up in just the right place, you know. Um, I admire Gary Davis and who he was on last Sunday morning on this show. The way that he puts everything together. I tend to just throw I'm sorry about the language. I tend to throw stuff together, but he has a mountain of Darth Vader heads and figures, and when it's all together, it looks spectacular. And like for instance, over here, I've got this statue of the lawgiver, which would, I don't know, maybe be more spectacular if it was. Turn on this lamp. Cool, this lamp here. Um, I bought this lamp in what used to be a gas station that was turned into an antique store. And it's very much like what Meyer discovered in the town he's going to be moving to. He found a gas station store that was no longer a gas station. It's a store that sells um, automotive memorabilia. And so it's perfect for it to be in a gas station. Well, this one in Texas was, I think it was in Bedford, Texas, and which is kind of a suburb of Fort Worth. And I don't know if it's still there. I forget what it's called, but it had a lot of really man cave kind of antiques, and just really like little fake license plates making fun of LBJ, with a picture of a donkey's butt and stuff. LBJ was, you may think he was a great president, but I don't know about that. So he had this damn thing, man, and I had to get this lamp. Even though that's not automobile memorabilia, he had a thing there that had the box. It was a little, it was a home DJ broadcasting station, and I've looked this up on eBay, and he had it in the back room, and I should have bought it from him. It actually was from the early '60s or probably early '60s, and it was where a little kid could pretend to be a radio DJ, and he could actually broadcast to AM radio. And I remember hearing Rush Limbaugh talk about that toy. He had it when he was a little boy, and that's what got him interested in becoming a radio DJ. Because he started as a guy spinning records before he moved into his conservative talk radio deal in Los Angeles, and then later syndicated everywhere. So that was a cool thing he had. But here's the ultimate thing: he had a camera. I remember it was red and silver, a news camera from a local TV station, Channel 11, KTVT. Channel 11 was, of course, in Zork, if he's still listening. Well, he's building probably, who knows what he's building in his backyard right now. He's it's, um, I picture him like G. Gordon Liddy or something. Um, he would remember the station, and there's a station like this in all of your childhoods, no matter where you grew up. Channel 11 wasn't a network station, it was an independent station. So it ran stuff that used to be on the network. So every morning it would start with Slam Bang Theater, which would run Three Stooges comedies. Yeah, I even saw Flash Gordon, Buster Crabbe serial on there. They would always run the famous studios cartoons, which weren't as much fun. They'd have early Bugs Bunny, the older Looney Tunes. They'd have mainly it was Three Stooges and Little Rascals and Slam Bang Theater, and then all through the day it would be you'd see Get Smart and Superman, the George Reeves series. It was all. Then they'd always have a movie at 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock. It was the 8 o'clock movie, and they'd have one in the afternoon. Anyway, it was just an old, cool station, Channel 11. And before I moved to Texas, they used to have a local guy on there named Icky Twerp. It was Bill Camfield, went by the name Icky Twerp, and he was the children's host on Slam Bang Theater. And it was a nutso uh, show like, Pee Wee's Playhouse, what Pee Wee's Playhouse is based on, the old children's shows that ran cartoons. But he ran Three Stooges early on in the late 50s and helped the Three Stooges have a resurgence in popularity in their elderly days. So much that they started making a few Three Stooges feature films that played in movie theaters in the early 60s, because the Three Stooges had, in the late 50s, once they started being those old theatrical shorts started to be played on local TV stations, kids discovered it and they became big again. And by then Curly and Shemp had passed away, so they had to get that Curly Joe DeRita guy, which I didn't like him, but what can you do? So they became big again. They had a cartoon series where they would host, they would introduce it, doing little skits. And they made some movies. One was like called The Outlaws Is Coming or something like that. And Icky Twerp, Bill Camfield, got to play the sheriff in that because they were paying him back for being the kids show host that brought the Three Stooges back. And the same thing happened in the late 50s. The old Universal horror movies got a new lease in life through Shock Theater, that was the syndicated package that sold all those lot of the Universal horror movies to TV, and then the kids of the late 50s, those baby boomers, rediscovered the Three Stooges. Must have been a marvelous time to be a kid. You rediscover the Three Stooges and the Universal horror movies, and then all of a sudden monsters were big, and Monster Mash, famous monsters of filmland, all those wonderful monster toys of the 60s, all because you had black and white TV. So the Three Stooges comedies and the old Universal horror movies didn't really look as old as they would to kids today, because they looked like everything else that was on television. Everything was in black and white. All the commercials in between, all the news, everything was black and white. So the old shows didn't have the look of antiquity they do to a kid today, who not only are they not color, why are they squares instead of stretching out to fill the whole screen? So Icky, why am I talking about this? Now that's the thing. I'm talking about Icky Tarp. Okay, Channel 11. Trying to trace back my thoughts. Oh, you know what I can do? When I've done this before. This is a great thing for nursing home Alzheimer. Oop.
From God our Father and from the Lord Jesus Christ.
Okay. Well, Darth Vader just told me, "Grace be unto you and peace from God our Father and the Lord Jesus Christ." Thank you very much, Darth Vader, for reminding me of that. And you know, I was saying I was just insulting myself, calling myself a nursing home victim, but because I don't remember what I was talking about. So what I'm going to do? Oh, thank you. I was gonna rewind the live stream on the Roku to see what I was talking. The camera in that gas station got you to Icky Twerp, I think. Thank you, Justin. Justin, I don't even know who you are, but I salute you. I mean, you're a regular viewer, but do you have a channel? I can't tell what your picture is. Is that from the Giving Tree? I can't tell what that is. Um, okay. It looks like the branch coming down, giving, because I'm looking at a microscopic screen here. Okay, so there, channel 11. The owner of this place says that's the camera that recorded Lee Harvey Oswald being shot by Jack Ruby, and it's like, and it's for sale. And it's like, well, you if you know about, you know, you think, well, okay, well, we've got this friend that works for Channel 11. You know, it's like, you can ask him, and you think, well, okay, it was the NBC film crew that was there when they were moving Lee Harvey Oswald out of the Dallas jail, and they were moving him into a vehicle to transport him somewhere else. I don't remember. It was on a Sunday morning that he was shot, right about, you know, on a Sunday morning, November 24th, 1963, right? I wasn't born yet. I was born 2 years later. My family was eating breakfast. You know, of course, everyone had their TV on 24 hours a day to the Kennedy coverage. And my father, who was in the military, he was probably a lieutenant at that point, was eating. And when he saw that guy come out and shoot and put that gun right into Oswald's belly, and he heard that gunshot, he stood up and went, "God damn it, now no one will ever know." But okay, so it was an NBC crew. And it's like, well, okay, well, this is Channel 11. They were an independent station. That wasn't an NBC camera. So I think, well, is this guy full of shit? Because it was not a Channel 11. And then it turns out that the local NBC station didn't have a remote truck. And Channel 11, they were an independent channel, but they had their own news people. In fact, Bill Camfield, that played Icky Twerp, was a local news guy. And so when he wasn't playing Icky Twerp, you could see him on the news and doing commercials with other characters that he did. In fact, he the guy that played Icky Twerp, if you watch this old news footage from you see him interview this young couple that are in their 20s. They might be in their late 20s. They had a little boy. It's famous footage that you see when you see this couple and their little boy, and they're laying prone on the ground after the shooting. They You see them there, and they were rushed to the studio, and they're telling about what they saw live on TV, and Bill Canfield's the one that interviews them. But anyway, it turns out that yes, Channel 11 had loaned their mobile truck and their camera to the NBC crew. So the NBC crew were shooting with a Channel 11 camera, and the camera was there. The lens was no longer on it, but it still clearly said KXAF Channel 11. And my friend Tom bought that camera. Who knows what value that camera has? And he had it just set up on a tripod, and the tripod it was on, in his living room. Now, my friend Tom passed away. I've lost track of time. All I could say is that the last message I had from my friend Tom was calling to ask me if I wanted to go see Doctor Strange. So I would just be able to tell you it was before the pandemic, and it was when Doctor Strange came out that my friend passed away. And his older brother has kept his house exactly as it was. So that camera's still in the living room of my friend's house, but it really should be in a museum. Um, Hold on. Um, Let me just take this. Hold on. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. So that's something interesting that came out of that antique store is the actual camera that I've actually held in my hands that recorded Lee Harvey Oswald being blow my nose. Um, I've got a cold, plus I get a little emotional talking about my friend passing away, but the John F. Kennedy assassination, even though I didn't live through it. Um, Justin, yeah, oh yeah. Um, so not only did Bill Camfield play Icky Twerp, he also played, he was also the local Shock Theater host. So he was promoting, he was promoting two aspects, wonderful aspects of baby boomer culture. So he was well thought of in the Dallas Fort Worth community. They loved him. Kids loved him because he was bringing you Three Stooges and Little Rascals, our gang comedies, and cartoons, and he was also bringing you the Frankenstein movies and stuff. And and then he would get local students from like the drama department at Pascal High School in Fort Worth to come on his show as when he was Icky Twerp, and they dress in. They put on like ape gorilla masks and run around like on oh man, my brain, the brain fades. Come on, man. I can't think of anything. The famous comedian that had the gorillas running around. The Nairobi trio. Why can't it with the mustache and the cigar and the beautiful wife that sings? I can't remember anybody's name. As soon as it just helped me with that, man. It was kind of like that. Ernie Kovacs. Sorry. He's kind of like Ernie Kovacs. I'm looking up footage of Icky Twerp. So I ordered a couple of VHS cassettes of old footage of Icky Twerp from Icky Twerp's or Bill Campfield's son. You know, when you refer to someone as Icky Twerp, it's like, Clayton Moore, you people just call him the Lone Ranger or Adam West. Well, you're Batman. And it's like, no, I'm a serious actor. You just got to give it up after a while and just accept that you're Batman. Fred Gwynn, stop trying to play um, anything but Herman Munster. You think you're in some play playing Pablo Picasso or something? It's just not going to work. Everyone's always going to. What? Who did he? It wasn't Pablo. Who did he play? Um, let's see, Icky Twerp. Oh yeah. Anyway, he was on late night TV. He was man. I it was on they called it Nightmare Theater instead of Shock Theater in the Dallas area on Channel 11, and he was uh, his name was I can't remember what, but anyway, he's the guy that I stole. I used to do an opening on the show, and I stole it from him. When the darkness falls, when the shadows become deep and black, the silent pall of evil settles upon the earth. Who dares to search? Who dares to see what walks in the night? If you dare, welcome to Nightmare. Actually, they just called it Nightmare now that I think about it. Um, yeah, here you look this stuff up. Icky Twerp, the electronic babysitter, a tribute to Icky Twerp and Slam Bang Theater. This is 30 years of comedy, a salute to Icky Twerp. That one I think was they brought Icky Twerp back and did a show about him, and he was still alive. Yeah. My friend's on this. He was on like Thursday before last. My friend Randy, if you remember, he was on Thursday night. So at some point he's on this show. Oh yeah. Oh here he is. Is to life on screen and a musical show featuring a barbershop quartet. Then in 1953, Canfield disappeared from public view. Our research has determined that Canfield was in Fort Worth, Texas the entire time. Bad debts. This went on until 1956. The Nightmare Show earned Canfield national recognition. Anyway, my friend was on the Icky Twerp reunion show, Randy. But see, Icky Twerp went off the air like in 1974, and I moved there in '76. So they continued Slam Bang Theater on after that, but it just didn't have a host anymore. It was just called Slam Bang Theater. It had the original theme song. This is him here. Yeah, all the other cast members that are getting pies in their face are just local high school kids that they got to come on probably free. Maybe they got extra credit from their drama class for that. When the night falls, when the shadows become deep and black, the silent pall of evil settles on the earth. Who dares to search? Who dares to see what walks in the night? If you dare, welcome to Nightmare. That hallway was something the vampire had too. She was earlier before this. This was the theme song that anyone that grew up in Dallas, Fort Worth, including Zork, would remember, because it was from some record. But anyway, someone's put the original theme song up here. But it was every morning you would hear this at 7 as you're getting ready for school. You'd hear this, and they would show this the theme to Slam Bang Theater. Hope this won't give me a copyright claim. Anyway, that's enough of that. It's a great theme. I just don't know. Oh, here's this is an ad from 1979 for Slam Bang Theater, 5 years after he left the show. But I got to put this in my playlist.
And now, on with the show.
VHS was a wonderful thing because it preserved a lot of memories like that. Yeah, I remember that commercial. Man. Um,
When the night falls and the shadows become deep and dark, and the silent pall of evil settles on the earth,
I've never seen the color version.
dares to search,
This has been added
dares to
2
see
years ago.
what
Okay.
lurks in the night.
Yeah, they got some production values here. Let me put this in my playlist too. Add to September. All right, cool. Let me show you. Have you guys seen the Vampira opening from the early 50s? She's the one that started everything, but unfortunately, her career was very short, and there's very little footage that survives of Vampira, very little at all, because it was broadcast live and they didn't do kinescopes of it. The way that they didn't have videotape then. So if you were broadcasting live, the only way that they could preserve it is to point a camera with film on it at a TV screen. So you're actually filming and have the camera pointed at a TV screen. And that's why you have the flicker in those very early TV recordings that were live, like the Honeymooners and stuff. That's not what it looked like to people watching the TV. And it would look clearer to them back in the 50s, but that's how it looks to us now. Yeah, there's very little. This should be probably the opening of the Vampira show here. Very little survives. Very little. Let's see.
Have you ever seen one of these before?
This is maybe not. Okay, here.
What I need is a vampire cocktail to settle my nerves. It will not only settle them, it will petrify. A vampire cocktail. You like it? It hates you. I've had several letters asking whether olives or cherries should be used in making my cocktail. Well, actually, neither is necessary, since they'd only disintegrate upon being put into the cocktail. However, if you want to use some garnish, you can drop in an eyeball.
Well, you can find this footage. What she sounds more like, Elvira didn't really do that. She did more of a ditzy Valley Girl routine. What Vampira did is more like if you grew up with that Disney chilling, thrilling sounds of the haunted house record, that sounds more like Vampira, the voice on that. But the Victorian red couch that other than that, pretty much the whole routine is. We talked about Vampira and Elvira last week, and I predicted that this lady Sarah Palmer, this young lady Sarah Palmer, who goes by the name Pinup Palmer here on YouTube, which I recommend you subscribing to, and who plays Gwen Gooley on the Sven Gooley show. I think she has the potential and talent to be the new Elvira, and actually to to become bigger. Um, because I think she has the comic timing and the charm and everything that she she may actually have more talent than Cassandra. I hate to be disrespectful to Elvira because I've always loved Elvira, though lately her politics and her posts on Facebook. But nobody's perfect, right? Some people. She might be one of those Harris supporters. I'm afraid to say. Okay, well, um, I told you to tell me what you wanted to see, and no one has done that. So goodbye, folks. No, just kidding. What what would you like to see? I'm hoping if I stay on long enough, we'll get to see maybe Kevin will appear from Gotham City Comics. It's a little early. It's right now 9 9. No, it's it's only a little after 7 in the morning. That store won't open for hours, and I was hoping if I was on Saturday that Last Frontier Comics will come on. I had to stop and think because every time I try to say the name of his online store, I keep saying Last Resort Comics, but it's Last Frontier Comics. I have to focus my mind. Last Frontier Comics, Last Frontier Comics. He said if you could, maybe some weekend I could come on and do and appear because I'd like to see old comic books. Um, Do I know if Kevin is feeling better? Yes, I do know that. And he is feeling better, yeah. Because I talked with him Thursday night. Yes, it was Thursday. Because Thursday night he called and very happy. Happy, unhappy. He has a creature from the Black Lagoon sticking out of his wall, like I have. Now, these things used to be for sale for $150 from Walmart's online. Who even knew Walmart had an online catalog? But these are meant to be stuck like in the dirt on Halloween night, so that you would scare trick or treaters. They're supposed to be coming out of the ground. They made one of Frankenstein and I think of the Wolfman, but this creature from the Black Lagoon was the best one. And actually, he's looks better. Not why would the creature from the Black Lagoon be coming out of the ground? He looks great coming out of a wall. Unfortunately, this sucker fell and smashed my Dragula model kit that was built by Joe Riley. And then he fell again from this spot. But luckily, he's been there, and now he's broken off most of his claws. I have the claws, but they're really hard. And this arm is kind of broken. If you look there, it doesn't fit back in properly, but hopefully, no one will notice. But this is my creature. Kevin had one. You've seen it on his wall in his store. Someone asked if he would sell it for $700, and he was. And then he thought, well, the guy actually showed up and bought it, so he got $700. And then one of the one of our viewers that maybe actually be watching now called up and spent $1,000 on the comic books that we showed Wednesday night. He got this buy of all these X-Men and well, yeah, a lot of X-Men and other stuff that he got. And he so he just I don't think anyone had come into the store all day, but just $1,000. And then well, I guess someone came in to buy that, so he made, or maybe it was the day before, so he made some good money. That's better money than I make in a day by 17 times. So he was happy about that, but sad but he wants to get another one. And, you can, oh, but be careful, because if you see an ad for that for cheap on Facebook, people have ads that show that. And in reality, you get this thing that they sell on Temu that's half the size, that doesn't even look like the creature from the Black Lagoon, but it's kind of made to be a boot. There's a bootleg version of that, is what I'm trying to tell you. So be careful. They'll actually show you that, and it's a scam. So don't. So anyway, so he's feeling better. He's great, and Justin says excellent. Yeah, he's great. He's recovered from his food poisoning. And then I think breathing in the fumes of his store being repainted might have exacerbated it. But I don't know. He says no, it was just the food poisoning. Yeah. Oh, Last Frontier's here. Good day, Grotto. I will be on in a little bit. I'm finishing up a few things. It just cuts to him digging up a grave. Okay, yes, well, that's great news. That's fantastic. So he says he used to have a store. I think he said he's in New York, and now he has a house that's like a warehouse. And maybe maybe he'll sell comics to us through the show today. Maybe we'll have a bidding war or a claim sale or whatever the new trend is here on the YT. Ladies and gentlemen. Hey, you know something, gang? I gotta go to the restroom. So how about that? Um, I'm going to leave you to be entertained by. Let's put some music on for you. And Gratu, I'm sorry, Drew the dog will entertain you, who has had a wonderful morning. She wasn't eating her Burt Ward food, and then she gobbled down 2 meals in one. So she's sitting there, like you do on after Thanksgiving meal. That's how she's feeling right now. But she'll entertain you. She's gonna sing a song, and I called this the Hillbilly Hoedown, and I haven't even performed any music for you yet. But perhaps that's what I need to do to generate some GoFundMe money from one of that. Most of you probably already donated, and I appreciate it. Okay, what am I doing? Oh, let's see. Let's go to one of my favorite YouTube channels, Oregon Jukebox. Someone was saying that maybe the reason a ghost hasn't reappeared in this place since Captain Strangelove saw that horrible specter, that hag. Just as I say that, I hear a weird noise. I think it's the cat crying. It's because I play such good music. They say, well, why would a ghost be upset if you move in and start playing music that they love and have cool posters and everything, and you're watching cool TV shows, you're entertaining the ghost, and it's like, man, I lucked out. I'm haunting just the right house. They're playing music like I remember when I was a kid. Man, if you moved in and started playing Puff Diddly Daddy or hip hop music, then maybe the ghost would start effing with you. Maybe that ghost just didn't realize that Captain Strangelove was a cool guy with just thought we were interlopers. Could be. Um, what time is it? Yes, indeed. Let's see. Well, let's see. 14 musical hits for dancing. That's good. Let's see what the cat's up to. What is it, Miss? Oh, she wants us to follow him. Let me. I'm just thinking that the copyright police won't mind this music, but okay, Drew, if you would sing a little bit for them, I'll be back. Oh my gosh, you must have had a black screen. Gotham City Comics. Good morning. Creature Commandos wasn't very good, but Plastic Man was. Damn, that's a shame. Uh, is this the second issue of Plastic Man, Kevin? Is Creature Commandos just not worth buying at all? Jimbo, hey gang, hey Kevin. Was it how bad was Creature Commandos? I was kind of wanting to get that. Shit, it's disappointing. I hear that James Gunn is actually going to be writing the Superman comic. Did anyone hear that rumor? Here's the link. It looks like we're going to have Last Frontier Comics coming on here shortly. And um, anyone else, here's the link to come in. Gotham City Comics, when you get to your store, you're welcome to come on. That'd be great. Yeah, Plastic Man 2. I have Plastic Man 1 in my pile, right? I'll probably need to get that one too. Hey, Kevin, I just looked and I do have that Veronica 28 they did a facsimile of, which I see is like slabbed, going for like $1,000. It's insane. I was wondering if you still have that Veronica facsimile, the Archie Comics facsimile, and you could put one of those in my pile, because if I've got a comic that's that valuable, I kind of like to have the facsimile with it just to show off to my wife. Jimbo says, hey gang, hey Kevin. Okay. Um, I have a situation here where I'm going to have to use the vacuum cleaner. And I'll demonstrate this vacuum cleaner here. It's called a Hoover. You ever heard of that brand? It's an obscure brand. Okay, it's got this water tank on the back. The dog just had an accident. And I'm going to, well, it wasn't an accident because I think she did it intentionally. But so I'm going to need to fix that. So the first thing I got to do is fill this with hot water. Shit. And then a little bit of detergent to clean that. See, it's a canister. So I know there's a better way to do this, but I haven't figured it out yet. So I filled it up to the line with water, hot water, and then I'm going to put some of this. I need to get the Hoover brand. Um, I don't know where to buy. I guess my wife can order it from Amazon. This is for the Bissell, but I'll put some soap in there. Well, that's it for that. Let me get another one of these things. It's really not her fault. I didn't walk her. So, um, I'm back. Did you miss me? Yes, we did. You were out probably doing some business with Robin Hood, right? Out there messing with the sheriff of Nottingham again. Our dog is having issues going outside for the bathroom. Yeah, that happens to every. I mean, she's not an old dog. That's my fault for not. When I started the show, she was still asleep, and then she can't. I should have taken her for a walk instantly. It's the problem me doing this stupid show. It's actually your fault, guys, for watching this show. You caused me to forget to take the dog out. But I'll take her out here in a second. Freitag says he tends to only poop if I walk him around our block. We have a large yard that he can do his business, but won't lately for whatever reason. Yeah, Drew was not wanting to go outside at all for a large part of the summer because everybody in the whole town had to have their roof replaced. And so all you heard was loud mariachi music and hammering. And so she was scared to go out of the door. It was like the apocalypse for a dog, man. It's like the end of the world. Okay. Charlton66 just sent me something. He tends to send me all kinds of cool links. I need to send him. I'm really a kind of a bastard. People send me AOK packages and I never send anything back. And Charlton's always sending me the coolest links on Instagram. And just occasionally I'll say, oh, cool. But I appreciate every bit of it. It's just, I don't really like. Here I am staring at a phone, but I hate staring at phones, man, because it's hard on my old eyes, man. Ha ha, on mariachi music, I'm laughing. Yes. See, the youngsters put LOL, but us old people, we put I'm laughing. But LOL's, I guess, more efficient. But then they tend to use it in their language when they're talking. Oh, that's great, LOL. And they'll say LOL while they're completely straight faced. It's, wait, I thought that you were laughing out loud. That, this is how I laugh out loud. I go LOL, LOL. All right, we're going to do a first in the comic book community. Oh, I've actually done it before. We're going to clean a carpet live on live stream. You. We're waiting on Donald Trump to start. We're waiting on. Is anyone in the? Let's see. Is anyone waiting to come on? No. Jambo, you're welcome to come on if you're free today. We miss Jambo. Jambo is the one of the. She has a fantastic collection of. There should be a stream one time where Jambo shows every one of his Jungle Girl comics all in one stream. It'd be the best thing ever to appear on YouTube. Fartuck, we have a main road at the end of our road. And we have a main road at the end of our road, and our dog is afraid to go even close to it on walks. Oh yeah, because of the cars. Yeah, maybe in a past life something bad happened to him or her. So this thing puts water into the carpet, and then it soaks it, then it sucks it back up. Hold on, I got to move this cord, and it's already. I'm sensing. Of course, I'm probably also waking my wife up with this fucking thing. I'm going to hear about this. Shit, motherfucker. Okay. Okay. I better not have awakened my wife, man. God darn it. Here's the cat, man. Oh, the cat's running away. The cat doesn't like looking into the phone because she sees another cat, and I guess that he, he, he. I call all cats she, and all dogs he, regardless of their sex. My wife gets upset about that. I understand it. I'm misgendering them. It's going to create emotional problems for them. There are things I have to do on Saturdays, so these live streams, I have to do them. That's why most people do these real short live streams. One of these days, I'm going to be doing a live stream when something major happens, like a war or some horrendous, and then I'm going to be able to turn into a news guy. Drew, do you want to go for a walk? I'm going to take her for a walk, man, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we just lost a viewer. You don't like watching me work, do you? That's too darn bad. My wife's brother, what does that make him to me? When someone's your wife's brother, is that a brother-in-law? I don't know what that is. Yeah, I guess that is. He's okay. There was no damage from just a lot of wet rain and wind from that hurricane. We're losing viewers right and left, man. Third, oh, now we're back up to 14. God, looking at the phone instead of that damn shit. Okay. Okay. Hold on, Drew. Be patient. I shoot. I hope someone's contributing to the damn GoFundMe because no, actually, it's not. I was thinking it's the last doggy pad, but we got two more after this. But if you could help, say, could you arrange to let me keep the change for my furry kid? That was a Jerry Lewis 7-Eleven commercial. Say, could you arrange to let me keep the change for my kids from around 76, 77? All right. All right. It would really suck if all this music is copywritten, then I'm going to have to. YouTube will let you edit it out without removing your vocals, but we're just hoping that it isn't. Uh, we need some. Now, the other cool place to go to, clear, is a guy named Take. I thought it was Take, but it's apparently he's a Japanese guy. and he's really into bluegrass music. So if you put TAKE, oh, there it is. Takes Bluegrass Album Channel. He's got two of them. There he is. I guess he looks like the guy that used to run Al's Drive-In on Happy Days. Mr. Maragi or whatever. Oh, he's got 3 channels, man. Takes Bluegrass Album Channel, which has 36.8 thousand subscribers, 4.22 thousand. Oh, man, I didn't know. He has phase 9, phase 2. This is weird. Anyway, almost every bluegrass album in the history of mankind is on his channel out of Japan. So, I don't know. Some of this old bluegrass music is not going to get you copyright claim. Complete Recorded Works, Volume 2, 1927 and 1928. Whoa. I love this music, but oh, come on. Well, let's just listen. Oh, this one's in stereo. Look, it says so right there. Oh, man, if that gets me a copyright, put on your roller rink music. How does YouTube determine what is copyrighted and not, I wonder? I don't know. Their little bots listen to everything. Some things you can get away with. And sometimes they'll say, it's okay that you play that. It just, now your show cannot be seen in Russia or Belarus or Cuba or something for some reason. Well, my roller rink music's upstairs. That's stuff that I actually own, but there is some that's available. Let's see if anyone's put some Rinks records up on YouTube. You never can tell when someone will. You got to spell it RINX and then space and records. And they were records that were sent to on subscription basis to roller rinks with all the current hits, the top 40 hits and whatever, 50s and 60s and into the 70s. And a misspelled record, which is what they're called, not vinyls, by the way, for those of you young whippersnappers. Rinks records. Well, they've got Popeye the Sailor Man, All Alone. Let me show you. When you see these records, if you ever seen them, it looks like it says RNX, but the I is actually hidden right there in part of the R. So it really is saying rinks, like a roller rink, but they have an X, just like when comics is spelled with an X. And they have and they're all timed out for people that skate at roller rinks. But they have everything, even the theme to Dark Shadows and the Munsters. And this guy has got 65 videos, and I didn't know. Oh no, they're not all rinks. Some of them are people playing. Oh, yeah, this is appropriate for all you Beetlejuice people. I've got a bunch on the jukebox over here. I shouldn't play. My wife's sleeping upstairs. I'm really pushing it, man. You were playing that roller rink music in the vacuum cleaner while I was trying to sleep, and I've got to go. By the way, help out with our GoFundMe going. Help my wife wake up in a good mood. Donate just a little small pittance. Alms for the poor. Alms for the poor. All right, Drew the dog. We're going out and walk around. You should try putting on Russian music. Yeah, that Carlin Borisenko before she does her Socialism Saturday show, where she makes fun of socialists. She plays this really cool Russian. Some of that Russian military music is actually pretty cool. It's like, it's like that Conan the Barbarian music I was talking about earlier. Any word on Meyer's move? Yeah, he's going to be out of there. Hopefully, he's going to beat the apocalypse and the rapture too. Yeah, he's going to be out. Um, Probably end of next weekend. I was wondering why I had this light turned on. I turned on the light and started talking about the place where I bought it, and forgot what the real reason I turned it on was to show this lawgiver statue here. And because I was talking about how Gary Davis arranges his collection and has things in order by theme, and I just have stuff thrown together. Like I've got, so I was going to say that this would be really spectacular next to my Mego Planet of the Apes treehouse, and with all my other Planet of the Apes. If I had all my Planet of the Apes stuff together, it would be spectacular. Instead of, I've got Snow White and a Mad Ball and the Green Goblin and the Skull and a can of Colt 45. Our new sponsor, by the way, Colt 45 stout malt liquor. Look at that. That's the way real collectors do. If you're a beer can collector, they open it on the bottom and drink it that way. And that way it still looks like it's not. That's the way to do it. That's how Meyer opens his action figures. So he has a way of opening it where he can put it back in without damaging the packaging. But anyway, that's a whole nother collecting field, beer can collecting. Anyway, I don't know. Is it better to have a bunch of disparate? I don't think I've ever said the word disparate before in my life. A bunch of different kind of stuff together, or should I have a bunch of stuff that all belongs together? What do you? How do you guys do it? Over here, I've got a couple. These two. Well, this guy's from Ultraman, and so is this guy, and that guy, I think, and then there's a Common Rider. So, and then this Easter, but I mean, they're all. I don't know, not really. I don't know. What do you guys think? Okay, Drew the dog. Next priority. I do have. Drew's like, wondering what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, you human? You filthy human. Um, I've kind of done that with these Frankensteins, right? That looks kind of neat to have all the Frankensteins together. And I've got some creatures from the Black Lagoons together, but not all of them because I've got those creatures there. And then over here, I've got a creature from the Black Lagoon opening up a can of Ham's beer. So I don't know. Should everything be together? I mean, I've got a bunch of Rat Fink and weirdo things together. I don't know. Well, here I've got my phantoms together and Frankenstein. There are more Frankensteins. No, I don't know. Tell me in the chat, should these Frankensteins be with those Frankensteins to make an even more impressive display? How would you handle it? Come on, Drew, we're going to go for that walk. The dog thinks I'm mad. So this is another Rinks record. The guy that used to, come on, Drew, the guy that owned the Connoisseur's Groovy Oldies back in Arlington, Texas. He ran that record store. He was an old juvenile delinquent from the 50s that used to go to see Gene Vincent in concert and tear up all the theater seats and with a switchblade and break them off from the floor and a giant, juvenile delinquent Fonzie riot. But whenever he saw a Rinks record, he'd snap it in half. He did not like this music. But I'm omnivorous in my musical taste. I like this music. Come on, Drew. We're going to go for a walk outside. Let's go see the weather, Drew. Come on, Drew. Drew is pulling from me. She doesn't want to go outside. Drew, the dog. Let's go outside. That's my Jim Morrison voice. Drew, let's go through the doors of perception and see what's on the outside. Come on, Drew. Drew, why are you fighting it? Don't fight it. It's going to be groovy, Drew. We're going for a walk, Drew, to the outside. We're going to break on through, Drew, to the outside world. Come on, Drew. Why fear it? Why fear it, Drew? She's not into it, ladies and gentlemen. She's the world's weirdest beagle. Just like you are the world's weirdest viewers. All 15 of you. Okay, well, we're not getting her outside. She's already done her business. Mother from. Ah, well. So, who are you watching this? Okay, I got to go blow my nose. I'll be right back. Drew, entertain these people. Hello. Kratu fell right over just now. He fell right over right after I stabbed him. I'm going to take over for a show for a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. Um, how you doing out there? We're going to have a far out time today. Let's look at some comic books. Um, he's got these boxes of comics here. I wonder what's in them. Maybe we'll find some really great 1990s Venom and Spawn books. Okay. How are you guys doing in the chat? My name is Millhouse Stickerberry. I'm going to take over for a while, and then I'm just going to end the stream. Let's see what people are saying. Our dog will hold it for a couple days now if it's raining and I don't walk him. That's far out, man. You should be saying like between every word.
Unto him be glory in the church by Christ Jesus throughout all ages, world without end. Amen.
Yeah. Let's see what we got here. Others. Well, look, it's a coverless Mad magazine from September of 1968. I know where he got these. You told me about these. Ooh, there's a. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. How dare you? See that Amish buggy going down the street? Amazing. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I had to break character. I heard the clopping of horse hooves on a cobblestone street and knew that there was an Amish buggy going by, and I still find it quite spectacular. Um, I keep this character going, except I don't like the hair in my eyes, man. I can't take it. I don't know how those hippies do it. Uh, I hear birds upstairs, so that means that's my wife's alarm. What time is? Oh, it's 10:01. That's the time she would normally get up for work. I don't know if she asked off for work or yet or not. So I think she's not going to be working today. She's sick. And hold on a second. Man, I just remembered Donald Trump. Man, is supposed to be on. What am I doing? Oh, we're losing viewers, man. We're down to 12 viewers. I better show some comic books because all these babies are leaving. Um, Drew, I've got to show some comic books quick or we're going to lose everybody, man. Let's see. They're probably all tuned into Right Side Broadcasting. Okay. Again, I can't see. Is Greta any closer to being able to have surgery? Yes, she is losing weight. She's lost a lot of weight, but I think she's close. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. They just say there's more complications or whatever. They don't want to do it until someone's down to a certain weight. The hernia stuff, and then in order to exercise to lose weight, the hernias hurt you, so you can't. I mean, it's like a you know, but she's getting there. Yes, and thank you for asking that, Fire Tech. Okay, clear. Yes, I think Trump is going to talk in what was it? Dogtown. Dog. It was what was it called? Some French name in Wisconsin. We must have had early French settlers there. But when I think of Wisconsin, I think of Germanic people. But there it is, Right Side Broadcasting. Although last night it was kind of fun to watch D-Day Cobra doing the coverage of Trump, and he would put on Right Side Broadcasting, but he would talk about his nerd stuff in between. When I say nerd stuff, he's a good nerd. I've always liked him. He's D-Day Cobra. He's the guy that says that today we got another video. As he used to say, I don't know if he still does it, but he's one of the good ones. Oh, it still says upcoming. How many minutes is it? think it says 14 minutes. And then apparently, I didn't see it yet. Oh, let's watch it. I think right about the same time Trump was talking, that Kamala Harris said, went down to Arizona, I think, to stand by the wall that she didn't build and talk about how great the wall is or something. And and he was going to cover that too, but I didn't get to see that. And I think she probably only talked for a few minutes because she doesn't have the stamina. Um, so, man, my eyesight is just totally gone. And how does that happen over the span of? I really like D-Day Cobra, says Meyer. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He's fun. Um, he's one of the guys that kind of got me through the pandemic. You know, there was people that were on during that time period in the pandemic, or people you have a special fondness in your heart for. And Strange Life and Silver Age Dave and all those people. I remember the King of Comicdom and all those people that were. And I guess I was on during the pandemic, and hopefully I brightened the day for some people or made you laugh or something during those years. I haven't been on YouTube long, just a little over 5 years, but being on during the pandemic, I've had people say that I helped them, people that are lonely, just kind of there. And um, that's what I was intending to do. I was always trying to create a funny show and also, teach people a little about stuff and have an opportunity to just, run off at the mouth and talk about stuff. It's just, and so I've always enjoyed it. And if I've made the world a little bit better during the last 4 years have been rough, if you can help a little bit, because I don't know, Cleo's probably waking up about now. She might be, I'd like to see. Let me see. Let me see if there's any little presents. I'm gonna go peek. It's probably gonna be nothing. Let me see if anyone contributed to the GoFundMe. Oh boy, I hope they did. It's like, let me see here. Uh, oh boy, let's see. No, it's still the same. Oh, that's all right. I forgive you. Let's see. Uh, I think the problem is the reason people aren't contributing to the GoFundMe is I haven't performed any songs in a while. So perhaps I could read some poetry or perform some musical songs, or if there's particular books or records or paperbacks or comic books you'd like to see, um, whatever, you could let me know in the chat. I will accommodate you with the. I'll be your performing monkey if you could contribute 10, 20, 15, 1,000. Just kidding. There is a great guy, man, that contributed $500. And I haven't seen him on lately, but he did it anonymously, but I know who it was, and I really am thankful. I'm thankful to all of you guys, even those of you that can't. You're suffering. Oh, we're all suffering. You can't contribute. I understand that, but thank you, and God bless all of you, and I'll be here for you guys, providing there's electricity during whatever might happen over the next month or. Who knows? I mean, we were talking about this earlier. You just don't know what's going to happen during the final month before an election when the other side is desperately frightened and angry and hissing, you know. That wasn't a hiss, that was just Drew coughing. She is not demonically possessed like some people in the government appear to be. Okay, so, oh, we were down to 11 viewers. Well, hell with you, man. What am I trying to do here? Go back to right side broadcasting. Oh, when is this debate? I need to look this up. Hold on a second. Um, Walls, Vance. I keep forgetting these people's names. Um, when is it going to happen? Come on, tell me. Man, these people can't write. Oh, Tuesday. Oh, wow. It's Tuesday? Really? Tuesday, yeah. Who's showing it? What channel? Oh, CBS. God dang it. Dang it. Do I disappear when I do that, or can you still hear me talking? Yeah, Tuesday is apparently when the debate's going to be between Tim Walz and Vance on CBS. So that is October 1st. Yeah, that should be very interesting. Incredible, in fact. Let's see. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. What is her damn name? Harris. Clear Harris. The Harris. Maybe if I just type in Harris Wall into YouTube, I can get her speech from last night. I want to hear how she would talk about the wall being this medieval vanity project from Trump, and now if she's at the wall um, saying it's a great thing, that and the media doesn't call her out on that. Oh, there it is. Campaign remarks in Douglas, Arizona. This Oh, it already looks like it was filmed in a junior high school gym. I'm also a single mom. Look at this here. Look who's walking out. Just some schlub. Hello, my name is Teresa Guerrero, and I'm a native Arizonan. I'm also a single mom. I'm a single mom who lost her son after first losing my husband. My son Jacob died in 2020 at only 31 years old. He died from fentanyl poisoning after drugs. Yeah, who's letting the people in with the fentanyl? Oh, all of a sudden they're outraged. It's Trump's fault. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to I don't mean to negate the horrible thing that happened. Oh man, how long is this? Oh, there she is. Wow. She talked for a whole 30. No, she didn't talk for 13 minutes because that other woman was talking. Officials who are here, Senator rise with courage in such a selfless way to be a voice for others with the anticipation and the hope and the hard work of hoping that anticipation of a new tomorrow, unburdened by the past of yesterday. Sharing your story about Jacob and your advocacy on why we have to stop this scourge is so incredibly important. And again, I applaud Teresa, and I know we all do. And our need to stop this issue is one of the reasons that we are all here together today. I also want to thank the extraordinary elected officials who are here. Senator Mark Kelly came with me. And his extraordinary wife, Gabby Giffords, traveled with me from Washington, D.C. to be here. And Senator Kelly has been talking with me for quite some time. I get this. The importance of this visit. And so I thank you in front of all of our friends. TV slanted, that's the problem.
Attorney General Chris Mays, who just tore up the floor. She is, one of, well, I'm going to talk a bit about it in a minute, but some of the work that I have done in my career as Attorney General, and watching her do the work that she has done as Attorney General really does emphasize the importance of having the right leader at the right time and the right place. And that's who she is. Mayor Hewish, I thank you for the warm welcome. We've spent some time together. You shared with me.
You are
the needs of our
welcome.
community.
And we just been having so much fun looking at the wall and Donald Trump. And, thank you. And busy lives. We're having fun.
I do want to say a few words about Hurricane Helene. I spoke this morning with our FEMA administrator, Chris Well, and President Biden and I, of course, will continue to monitor the situation closely.
From the
We have
beach.
mobilized more than 1,500 federal personnel to support those communities that have been impacted. We have
By the weather that we generated with our weather machines.
and we are working to restore power for millions of people who currently are experiencing outages. And I just want to stress, and for the press that is here, to those who are watching, the storm continues to be dangerous and deadly, and lives have been lost, and the risk of flooding still remains high. So
How
I
is it
continue to urge
that I'm
everyone
her
to
age?
please
It's
continue
horrifying.
to follow guidance from your local officials until we.
Well, I mean, I
get
guess
past
she
this
looks better
moment.
than I do,
So
but
thank you
she's.
all. And now I'll speak about, in particular, the people who are here today and why we are gathered here together today. So Arizona, I think you all know, and this is why you are here, there are consequential issues at stake in this election.
Mhm.
And one is the security of our border.
Yeah,
The
why
United
now?
States is a sovereign nation.
Because you hear that your polls are
And
bad in
we have a
Arizona?
duty to set rules at our border and to enforce them. And I take that responsibility very seriously.
Really? This is the second
We
time you
also
visited in the whole
recognize
4 years.
the United States has been enriched by generations of people who have come from every corner of the world to contribute to our country and to become part of the American story.
And to eat our
So we must
excess
reform
cat
our immigration
population.
system to ensure that it works in an orderly way, that it is humane, and that it makes our country stronger. So I've just come from visiting the border and the port of entry in Douglas. I spoke with dedicated agents from Border Patrol and customs officers who every day see the overflow of commercial traffic through the port. These men and women who work there.
What do you think, Drew? She full of shit or what?
Help keep our nation secure. And they need more resources to do their jobs, which is why
You need a
we
bath,
have
man.
and are in the process of investing $500 million to modernize and expand the port of entry here in Douglas.
Build that wall.
And why last December.
What do you think, Drew? Should we have a wall?
Overtime pay for border agents, and also.
Drew, you've been messing with this pillow, haven't you? The stuffing's coming out of it.
Security bill. Written last year, as you know, by a bipartisan group of senators, including one of the most conservative members of the United States Congress.
Oh, she's going to blame the Republicans for not helping to build the wall because they tried to pass something that gave billions of dollars to the Ukraine, and then also gave some money to the wall. And because the Republicans didn't want to give the money to the Ukraine, they didn't vote for that, and now they're going to blame them as the people that are trying to prevent the wall from. Yes, see, that's how they do it. It's all their fault.
And asylum officers.
It's Trump told those people not to vote for it. It's his fault, teacher.
It was endorsed by.
I'm dumb. I'm telling on Donald Trump for not helping to support the wall. He didn't do anything to help the wall being built. I'm telling.
But Donald Trump
This is who Donald Trump should have as his vice president.
and called some friends and
I
colleagues
am
and said, "Stop
the
this."
smasher.
Because you see, he prefers to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And the American people deserve a president who cares.
What does that say on the bottom? Made in China. What does it say? What is the word above made in China? Can you make that out?
And so even though Donald Trump tried to sabotage,
This was bought at the Forum 303 Mall. We were talking about that earlier.
that as president of the United
This
States,
is
I will bring it back up and proudly
this is a gambling machine, ladies and gentlemen. But what happens with it is when you attempt to gamble,
and let me say, the issue of borders
you pull the arm down, this guy comes out and spits on it.
I saw the violence.
It worked better back in the 1970s, trust me. As I recall, right down here, I haven't put water in this for years, but this is where you'd put the water in. And then you'd pull down the arm, and when you pull down the arm to gamble, it still spins pretty well. The little guy would come up and spit right on you.
Lighting and air conditioning, making very clear.
Wouldn't that be cool if Las Vegas was really like that?
That is making a
Yeah, you try to gamble and you get spit on. I've never shown this before on the Garage Orloff show, ladies and gentlemen. Human beings.
On how they work comes from the fact that I have prosecuted transnational criminal
organizations. Oh yeah, she's prosecuted.
Drugs and human beings. My team and
I let them in and then I prosecuted them.
In the Bay Area with ties to Mexican cartel.
Boy, man.
We took down a gang working with the Sinaloa cartel.
Oh my goodness. She's tough.
We seized millions of dollars worth of cocaine from the Guadalajara.
This broad is tough.
Cartel.
She's got 150 decorated generals on her side that say that she should be the one. She's our new leader.
With deadly results.
And lots of members of the military and
10 years ago that
ex-members of every single member of the FBI is behind Kamala Harris. She's just an incredible young lady. She's ready to be commander-in-chief. She's got the balls to do it. She's got the gumption. She's gonna do it, man. I just know that she's going to be the first president of the United States to be female. It would be so wonderful. Okay, fantastic. Enough of that garbage. I let them in and then I prosecute them. It keeps job security going. I let the criminals in, I prosecute them, then I. Okay. Let's go. How long until this Trump thing starts? How much? Let me see how much I got left on this. Oh, I got 41 minutes left. Yeah. It didn't even start for 66 minutes. What? Oh, it's going to go on at 11:30. There's 588 people watching. Okay, 11:30, man. Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess someone's trying to come in. Oh, cool. Hey, it is. There you are. Give you a solo layout. It is Last Frontier Comics. Wow. It's nice to meet you.
How you doing, Gratu?
Good. So you're out of New York, am I right on that?
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts. Wow. And so you used to have a brick and mortar store? Is that right?
Yep. I had a brick and mortar store from
What happened? I think, what did I do? He froze as soon as I moved him. Oh no. Hey, could you turn your camera sideways to get the CinemaScope widescreen angle? Fill the screen. There you go. You had a
I
brick and
got
mortar. You froze. You were saying you had a brick and mortar store from, and then it froze. Yeah, that's gonna work.
that's better.
Yeah, perfect.
All right. Yeah, I had a brick and mortar store from 91 to about 2004.
Okay. What was the name of the store? Same name?
Yeah, last frontier. Yeah, I'm getting a feedback.
Oh, you make do you think you have are you on a computer or phone?
I'm on the phone.
I'm not hearing it. What is it, an echo?
It's like, yeah, delay echo.
Uh, do you think you have more than one window open? Do you have like
Let's
sometimes
see.
if you have YouTube and StreamYard going, you'll hear the sound from YouTube. Yeah, if you only open if you only have StreamYard open and don't have another window open that has the YouTube feed, that will probably fix that. How's it now?
Uh,
And is there still an echo?
yeah, I turned everything off.
Hmm. How about now? Still echoing?
Let me see. No, I don't think so.
Oh, cool. Then something got fixed. So, you say your house is like a warehouse?
Yeah, it's still getting the echo.
Oh shit. Is it is I people in the chat, or is the echo going out over the air, or is he the only one hearing it? Because that'll help isolate it. If someone would type in or not. Is is it just slightly annoying, or is it completely?
It's like almost a minute. It's like I'm hearing back at me stuff that I said a minute ago.
Oh, then somehow you've got maybe you were on YouTube watching, and then somehow
Oh,
you've got two things open. You're
because I
hearing you.
turned everything off.
Jambo says he doesn't hear it, and so if I mean if you can if it's so annoying you can't handle it, or if you can still, yeah, Graphico One says no echo. That's a new viewer. That's cool. Yeah, there's no echo for them. Can you? Is it going to be so annoying you can't
Well, what
do
I'm
it?
going to do when I get out of here, I'll come right back in and see
Yeah,
what happens.
yeah. Sometimes that works. Yeah, good idea. All right. Do you guys have any suggestions on how to fix situations like this? Usually, it's when that happens, it's because someone has an extra window open. And let me make sure I have the link. In case anyone else wants to come on too. Because I'm hoping he's going to be able to show us some amazing comics he has in his collection. And, well, not his collection, stuff that he has for sale, because this may be pretty amazing. Because, when I mentioned that Laurel and Hardy comic from 1972, oh, yeah, I've got it. And he sent it to me. And that's an obscure thing that most comic stores aren't going to have that particular title. And so if he has that, I bet he's got a very deep selection. So you might want to think of some particular titles that you've really been seeking after and ask him in the chat, or come on the show if you want. I just put the link there in the chat. You can just click on it and come right in. And maybe we can see what we can find in this collection. Yeah. Um, I'm thinking I'm gonna head up to the comic room. Where's Last Frontier located? Asked Friar Tuck. In Massachusetts, but it's not a store you can go into. It used to be, he said, until the early 2000s. He closed the store, and it's now in his house, and he does mail order through eBay. He'll tell us. Okay, how's it now?
Seems fine now.
Oh, cool. Well, then just turn your camera sideways, and we can get started. So you're on eBay? Is that the main source of how you sell things?
Yeah, that's my main source.
All right. So if you can sell things through YouTube, then there's no fees that you have to pay eBay, right? So
Yeah,
maybe.
it's just, I don't have the type of charisma to hack things like that on the camera. It's just
Yeah, but if you're a regular, if you start appearing regularly on the show, then you can do it that way instead of doing your own show. Like Kevin at Gotham City and Mesa comes on, and he winds up selling some stuff to people that are regular viewers. Uh, Prior Tech says, what's the cost of shipping to Connecticut? Well,
um usually Connecticut it's like $6.95 if it's like one or two books.
uh,
Anything more than that, it's usually $9.95, and I usually ship a priority.
okay.
I don't charge more than $9.95, no matter how many books you buy. You can buy 100 books, I'll still only charge you $9.95.
Oh wow. Okay, I'm gonna go upstairs. So look, I'm just let's be quiet for just a second till I get in my comic room. Okay. My wife's asleep. I'm trying not to wake her up. Okay. All right. So what do you have the most of in your collection? Do you have as far as time periods or particular publishers? What?
Um, I've got practically everything publisher wise, but from mostly from the 70s up. I do have a lot of Silver Age and stuff, but that stuff goes quick.
Yeah.
Um, Golden Age, I usually do not sell, only if I get doubles, because I like to hold on to that stuff right now.
Do you have doubles of Golden Age stuff that you could show us? Because Jambo's watching, and he's a big Golden Age guy,
Well,
especially
that
Jungle Girl stuff.
I've got some. I pulled out a box.
Oh, excellent.
I've got doubles of a lot of feral Ajax stuff, which is mostly war
Oh,
from the
that's
Golden
great.
Age.
We love war here.
And the box I pulled, I didn't pull out mostly any stock. I just pulled out like my collection to show of the Golden Age stuff.
Okay.
But if you want to see that,
Yeah, this is your personal collection, not stuff for sale. Is that what you're saying?
this is my personal. There is some stuff for sale in there,
Okay.
but
Yeah.
it's mostly personal.
Yeah, let's look at your personal collection, and then also maybe later we can look at some stuff that's actually for sale. That may get people excited.
Right.
All right. Yeah.
I'm trying to. I've never done this before, so I'm trying to figure out how to work the camera. If I just have to push a button to flip it, or do I have to flip the phone itself? So.
You know what? Captain Strange-Life called me yesterday and said there is a button to flip the camera around, and I said I don't think there is on an iPhone, but he thinks there is, but I don't know how to do that. I would just hold the books up. If you could position the camera where you could just hold them up like the way I do it. I know I just hold it up like this, like the way a lot of people do on YouTube.
I'm
You
I'm
know,
gonna uh, I'm gonna try to flip it.
if you can. If you can, well, that made you sideways, but it didn't flip it.
Yeah.
If you can flip it, that's great. Are you in very close quarters? Because the camera seems to be right up against your face. I mean, you can move the camera back, then. Oh, he's spinning now. That may not have worked. Uh,
All right.
yeah,
That better?
that's better. You don't have the camera right up on you, and you
All
might
right.
have
Let me.
arm room to show a comic.
Okay. Let me figure this out.
This
Didn't
could open up a whole new way of selling stuff where you don't have to deal with eBay fees and all that other stuff.
Right. Um, trying to build a little wall on my stand here.
How
These old,
many how
these
many
old.
rooms of comics do you have in your house, or how many boxes is it?
Pretty much the only thing in my house that doesn't have books in it is my kitchen and my bathroom. So,
Yeah, yeah.
let's see.
Do you sell anything besides comics? Do you have records or other kinds of books, or is it all comics?
I sell mostly it's just comics, some fanzines when I get them in, things like that. I try to stay away from the other stuff because they're hard to come by, to buy in bulk like that. Like people that have like famous monsters or stuff like that are
That's the
people
next
like
question.
you, and they won't get rid of them.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the baby boomers are getting to the age where they're passing away, and that's how that stuff's going to become available. A lot of rock and
Right.
roll records in the 50s and 60s, a lot of monster stuff is going to be in the hands of family that has no interest in it.
Right.
Um, well, um, okay. So, do you have any monster magazines currently for sale?
No, not
No.
no, no. I don't. I used to have a lot of them, but through the years I sold them. Because
Yeah.
that's what I was doing. But I regret it now because I wish I still had all that stuff because I wouldn't sell it.
Do you, when someone requests a particular title, do you look on a computer, or you just go to where the box is and you go and look?
Well, I know where everything is in the boxes, but I also have a database on the computer where I can look and make
Okay.
sure I have it.
Because I mentioned it was, I don't know, 5 months ago, 4 months. I have no concept of time. I mentioned that 1972 Laurel and Hardy book, and you said, "Oh yeah, I've got." You knew almost instantly, and I really do appreciate again you sending me that. That was like Christmas morning, and you sent a bunch of Golden Age comics that were really fun to read, just free along with that. That was so great. So that was really appreciated. So how did you find out you had the Laurel and Hardy for the computer database?
Actually, I just knew. I
Because
know most of my inventory. I do know in my head if I have it or not. It's usually the books I have to look up is more of the modern stuff.
oh,
That's the stuff I would have to look in the database because honestly, I could care less about it.
it isn't it such
So
a hassle, all the restarting of the numbering systems and the uh,
yeah,
different
exactly.
covers. And it's like it used to be there was only one Spider-Man #6, and now there's probably several hundred different versions, different comics called Spider-Man 6, and each one of them has 15 covers. It's so crazy. What about other companies like Charlton Gold Key, the
Um,
Harvey Archie?
Charlton's. I have some Charltons, but the thing about Charltons and Gold Keys and Harveys is that they do sell well. If they're priced well, they
Hmm.
sell well because there is a strong demand out there, but it's not a vocal demand. Like if you watch this stuff on YouTube, all they're talking about is the modern Marvel, DC,
Right.
from Bronze Age to the present, and it's like so everybody gets the idea that the other stuff isn't really sought after, but it is. Now, take for example, you've mentioned before pop comics. Sean. He's a perfect example. Whenever he sees that stuff, he gets excited.
Yeah, he's like me. I see he's like like a weird brother.
Right. That's why I like watching him and like Comic Geek. You know, those guys, they like the stuff we like, and
Right.
but there's you don't hear about the people that are not on YouTube that like that stuff, but there's lots of them.
Right.
And when that stuff does come up, it does sell fast and it sells well. But like I say, you can't overprice it, and that's the problem right now. Is a lot of people overprice their stuff. And
Do you get the impression, is it possible that there's just a dozen fanatic people out there creating the illusion that there's a lot of people? Or do you think there really is a lot of people into that stuff?
I think there's a lot of people into that, like
Okay.
I said, but they're quite. But you know, it's not like take the sports card market which is just millions of people. You
Yeah.
know,
Okay. So, like, if I said, do you have there was a ripoff of Dennis the Menace that was done by Atlas or Marvel called, I think, Melvin the Monster. Would you have that? Something like that?
like right that. No, I don't. I know I
What,
don't have any of them
what
because
about, okay, I didn't mean to interrupt.
oh,
Because what?
when I get stuff like that, it's like I immediately put it up because I know I can sell it.
Oh, okay. And you know the particular people, you have them in mind.
Right,
Like,
and it's like like I said, if it's priced right, it will sell fast because a lot like take for example the Laurel and Hardy book
yeah,
that I sent to you. If you can find that on eBay, but you're paying they've got it overpriced. So people are not going to pay, $60 or $70 for a low grade of that. The
yeah,
grade I sent you was an upper mid grade. It was probably around a VF.
mhm,
And if you price that right, people want it and they'll buy it. But not a lot of people are going to pay, 70 or $80 for that book that's in mid to low grade. And that's the problem right now with the books, especially older books like that. And that is not really an older book in my mind, but a lot of people look at it as older because it was the early 70s. I think like 72.
yeah.
And
Older to me is like when I was born or before, but that one, yeah, that has meaning because of the
right,
situation. Yeah,
like people have a tendency to overprice those books.
yeah,
And that's why they might not seem to sell, but if they're priced right, they'll sell well, quite well.
yeah. So, wow. So, do you have like, um, say, the little monsters from Gold Key? Do you know offhand if you've got some of that or?
No, the stuff I mostly have from Gold Key right now in stock is like Turok, like the late 70s, early 70s stuff.
Okay.
Um, you know, Haunted Manor. Um, I just sold a Monster Hunter this week.
Okay. What
So,
about Mars Patrol from that would be mid
now, when you
60s?
mentioned Mars Patrol, um, I don't have any of that in stock, but a lot of this stuff I can get.
Hmm.
But like Mars Patrol, that stuff is nice,
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, if I had any Mars Patrol, it'd be sitting in my personal collection.
Oh, yeah.
It isn't something I actively go out and look for myself, but if I come across it like in a collection or something, I would probably put that aside just because it's so cool.
Have you ever gotten? I watched that Pop Comics guy go through someone's basement. Did you see that show recently?
Yes,
And
I
dig through
did. Yep.
someone's
Yep.
garage. Do you ever have finds like that?
Um, once in a great while. That's That's rare. But the guy he was going through, he's a dealer.
Uh,
He's a Gary, I think he's Gary Campano, whatever. He's a big time New York dealer.
uh, well, he
So
had great
he was
stuff.
letting him go through his stock and pull stuff out.
Uh, Jambo, you know Jambo? You've probably
Yep,
seen him
yep.
around. He
Yeah,
says,
I've
do you
seen
get
him.
collections in from people, or do you go to estate sales and stuff like that?
I usually around here, like I said, I'm in Massachusetts, and I'm in the rural part. I'm in the western part of the state, central western part of the state. So they do come up once in a while, but it's few and far between when you find comics like that.
Yeah, I go into antique stores here, and
Yep.
people don't really know what estate sales really even are. I've only seen one here. Here in this part of the Midwest, it's they were big in Texas, but here they have auctions as opposed to estate sales. When I guess when someone passes away. So and I don't know how to really get comics here. It's a drive an hour to a comic store, but I'm
Hmm.
oh well. It's probably good for the pocketbook. Actually,
Eh,
Gotham City. Are you by the Comic Book Palace?
Am I by the? I'm about an hour and a half away from them.
Have you ever been in a store?
No, I've never been to the comic book palace. I've been since his YouTube channel. I've been wanting to go up there sometime.
Yeah, he's like a celebrity now. Well,
I'm about an hour away from. I don't know if you heard of Lunch Money Comics.
yeah, I have heard of him. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm close near him. He's he goes to a flea market. I don't know if you've seen his video when he goes to a thing called the Brimfield Flea Market. It's a huge flea market. I would say it's probably might be the biggest in the country. And it
Uh-huh.
happens 3 times a year. And I live like 10 minutes away from that flea market.
Oh wow. Well, no
But
wonder you can find stuff then.
um, one time you could. Nowadays, it's pretty tough because since comic books have gotten a lot of publicity in the past like 10, 15 years, like
Yeah.
everybody, you usually find stuff that's really cheap, a good deal, or you find stuff that's overpriced because people think every comic book's worth money, you know?
Well,
So
yeah.
that
I know
that's
this. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
that when it comes to a buying, finding, deals and stuff like that kind of ended with the publicity, especially with the Marvel movies and stuff.
Right, but you really need to appreciate what you've got. Friar Tuck says flea markets big in New England, and Gotham City says you guys out east get all the great flea markets because we watch on YouTube, and there's a channel Dark Ride Dracula. This couple that runs that, they're more into monster toys and rock and roll stuff than They may be into comics, but they never talk about them. They go to these flea markets, open air flea markets, up New York, wherever they're at, and there's all this '60s monster stuff, more than I've ever seen in a lifetime of collecting. They just see in one morning's walk around a flea market, and I've always heard that's the best part of the country to find old toys. And
Oh,
Tesco
definitely.
V, the musician that has probably one of the best monster toy collections in the world, he's up in that area somewhere, and he finds all kinds of stuff. Friar Tuck says, "How close are you to Dover, New Hampshire?"
Dover, New Hampshire, probably about anywhere in New Hampshire, probably about an hour and a half away. Like
Uh huh.
I know like you guys out there, and like an hour and a half away is like a daily jaunt because you guys are so big out there, and out here everything's really close compared to you guys. So like they're like Boston, like I'm in the center. Boston's only like an hour and a half from me, and to us it's a long way. But you still there?
Oops. I switched to the different Wi-Fi. Oh man,
Oh.
um, what the heck? messed everything up. Okay, there. I'm sorry. I switched to my upstairs Wi-Fi, and can you hear me?
Yep, yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I Friar Tuck says Boston is a nightmare driving wise.
Oh yeah, the secret of driving in Boston is you just go and don't hit anybody. They hit you, there's nothing you can do about it.
Well, when I talk about driving an hour, it's just driving on nice, idyllic country roads with no traffic, just two-lane roads like it's the 1940s.
Mm.
So it's not. I don't know why I complain compared to people that live in like San Francisco or L.A. But it's just I've got an old car that barely. I'm scared of it breaking down. It's the only car we've got. Um, but okay, so. Anyway, you were going to show some stuff from your personal collection. I keep
Yeah,
delaying you.
no, that's fine.
Fire Tech says there's a bunch of comic stores in the Dover area.
It is around where I am. There's the closest one is in Worcester, which is a city east from here, about 45 minutes, and it's a really good store out there. But this is
Ooh,
Captain Marvel Jr. #9,
shit. Great.
and I like the Captain Marvel Juniors because he has a lot of good war covers.
Oh, yeah. Do you pronounce it Macroboy?
Raboy, yeah, Mac
Oh, thank
Raboy.
you. That's why I've always pronounced it. But I hear people say Ray Boy and all this stuff, and I'm thinking, am I
I don't
pronouncing
think
it wrong?
there's no Y in it, so I say Raboy,
Yeah,
but
it's so it seems to be, it's just one of those things. It's like you read about these books in the price guide growing up, but you never meet anyone that has ever said these names out loud until YouTube comes along, and then you don't know who's pronouncing it right. This Comic Tom guy, who's one of the biggest, people on YouTube, he says John Romita, and I'm thinking, what? Am I saying it wrong? But he's a kid. No, it's John Romita. And they make you question it. Um, anyway,
but
that's amazing. That's fantastic.
yeah, it's when I got caught up into comics when I was a kid, it's like the biggest influence on me was the Overstreet, and they had the color inserts in them, which you know
Yeah,
about.
of course.
About and the very first guide I got was the LB Cole. I think it was 11.
Yes.
Overstreet number 11 in the LB Cole, and I just fell in love with Golden Age then, and ever since then I've loved Golden Age above everything. But back then, you never, as a kid, you could never get it, and you never saw it.
No,
So,
just yeah. I go to conventions of these old men that were probably my age now, but they would trade their childhood comics amongst each other. I don't know if they ever traded money, but I mean they would trade Captain Marvel Jr. for this and so the idea of what they were worth money wise is seemed to be I don't know, but those people are probably gone from this earthly plane now, and I just never thought I could afford Golden Age. But there are people like Night Tiger that come on and Jerry the Jitterbug that show you can get Golden Age and not be completely broke, but even at those prices they pay, I only paid $30-50 for this, and I'm thinking, well, that does seem cheap for a Golden Age, but that that's that's a lot of food money for the week. Maybe if when Trump gets back in, I'll be able to afford some Golden Age. But I've always loved. I've wished I could have gotten more. Okay, so what else you got? This is exciting.
the only reason I can get these is because everything I make from what I sell, okay, goes to me supporting my hobby. I
Oh,
don't.
so this isn't how you make
It's
a
not
living.
my. I don't live off of this money that I make from
Oh,
comics. It goes back into it. That's the only way I could get this stuff.
so
I
you have
have
a
a normal
different
job,
career.
right?
This is
It,
not your
it
job.
used to be. It used to be, and it's a big part of it now. But it basically funds. this.
Okay.
And I have a regular job, which I need to pay for everything else. But this is a Crime Does Not Pay 107. I believe this is the Saint Valentine's Day Massacre cover. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that's what's considered by Viro. But I do have some crime stuff. I don't know if you can see it with the Mylar too well.
We can see it. Yeah, that's a great title. I've got some Crime Does Not Pay and real comics because those aren't, well, some of them are high, super high, but and they must, I think they bragged how many they printed of those on the cover, like McDonald's used to brag
Oh,
about how many cheeseburgers they made. So that there were a lot of them printed. Whether they survived, I don't know.
this is a good golden age book you can get for cheap. You can get this
Yeah,
stuff for cheap because there
yeah,
is so many of them.
yeah. I always love crime comics.
The only ones that have a tendency, the one with controversial covers or
Yeah,
extra gruesome electrocution covers, things like that.
right. Of course, yeah.
Um, we got a bunch. This is actually a Silver Age, and I am going to be selling this. Just happens to
Ooh.
be in this box. But this is Action Comics 253. It's the second appearance of Supergirl.
Oh wow.
So
Oh, cool. So what would that sell for approximately?
this one, I'm just giving. I haven't really seriously sat down and graded it. I would
Oh,
say,
okay.
I just say it's probably a fine plus. Probably anywhere between 150 and $200.
Hmm.
It might even be cheaper than that, but
It's so great that you use the old grading system instead of saying a 7.2.
yeah,
I,
I'm purposely going with the old grading system just because
I
I know
love
you
it.
don't care the numbers. I don't care
Oh,
for the
well,
numbers either,
you're
but
doing it for my benefit? Okay.
oh yeah, that's why I kind of not. I didn't bring out any slabs.
Oh, well, you can show slabs. I won't. People are starting to get scared of me. No, you can show slabs. That's fine, especially if you're trying to sell them, because hopefully you can make some money out of today's broadcast. Jambo, you want to come on and be a little square here in the Hollywood Squares? Then you, because if I know you got a lot of stuff going on in your.
Well, this book I won't show. This is a flea market find. Actually, it's a crumb book, Dirty Laundry Comics, but underground. But it has a nude cover, so I won't
Okay,
show.
I think I know. That's
It's a
not the
it's a
one with the
laundry,
guy
dirty
peeing in the
laundry.
toilet. I think that's High Tone Comics, the one with the guy's peeing into the toilet on the. That was
Uh,
always so funny that he's drawing in this 1930s style, 40s style, but it's the most perverse stuff. I think someone's coming in. Could be. Oh, it is Jambo. Hello, Jambo.
Hey
Friar
guys.
Tuck says you can. Hey, how are you? Friar Tuck says you can show the slabs, but need to crack them on this show.
oh, I can't.
You don't.
The
You
ones I
don't
got,
have
I
to
can't
do
crack.
that. You
I
don't have to
can't crack
crack.
those.
The reason that Gotham was cracking those is those were his personal collection. He wanted the House of Secrets out of the slabs. You don't have to crack. I'm not that much of an asshole. Everyone thinks I. Uh,
But
all right.
I got some Archies I'll show too.
Oh
They just
shoot.
happen to be in sequence. This is a Jughead annual number 8. It's
Ooh.
only a Silver Age, but I like the alien cover. I like anything with alien covers on them, especially Archies.
Oh yeah, me too. I was thinking I've got to find that Archie or Jughead with the creature from the Black Lagoon, and then it turns out I have it already. But
Oh, that book, that's a book I want to get.
I think
Oh,
I
It's
have it,
always
or
good
maybe
when you
I've
find
dreamed
out you
that.
already have it.
How often has that happened to you, Jambo, that you've been seeking after
More
something you already
than
own?
more than I would like to think. Yeah, it happens quite a
Like,
bit.
shit, I already had that. Oh my God.
this one right here is Archie 78. It's a famous innuendo cover. but
Okay.
you know, but
What is it saying on it?
okay, they're in the car, and Archie says, "I guess you got to work. Guess you got the working of the brakes and the accelerator down pat, Betty." And Betty says, "This learning to drive is the most, Archie. What's next?" And he says, "How to get the feel of the clutch." And she goes, "Oh, Archie, that's even more fun than learning to drive."
Uh, that's
So,
uh, that's almost like that time I actually believe they really did intend that. I don't even understand the joke any other way.
yeah.
Because
And
I
they,
like to believe that it was all innocent, but
yeah, it wasn't. A lot of that stuff wasn't. A lot of those guys, it's how they, because back then it was basically a regular job when you went to do comics. You went
yeah.
to the office, you sat there and you drew all day, and you didn't
Right.
get paid much.
But you
And
don't want to jeopardize your job, your
but
income for your family.
they would throw things like that in there, and just to liven up the place. And they never really said anything because it wasn't so in your face, so to speak,
And
for kids.
now the stuff they drew that they showed at the Christmas party probably was,
Yeah.
you can only imagine.
This is an Archie's pal Jughead. It's another alien cover.
Oh, that's great. None of this stuff is for sale unless you say it is. Is that correct?
Right, right.
Right. Okay.
Um, that
Well, Jimbo, you're kind of the same. You used to have a store and now you sell stuff at conventions. You're kind of, except you don't have an ongoing business really.
Right, right.
You have a regular career.
Yeah, I haven't done any conventions in a little while now, but yeah, kind of similar situation.
Yeah.
Except he probably has more books than me.
um
Well, he says they're in every room in his house except for the bathroom and kitchen.
I've got like 2 rooms full, so
Yeah.
I mean,
these next two I'm gonna show, they're War Furies from their Don Heck covers.
Oh, great.
And I'm actually not a big fan of Don Heck, but
He's the guy that had the bullet hole to the forehead cover, right?
yes.
this is the series it came from. That's the only one I don't have. I've got three. I got 2, 3, and 4. Um, I don't have the number 1 that has that. I want to eventually get that one, but this is number 3. Got a grenade coming in at him.
Yeah. That's a spectacular cover. Especially the logo, which other people call trade dress, but I call it the logo. That's fantastic.
I, I know a lot of people like his horror covers where he did just the head. He would just do
Oh
the
yeah,
head of like a wolf man or a vampire, or
yeah.
I didn't care for those. I just thought, I mean, what's the big deal just drawing a head? But
Well, you can cut it out and make it a Halloween mask, and
that
then
is
regret
true.
it decades later
Mhm.
that you destroyed the comic.
This is
I,
War Fury number 2.
Now that famous cover he did with the bullet hole in the guy's head, I think he just took that from a war comic he'd drawn where the guy was upside down, shot in the forehead. Isn't that right?
So that's number 1. That's War Fury number 1.
Okay.
That
He,
has that one.
he just turned the head around and made him.
Yeah, these are great.
Yeah. Do you have any of these, Jambo?
No, I don't have that much Golden Age war, but yeah, those are great.
Now,
So,
Last Frontier is. Do you have a first name or a YouTube
my
name
name
you
is
want to use?
Scott. Scott.
Doug? Say it again.
Scott. Scott.
Scott.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
got
my
it. Okay.
hearing. Scott. Okay, cool. Well, do you have any Jungle Girl stuff, Scott?
I have some. I have some jungle. Let's see.
That's for sale? Because if Jambo doesn't want
Well,
it,
that's okay. He's probably
well, it's always I don't have enough. You've got like a huge museum class collection, but I've always loved that stuff. I just
This is Jungle Comics 55. has Matt Baker art in it.
So you're like Eric Brain. You can just immediately just reach a foot over and pull out anything that's asked. It's like a magic trick. Oh, beautiful. Do you have that one,
Yeah,
Jambo?
those are great. I think I do. Yes, yes, that's a great,
Ooh.
great cover.
Is that your personal collection on that one?
These I'm willing to part with just
Not even
because I'm
bagged.
not
I love it.
really just. I
There
got
you go,
these
Josh.
at a
That's a good
fairly good
cover.
price.
That's a Maurice Whitman cover too, I think. So yeah,
Yeah.
nice.
Well, I'm trying to do a GoFundMe because we're broke, and I'm thinking, oh man, that's right.
I got a
Yeah,
lot
send
of
me the
fiction
GoFundMe
houses.
so I can buy some more. Buy that. No, we're trying to eat
It,
and pay bills.
what would you want on something like that? I mean, if you
Yeah,
were going to
that's a good
sell it.
question.
To be perfectly honest with you, I don't know. I would have to check because, like I said, I get the price I bought it at a while ago. I think this is like a fine. So I know it might be. I'm just giving a range anywhere between $75 and $100.
Okay.
Okay. So that was in a bag. You had just taken it out.
Yeah, I took it out
To clarify, I
because
just
there's big stickers on front of the bag, and I didn't want that.
Oh, okay, okay, all right. Well, that's okay. That's cool that you keep the original
Now,
price
do
of what you
you
paid
put
for it.
most of your books in the archive Mylars like that, or did you buy them
I
like
keep
that?
I keep all my golden age are in Mylar.
See, I like those archive Mylars. A lot of people don't like them because you have to be careful when you put your book into them. If
Right.
there's like a snag or something, it will tear the book.
Yeah,
But
you
you have
just
to
gotta
I'm
be
be
very
thinking
really
that
careful
because
with
they're
them.
hard.
But
And if you
air
have a
gets into
brittle
the
book,
book, it allows it to breathe, and
careful.
they present really well in those. They look good. So
Because
I,
that's the one problem with slabs is that eventually you got to change them out.
yeah,
And I
really?
think they did that. They did that on purpose, just so you had to reslab.
right.
That's
They have that
terrible.
charcoal type paper inside of them,
Yeah.
to absorb a lot of the acid that breaks down from the paper. But like you said, over years that only goes so far, So
And plus, they're having problem with that archival paper actually eventually cutting through the book.
What?
Yeah, through time it can cut. It's been known to cut through some of the books.
Oh shit!
Um,
It's such a. We ought to just collect. We ought to just switch to model railroading, man. Those things are going to be around hundreds of years. What are we
it,
collecting?
it's
Stuff
like
made out of paper.
the stuff I have in slabs is that the main reason why they're in slabs. Well, some of them because I bought them that way, but another reason is that if something happens to me, my family can. It's easier for them to sell.
Yeah, yeah.
It's easier for them to see the prices and sell and get a decent price for them.
I was somewhere the other day and picked this up and was
Oh
just
man.
kind of amazed that it had survived as long as it did. It's from 1908. It's a dime novel from
Are
back in
those
the day.
I was gonna predict it was about that old, like
So
130 years old.
I mean, and it's in pretty bad shape, but I mean, I'm sure it was read a lot. But if you look at those staples, they're really big. They're a lot bigger than the golden age staples and stuff that was used.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's dirty and everything, but I mean, that's over 100 years old and still there,
Yeah.
still around. So
How did you come by that? Just through mail
it
order?
was in a flea market in a little small town here in Kentucky. So
Wow, that's cool.
I
I'm
have.
sorry, Scott. Go ahead, man. I just
No, that's fine.
Friar Tuck is
That's fine.
complimenting you on your hat. He's tired of the blue and yellow socks. I've been a Sox fan since '85, says Friar Tuck. I thought
Yeah,
you
I
were in
don't
England,
buy
Friar
them.
Tuck, and Sherwood Forest. Oh well. All right. Yeah, keep showing books, man. Don't let me get you sidetracked.
This is Kanga number 14.
Oh shit.
some more fiction house goodness. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I got loads of Fiction House.
Oh, that's good words to hear. I didn't even, why didn't I say, do you have Charlton Gold Key? I didn't even ask about Fiction House. I guess I'm so programmed to think I could never afford it. But that's the best stuff ever.
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, a lot of great artists in Iger Studios back then.
Oh yeah.
And then when you realize they were great as pulps too, the same company making pulps before that, they were,
Yeah.
the covers were fantastic. Hopefully, no, well,
It's
I don't
it's
like,
too bad that a lot of the Iger stuff you just don't know who did it.
Yeah.
yeah.
This is Wombi the Jungle Boy, number 17.
Wow. Look at those colors.
Yeah, yeah. Your Fiction House seemed to be pretty bright.
Yeah, and lucked out on that. Yeah,
Has
because I
anyone
got
figured
a
out
lot
if
of
that
cool
was,
ones too.
have they faded over time, or during the printing process did the colors get lighter?
It's the
Is it?
printing process because the ones that first came off the presses are the bright ones. And as it went down and the ink was running low, they just kept on printing.
Yeah.
So,
Well, Friar Tuck says, "Where's Night Tiger for this show?" Yeah, it'd be great. I haven't contacted him. I didn't really know, but I just saw his name appear at the top of my phone because he just liked something I did on Instagram. So he may not know I'm on. So if someone is got him in your Rolodex, if you could text him, I'd be glad to have him on. He may be hanging out with his family though today or something.
I'm trying to see which ones
I'll send him a
Or dealing with the storm
text.
aftermath. Hopefully not. I don't know what part of Florida he lives in.
showed that one. I showed that one. A Kanga, a Wumba. Here's another Kanga, Kanga 13. This one is
Jumbo look up when you said that.
this one's in real nice shape.
Oh yeah, let's take a look. Are you having? Do you have most of these, Jumbo? That he's been showing.
I think I've got most of the Kanga
Oh
stuff.
damn, that looks like Jane Russell. I love that
Yeah,
green of
that's
hair
another
there.
great cover.
Now these are all your personal collection. These ones you're showing.
Um, the jungle ones I'm willing to sell.
Oh, okay. Oh, cool. How much would that one be approximately, or do you have to think about it?
I have to, like I said, I would have to think about it because I haven't actually actively tried to sell them at all.
Yeah.
I know that's probably another one that might be around $100.
Well, if I can get on my feet before summer, maybe I could get a few of those from you. Do you now they've got those weird little dots around the two A's. I don't know what that's supposed to mean phonetically. Jimbo, would you pronounce it Kanga or just Kanga? I have no
I
idea.
always just said Kanga, but I'm
Yeah, me
I'm a
too.
hillbilly from Kentucky. That's
Well,
what I know.
I'm a Texan, but it just seems like why are those dots there? Are they supposed to mean Kanga? I don't know. I don't even think they mean anything. But
There's another jungle. We got another jungle here. This one is jungle number 154.
I put the link in the chat again in case people are trying to stumble in here. Because everyone's always, well, oh shoot, what did I do? What did I do?
Oh, that's a great cover. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he's back.
Am I back?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was trying to
Did you
post.
see the last one?
Huh?
Do you see the last jungle I showed? This one?
No, I don't think so. No, I didn't. No, that's great. Wow. Yeah, I never even thought you'd have a bunch of Fiction House jungle stuff. That's great. Okay, so here's the link if anyone wants to come in. Anyone's welcome to come in at any time. Library 88 says, hey, all beautiful jungle comics. I haven't seen them in this high grade before. Yeah, no kidding. What about the Fiction House science fiction? Do you have that stuff too?
Sure.
Oh shit! This is going to be. Are you able to hang
Yeah.
out for a while, or do you have like mow the
No,
lawn
I'm
or
fine.
something? Oh man, this
You
is going to
got
be a
this.
great live stream, man. Eventually,
So
Gotham's going to show.
I have quite a bit of oh, I'm going to show this jungle because I like this cover.
Yes, we'll never turn down a jungle.
It's a jumbo actually.
Even
That's
better.
just it's still a jungle comic, you know.
Yeah.
It's as long as there are jungle people in it. Although I don't know, the Jungle Boy isn't as interesting to me as these.
Wombi.
I don't know. I don't know if I would spend $100 on the Jungle
Yeah,
Boy
Wombi's
because there's no girl on the cover. Let's face
This
right.
it.
is a nice Sheena cover.
Ooh,
It's jumbo 122.
Oh
oh,
yeah.
that is beautiful. And that spine roll could probably be fixed by someone that knows. Yeah, that's a classic one. That's like one of the best. And the colors are bright.
Yeah,
Maybe the spine roll would make it affordable to me.
Mm.
You
the
have that
spine.
one already, Jimbo?
I will never
Yeah, I have
attempt
that one.
myself. This is cool too. It has Matt Baker's Sky Girl in it.
Yeah.
Oh shit! You have that one, Jimbo? I don't know if I
Yes, I
heard.
do. I think
Oh,
that one is at least a partial Baker cover on that one too. But yeah,
oh,
Baker does those Sky Girls are so great in there. The panels and stuff he does, just fantastic.
yeah. Library 88 is thanking you for taking them out of the bag. Last Frontier. Wow, that Jumbo is
I'll do that.
gorgeous. You don't have any Warren, Erie, or Creepy, right? Or those?
Um, I have the only Warren I have right now is I have a pretty good grade creepy #1.
Okay,
Oh,
I
nice.
asked because Emsh, that's one of his fortes, and he's really looking for that eerie cover with the the the
I'm gonna tape these while I.
with the Frazetta cover with the Cleopatra looking Egyptian queen, yeah.
Oh yes, yeah.
And I am too, but I'll let him have first shot because he's been looking longer than me. I always thought I had it. It's like, oh, I don't need that. I've got that book. I probably passed it before when it was affordable because I had that creepy that reprinted the cover and thought I had that one.
I do have some planets that are not slapped. Let's see. They're there. Not good. Here's some planets. This
So
is a
in reality, slabbing a comic is more dangerous than keeping it unslabbed. What do you think?
um. It's. I think they're good. Slabbing is okay if you want to preserve them. Like you said, you can't read them once you slap them.
Yeah,
But I mean, if you're gonna read it, and if you slap it is a good protection from it, and plus it's good if you want to resell it, which is. But the thing is right now, in my opinion, people who buy Golden Age, who know Golden Age, don't really need it slabbed
yeah,
Right.
because they can because I'm going to tell you the grading, they're not the expert like they say they're the experts on grading. They're not. I mean, all they do is they hire these people off the street and they train them. I
right.
mean,
They're
you can
kids.
right, and their grades are off.
Mhm.
Like I know
Well,
there's a company that puts out their own. You can buy slabs, and if you want your book to self slab your book, you can. But it's not great. It's not professionally graded. You can just buy the case if that's what you want. But me, I try to buy everything on unslabbed unless I have no choice.
right.
Here's a 22 I got the other day.
Oh, hold on. Let me. Oh wow! Look at that. That's got a lot going on in that cover.
1940.
How much? I think I've asked you this several times before, Jambo. How much? What percentage would you think of the fiction house output has been put out in those hardcover books from like PS Art books and stuff?
Percentage wise, probably like maybe 20%, something like that.
Oh, okay.
There's a lot of
So,
stuff still that they haven't, got done
and
yet. But
maybe people just don't care enough, right? But yeah, I just. But even if I wanted to get all the hardcover reprints, I couldn't afford that either because there's so many of them.
yeah,
But anyway, yeah, keep going, man. This
those
is
those
great.
planets he's getting ready to show is going to be fantastic. I love
Yeah,
planet
I have a
comics.
feeling if they're the same non-fade. Oh,
This is Planet 53.
oh,
Yeah,
nice.
yeah, that's where they're tying them to those giant rockets or whatever. There,
Yep.
he's got her across his back. I mean, you look in the background, all
Yeah.
those other girls are strapped or tied to those rockets or whatever those are, giant electrodes, something like that. Some
I
kind of
came
phallic
downstairs
symbol
to
or
see if.
something. It looks like.
Yeah, I was thinking that. I didn't want to say it. This Trump rally thing is still not started. Let's see. Imp says the dots are supposed to soften the A sound, so it should sound more like con- conga. Okay, all right. I believe it. Library 88 says amazing jumbo cover, Jumbo, pure
Thank you,
chaos.
sir. Appreciate you.
Yeah, it is. It reminds me of those timely World War II covers, where it's like some little kid's fever dream, It's like the heroes are gigantically out of proportion and destroying battleships and stuff. Library 88 says, "Wowza, love seeing Planet comics with actual color left on the cover." But see, but what you're saying though is that these didn't have bright colors that faded over time, but they were just lo- further on in the printing process were the colors getting lighter. Is that what you're saying, or
Yeah.
does anyone really know for sure?
I don't think it's an exact fact, but from what I've heard from more than one source, it's because comic books were throwaway items and they just
Yeah.
ran until the ink ran dry practically.
Okay.
And
So
the later in the print run you get until they restock the ink, they just start fading out.
yeah, okay, that makes sense. Which so that means that if you've got a fiction house comic, the colors aren't going to start fading on you. That's the the fear. Of course,
Right.
it's all this stuff, we're thinking, oh my gosh, this paper they put inside the slabbed book is gonna eventually, yeah, but this isn't gonna happen in our lifetime. It's like, oh my God, I'm like almost 60, and it's like I'm worried about something's gonna happen in 40 years, man. And I'm like, maybe I need to just forget about it. But
But
you have to
Enjoy the
accept
now.
mortality.
that's
Yeah.
like I get a kick out of these you watch these guys on YouTube and they have all their books plastered against their walls and everything, and they
Yeah.
got all the lights on them, and it's like, you're not doing them any favors.
Yeah,
Right.
well, I know for sure that those bulbs that Obama forced on us that have curly cues, those are fluorescent. It's like you don't want fluorescent light around comics.
Yeah,
Nope.
But
it's a
I
bad
don't know
deal.
if LED lights are okay for comics. I mean,
So they say.
yeah, it's like I never trusted those curly Q, whatever they called those bulbs. Um,
This is Planet 33. It's a Lily Renee cover, one of her classic covers.
Yeah, that's a beauty. Wow. Love those Planet comics, and some of them have like the nice breathing apparatus on the people, with the jars and the backpacks with the air tanks and stuff. They're so
Yep.
cool. That one's a great cover.
I can show you a planet that I do have for sale. Well, which is going to be for sale. It's Planet Comics 54, but it's low grade. Somebody put a bunch of staples in it, in the spine to keep the cover and everything attached.
Okay.
But it's real pretty cool cover. Just because I'm going to upgrade it eventually.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's a great one. Nice. That's one I don't have there. So maybe sometime in the future, Scott, if you're wanting to sell it, I'd give you a holler.
Yeah, that's fine. It's like, this is one I'm upgrading. I'm going to try to upgrade.
I missed out what was just said. Or is that one you're interested in, Jambo?
Well, maybe sometime in the future if Scott
Oh,
gets
okay.
him another one. I think he's wanting to upgrade and get a better
Oh, okay.
copy because
So,
it's such
okay,
a great
right.
cover. Yeah.
I was just about to ask how much would that
Well,
how much would the extra
I
staples
mean,
lower the
yeah,
price?
yeah. If you
But
want it, go ahead and do
Honestly,
it.
this one
no,
will
I don't have any money,
probably
man.
I'm trying to finish up my
this
jumbo.
one will probably be around anywhere between 75 and 100.
Oh, see, well, that's a good price.
Yeah.
Planet seems to go for a premium over the other titles of fiction
Oh
now.
yeah.
Well, there's science fiction fans
Yeah.
that are added to the comic book fans. So there's kind of a crossover. It's not as many Edgar Rice Burroughs kind of jungle people
Mhm.
that are left anymore.
Um,
It's Werewolf by Lunchtime. Hey, buddy.
Oh yeah, I've been ignoring the chat here. Let's see. Imp says Erie 23. That's the one he's looking for. I am too, but he gets first. Yeah, they're like $200. I was surprised. Library 88 Beauty. I went out to grab a coffee. Glad I caught that planet cover just in time. Yeah, Werewolf by Lunchtime says, "Hey guys," and Imp says, "Erie 23 is one of my favorite books in my collection. I could stare at it all day." Erie 23, that is, yeah. Yep.
So, didn't they reprint
Um,
that in Creepy or something like that?
yeah,
The Eerie,
they reprinted that cover on Creepy in the late
but it's
70s,
just
which
not
is
as
why I
cool unless you
probably
got the,
bypassed.
yeah.
Yeah, but it looks so much better on Erie because they don't have any text other than the Erie logo, and they don't spoil it with,
Okay.
great big issue, and so I think I bypassed that Erie so many times thinking, oh, I already have that issue, but it was in reality I had the Creepy issue, and now this new Warrant Publishing is reprinting a lot of the old Frazetta covers on their new Vampirus Carmilla and Shutter magazines. So they'll have been like they have one coming out with Frazetta King Kong with the girl big and
Oh,
King
yeah,
Kong
yeah.
tiny in her fist. They're reprinting that cover again, which was used for Warren. Um, Library 88 is complimenting you on your prices. And
this one right here is it's a classic Ranger comic cover. It's Rangers number 26, the girl in the parachute.
oh yeah,
That's
that one
awesome.
is you know what? I put a picture of a painting. Well, it was a pulp cover with that same image, except it was painted. And I forget what issue it was, and I put it on Instagram. And Captain Strangelove contacted me and said, "What did he was?" Because I think it had the same name. And anyway, people into comics don't know about the pulps as much, and that image was reused. That's just a redrawn pulp cover, as
Right.
I recall. And so
Hmm.
he'd never seen the pulp version. He was wanting to get that. I think he probably has that one. And so that was
Well, that's
about
great,
it.
Scott.
Yeah, these are great.
Yeah, Rangers is my favorite title of the fiction house.
Did you, Jimbo? Did you send a message to Night Tiger?
I did. He says he's been working a lot, and
Uh,
he just got into his comic room for the first time in a long time last night, and
oh,
was really excited. So yeah, I'm
oh,
guessing he's probably busy today. So
oh, that's
yeah,
fine.
I told him, what was going on, that Scott was on here showing some great Golden Age
No,
quotes and
the
stuff.
next question, I'm sure people are watching that are asking this, is like, how do they contact you if they like to get one of the books you're showing? Uh, you have an eBay store, but is there
Yeah,
another way they can contact you through Instagram or
yeah. I have an
email?
Instagram, which is it's either Comic LF or Last Frontier 92. Last
Okay,
Frontier
Tier
92
92.
92 on Instagram.
Um,
I put pictures up once in a while, but that's probably the best way to contact me.
do you when they now? Okay, so how many books do you have up for sale on eBay currently?
Right now I'm close to what, 10,000 books.
That are on there right currently?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh
but
shit.
Wow.
That's
but
pretty
but
much
like I say,
everything.
most of them are bronze to modern. Um, there is some Silver Age up there too.
Yeah.
But like I said, the Golden Age, I haven't put any up there. Um, like I said, there's some here that I'm gonna put up, like the Jungles and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, let's keep looking at the fiction house, but that just
There's
made me think,
the
what about the Marvel and DC horror bronze comics that was what got me into everything. I wonder if you've got a lot of House of Mystery, House of Fears, Ghost
I have
Unexpected Witches.
some. I have some. I haven't put them out yet, but I do have some Bronze Age DC horror.
there's Hans on there now,
What?
Captain.
I'm sorry, I got distracted by Donald Trump
Oh,
starting his live stream here. Okay, hold on. Now, what is going on now?
I do have some DC Bronze horror I'm going to be putting up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'd love to see that, because that's my that was my childhood, just like that Laurel and Hardy was. Werewolf by Lunchtime. Has anyone watched the Wyatt Earp versus the Cowboy Gang on Netflix? A superb and informative documentary that I highly recommend.
Oh yeah, I watched
No,
that. That was
but
cool.
you know what was really cool was the Wyatt Earp Bronze Age Marvel. I'm sure it was reprints of '50s stuff, but I love the logo on it. But when it was still a window box, picture frame, whatever you call it, early Bronze Age. Those covers were great. Strange Life says, "I'll buy some of those Planet comics." I think he's serious. So you might have made a sale there. Hey fellas, late seeing the show. What's your eBay store? Um,
It's
okay.
it's Comic LF, or if you put in Last Frontier Comics. If you do a
Yeah.
Google search on Last Frontier Comics, it'll link you right to the store. Or if you're on eBay, you can do an eBay search of Comic LF.
Yeah. Yeah. Steve, yeah. Hold on. I'm sorry, Steve. I love Disney and comics. He's a big collector. He's got great Golden Age stuff. So yeah, he's a potential great new buyer. Library 88 says, "What was Last Frontier's Instagram again? I already found the eBay." Okay, everybody's trying to find you everywhere. Library 88. So what was
Last
your
Frontier
Instagram?
92.
Okay, and you can always rewind the show. The show's not gonna go anywhere, and where are we at? We're the 6 hour mark of the show. So if you watch and go to the 6 hour mark, that's where he gives all his information.
you got an early start today, Grati.
Yeah, we had it's been an interest. Paulo came on, and then we had this great guy who used to be called the Centaur. Now he's goes by Zork, and he
Oh,
came on
okay.
and talked about the upcoming political upheaval, and then I don't know what else. Who else came on? I don't
Said I missed.
know. But anyway, you can always watch
Oh,
them.
yeah. There you go.
We're
This is a prime example of fading.
fading or low late in
Well,
the.
they call it fading, but
Oh, yeah.
The,
All right. Fading of the ink
the ink
supply.
print. Yeah.
Right,
This
right,
is
right.
this is at it's a great hanging cover.
Yeah, that's a really stuff like that makes you think maybe Wortham had a point.
Yeah.
You know, that maybe the parents that tore this stuff up had a point because that's pretty a horrifying image to see your little kid reading. uh, but I'm not. I love it. I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying, God damn. Sometimes they went pretty far back then. You know. Uh, but then I don't know. It's just like a different time. And if you look at what the average newsstand and all these pulp covers going back 10 years before that
Right.
image, they were extreme. Werewolf by Lunchtime. Some girls are in. Oh, okay.
Well, I
Yes.
mean, you seen all
Ladies
that
girl
stuff
plus.
on the comics and stuff back then, but you didn't see it as much in the movies and not quite as bad. I mean, some
No,
of the
no,
westerns later and everything, but I mean, now it's way worse than all the movies and stuff we watch and
no.
everything.
Well, the same thing happened in 1930. What happened to the movie and shit? The
This is
internet went crazy. Yeah, you're right. The movies. Everybody's frozen. Okay.
Good cover.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
this one is actually this is actually for
Yeah,
sale. This is Rangers number 20.
Oh, that's an early one. Yeah.
yeah.
I have a better copy of this one, so this was a low grade.
There you go, Captain.
What
Good tank cover.
Yeah.
what's making it low grade in case?
You got some spine splitting, and right here, right there at the bottom edge, it's a fold over. I don't dare try to fold it back because I don't want it to fall off.
Yeah.
And
Is it brittle, Scott, or is it just split and stuff?
It's not too brittle.
Okay.
It's I mean it's tan to off white,
Okay.
but it's not really brittle. It's just when they fold it over like that, which you know for a long
Yeah.
time. If somebody wants to fold it back, they can.
Oops. Sorry. My Wi-Fi went crazy. So yeah. Okay. Oh.
This is one of my
Oops. Hold on. Sorry. I'm trying to remember how to do this garbage. Oops. Yeah, keep going. I'm sorry. I'm figuring it out.
This is one of my favorite Wings covers. This is Wings 94. Oh, what is it? I want to say it was homage on Science Man or Science. I forget the other Golden Age science fiction cover, but it's a girl strapped to the plane.
Oh yeah. Man, that's a great cover.
Oh yeah.
Is that one for? That's a classic.
Oh, this one's not for sale.
No, that one's been reprinted
Right.
in the 90s or on some little digest size book I've got. Missing Mars says, "Good afternoon, kiddies. Library 88, love tank covers." Kevin Strange Life said, "I meant purchase." We knew what you meant. Missing Mars says, "Werewolf low $2 claim sale." Okay, he's wanting us to have a $2 claim sale, or are you advertising another show? Probably. You got all classic covers. Yeah. Well, yeah, I think maybe he's talking about another show on another channel that does $2 claims. I don't think that this is going to be a $2 claim sale
I
here.
think he's in the wrong spot. If he's
He might be on the wrong show. But if you're looking for New Mutants 47, maybe go over there. Cleat. Oh yes. Okay. Thank you for advertising another show on my show. Do you advertise my show on his? Oh, it's okay. It's all wonderful. Um, Yeah, I don't know. We'll probably still be going at 2, so I'll miss out on my $2 comics. But since I have about 33 cents in the bank, it's not really. It's kind of a moot point.
Now, this one I'm going to
Excellent.
show is it's a dirt cheap fiction house. This is actually one of the first fiction houses I ever got a long time ago. It's Jet Aces #2.
I'm kidding, Missing Mars. You know, I'm just an asshole. Okay, yeah. Well,
Oh,
goddamn
that's awesome. Yeah.
shit, I've never
Good
even heard of
covers.
this title. How long did they publish Jet Aces?
It wasn't
Not
a
too
real.
long.
Yeah.
It's a really nice shape, but these hardly anybody looks for these.
Now, Imsh is really paying you a compliment. He's guessing that you have a bunch of Gaines file copy EC comics.
No, I have EC comics, but I don't have any gains. I
Oh boy. Well,
would
boy,
like to have
I
one,
didn't even
but
think of asking you about ECs. That just. But of course, if you have Fiction House, you'd have ECs, man. Whoa, this is going to be fun. Maybe you could become a regular guest on this show, like Kevin at Gotham City, uh, who probably will be joining us soon because he should be opening a store about now. That Jet Ace is a beauty. Yes, it is.
I'm
Is
just
that one? That one wasn't for sale though, was it? Or was it?
that one, yeah,
Oh shit.
because I don't do Jet Aces, so
Well, how
um,
much is that one approximately?
honestly, in that shape, it's probably around $50. It could even be less.
What was wrong with it? It looked
Nothing.
cool.
It's really nothing. It's just not a popular title.
Oh shit!
You
But
know,
that would.
yeah, I know it's nice and everything, but it's like, if it's only going for 50, $60, you can't really get a lot for it,
Yeah, there's no girl on the cover, I guess. But
Yeah.
what's so spectacular is the title, and that might be one. I don't know. I don't want to start a pile with you like I do at Kevin's store because that's embarrassing. But that might be one I'd be interested in. That Jet Aces.
No, I don't have many westerns, but this is a Faro Western. I just
You
got
should have a bunch of westerns with Last Frontier being your name. I love
Every
westerns.
time.
I came up with that name when I was 18.
Oh
When
yeah.
I started my business when I was 18.
Oh
Ooh, I
wow.
love the Lone
And
Rider. I've got several issues of Lone Rider.
Yeah, he said he had Ajax Farrell, so yeah, that's a
oh
great.
Yeah, it's a
no, I
very.
don't. No, this is the thing. When it comes to Golden Age horror, I don't have any because I sell them right away because my personal collection. It's like I have to trim down to something because I can't afford everything. So I decided to go with war and science fiction and Archie.
Oh, you're an Archie
Good,
collector.
good.
That's cool.
Yeah, I just really started getting into art. They, I got my Grail and Archie a few months back. I got a Archie 50.
Oh
That's the
wow.
one with Betty reclining.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever seen another one? I mean, you
What?
don't have a duplicate. You don't have an extra.
I don't have an extra. That one I just got that one. About a
Would
month ago.
are you are you willing to tell what you paid for it, or,
Um.
or would that get you in trouble?
Well, it won't get me in trouble. I really have no one to answer to. But
Oh, okay. Well, some of us do.
I paid $2,000 for it.
I was thinking that would be so.
Yeah.
That's about the going rate for
Awesome.
that. I mean, it really
It
is.
was a
So
5. It was a 5.
that's
So
such a classic cover. I mean, that's one of the
4 or 5. It was a 4 or
first
5.
things you think when you think of. I've got the cover where they're drinking out of the same malt, all three of them, but some girl traced over it with pen. Um, I'd like to get another copy of that.
I
And
actually I actually sold some Silver Age Spider-Man for that.
Oh
So
wow.
like I said, it was I had to sell to get it. So
yeah, that's
You
the
let
next
you let
question.
your
Do you have?
hobby fund itself then mostly.
yeah, that's exactly what I do.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for that, that's why I sell this stuff, is just so I can buy this stuff.
Do you
Gotcha.
have Silver Age Spider-Mans now?
I have a few left. I had a lot, and I wanted to get. I picked up some really nice books, and I had to buy them. I had to fund the books, so I sold them to get some Golden Age.
Uh-huh.
Like I got a Strange Worlds #4 in high grade.
Oh, that's nice.
With the classic Wally Wood cover. That was
Ooh, yeah. I
I
know
had
that.
to sell a lot for that. And this is the Lone Rider. I like the Lone Rider, but
Yeah.
It
I got
looks very
things.
thin. At first, I thought you were just showing the front cover, like detached, but
No,
it's weird to see such a thin comic from that era.
Yeah.
yeah, the
Yeah,
gold.
that's one of those things where your grandmother goes and buys you comics. Well, sweetie, I got you some Lone Ranger comics. It's like, no, Grandma, it's not the Lone Ranger. It's just like all these fake Beatle records in the 60s.
Look at
But
that.
I'm not knocking it. It's a great book, but it's obviously trying to fool you into thinking you're buying the Lone Ranger. Um, yeah, I like that book, man. It's great. You're being asked if you have any 2000 AD by Werewolf by Lunchtime, who's in Australia.
2000 AD. No,
That's a British, Judge Dredd kind
that's
of.
for,
Yeah.
and that Judge Dredd stuff is awesome. But
Yeah, yeah. Library 88 says, "Hey, Last Frontier, do you have an extra crime suspense story 16? I sold mine and regret it." What's on the
crime
cover of 16, man?
stories. No,
Okay, I probably should.
I have no ECs to sell.
Now, see, I don't know if Library 88, I don't know. There's no comma there. I don't know if he's saying, Gratu, gonna get that Jet Aces, or if he's saying, Gratu, gonna get, I don't know if he's saying, I'm gonna get it, or if he's saying, I'm gonna get it for you. I don't, because the lack of punctuation, it's like, I'm going to eat grandma, or I'm going to eat I'm going to eat grandma, or I'm going to eat grandma. Lone
I've got.
Ranger is great. I
I'm
got a
gonna
second.
throw a feral war book, just for the
Yeah.
fact that I just completed, well, almost completed the entire feral library on Golden Age War.
Wow.
Damn.
That's not easy to do because, yeah, a lot of those books didn't survive. They weren't well made. Ajax
Not at
Farrell
all.
was kind
No.
of cheap
This
on paper and everything.
this is
That's
one of their well-known covers. It's because it looks like the soldier's shooting a Korean in the face. But this is Fighting Man. Um, Fighting Man #7.
it's just funny that these comics were sold to yeah, what's that comic that has the Marine like shooting a flamethrower at an octopus with the Japanese soldier's head?
Fighting Marines, I
Yeah.
believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a great cover. I'd love to. I could never afford it. But, yeah, flamethrower covers. That would be a fun thing to collect.
There's some great ones, some great
Um,
flamethrower covers. Yeah.
the funniest comic, one of the funniest I ever read was that Korean War era GI Joe comic, and he's just like at a high school football game having so much fun hitting people. He's got flowers in his helmet, and he's just like, war is so much fun. He's crushing people's skulls with a big grin on his face.
You know
You
who
remember?
had some good war covers that are underrated is Joe Palooka. There was a run
Oh
of
yeah.
Joe Palooka when he was in the army, and those were good covers too.
Yeah.
Good
Steve, I
stories.
love Disney and Comics says I have a low grade copy of that flamethrower and octopus. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
I
it's
saw you
great.
show it. Yeah, because he's an ex-Marine, so of course you'd want that cover. That's probably one of the greatest Marine covers ever. Imp says, I love war comics as long as they have Russ Heath, John Severin, and Sam Glasman art. See, you keep teaching me about artists. Sam Glasman. I got to
Oh,
refresh my
Sam
memory.
Glassman is great. Underrated, I think.
See, I had to learn about Imp Schmiller because he has the Imp name, and then I thought, oh, I know that artist. I just didn't know what his name was, and I'm sure when I see Sam Glasman, I'll know. I didn't know who George Wilson was. I just knew there was a great. I figured there were a bunch of great painters for Gold Key, but it turns out it was mostly one guy. I learned about that from Graphic Man. He's like, he just drops his names like everyone knows that that's George. It's like, how did you find that out? Library 88 says, I was saying you were going to get that. I'd love to, but I don't hate to put something on hold with someone I just met. Then I won't be able to buy it for a long time. Love all those artists too, says Library 88.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Glassman, he did a lot of Charlton and Dell.
yeah, yeah.
Uh, I actually had a years and years ago, and I sold it I sold a lot of original art that I had, which I regret, but I had some pages from the Glassman, Charlton War stuff.
Do you have any Melvin Monster? Not Melvin the Monster, but Melvin Monster. He's like a little purple guy from Dell.
No,
How about what was the other thing I was talking about last week on my stream? Yeah, I can't think of it now.
his
Oh,
wings never.
Millie the Lovable Monster from Dell, from Bill Wagon. Yeah.
I might have one of those.
Ooh, I want that. Okay, look at that. That's great. You have that one, Jambo?
No, I don't. That's
Oh
awesome.
man,
Yeah.
I think you're going to get some business from Jambo. I have a psychic feeling.
I think a lot of these he's wanting to hang on to, but
Oh,
yeah,
Yeah,
this
that's
is your
great.
collection. I'm sorry.
90% of them are in my collection.
I'm sorry. Later,
I
you're
don't
just going
blame
to
him
show
at
the
all. I
stuff
wouldn't
that's,
sell nothing like that.
yeah.
I don't sell any mug.
Well, once we get past this amazing stuff, then you're going to show the stuff that's just for sale only, right? Then I
I
won't
can
have
do
to.
that if you want.
Oh, I would love. Yeah, go as long as you can, man.
Well, I've got, like I said, of this stuff, I got tons of this stuff too, but I can go and I've only went through like not even a quarter of this box of the fiction
Oh,
house.
cool. Yeah, keep going. Library 88 says Sam Glansman, he worked on Tarzan too. Oh, cool. Imp says some of those early Joe Palooka covers have Norm Saunders covers. No, I believe you. World by Lunchtime says, I've heard that they have changed certain in the background ethnicities of characters in recent Marvel Masterworks reprints. They did that in the 60s. Those really cool books of shit. Marvel what was that called? Fantasy masterpieces. When they
Oh,
reprinted the World War II Captain America and Human Torch, they were doing it then, because even then in the 1960s, the World War II war propaganda was so strong. And I've seen, those amazing Kirby 2-page spreads, for the splash pages. Yeah, with all this, they altered stuff then, torture stuff, and yeah, because they were nervous about it even in 1966, only 21 years after the war. I mean, the guys that fought in World War II were still pretty much young. They were still like about 40 when in the 60s.
yeah.
But yeah, to win a war, you've got to hate the enemy. You can't just like have respect for their culture. You've got to
Yeah.
turn them into monsters with tails and horns. I mean, you can't be you just I mean you can't be friendly in war,
Yeah.
and so they had to do that. It's and I hate this demonization of Dr. Seuss for his World War II propaganda. I mean, that was just the way it
I'll
was.
do is I'll go grab some of those DC horrors.
All these people, Dr. Seuss was horrible. He had an affair on his wife. Yeah, how do you know that? And if he did, what different? This books are great.
Right.
And in one book, I think that I saw it on Mulberry Street, he had some Chinese stereotypes in the background. It's just like, my God. It's like, it's like, I don't know. It's just like, you're judging someone from another time.
Yeah.
And does Dr. Seuss draw anyone that looks normal? If he draws someone
No,
that's
not at all.
Anglo, do they look like a normal Anglo person you'd see in a mall? Everything he's showing you is through a warped funhouse mirror, and most of it's stuff that doesn't even exist on this planet. But you know what? I was reading Horton Hears a Who, and there's their little Who civilization on a speck of dust, right? And then there are Who's in The Grinch That Stole Christmas. Are they the same Who's in both books? Which would mean that the Grinch has to be really small
Mm-hmm.
because he's the same. He's to scale with the Who's. So the Grinch has to be someone that would fit on a speck of dust that would be microscopic to an elephant named Horton. Or did he just use the same name Who and completely unrelated in two different books? This this is like pothead thinking. That friends of mine in high school that smoked pot, it's like that was friendly. I never did it, but I hung out with a few that did it. The people that hung out at the Dairy Queen across from the school were always, and they would think that, well, man, did you ever think? No, I never thought about that. What are people saying here? Werewolf by lunchtime. Great legs on the golden age gals. No muscle lines. Perfect. Oh my gosh, what a weird lot we are. Library 88. That Dr. Seuss censorship a few years ago broke my heart. Yeah, but I think it's
Yeah.
settling down, reversing back now. Leave art alone, damn it. Yeah, we just
We
need
tear
all
down
those people.
anything that's good like that from the past, it
It's a
seems like
small
anymore.
it's a small group of people that think that they are in power, and but they'll just hopefully they'll disappear in November. Absolutely, says the library. No, Werewolf says absolutely to the Library 88. And Imp says, does Last Frontier have any police comics or early Eisner spirit comics? Boy, I didn't even think about asking that. Do you have any spirit sections that were actually in the newspaper?
No,
Okay.
no.
Any police comics, he asks?
I don't have any police either.
Oh, wow. That's cool to
I
see
don't. I
that
What do
don't.
police
you
comics
what do you
facsimile.
collect yourself, Scott, Golden Age
I,
wise,
I collect. I collect war,
right?
fiction house, science fiction stuff, and Archies.
Okay.
And I do collect some EC, some timelies, but
Okay.
Thank you for helping me, because I'm just making it all about myself. I'm not asking him
Oh, you're
questions.
fine. You're fine. I'm just
No,
kind
I
of
just need
curious
to be a better
myself.
interviewer, man.
I'm
I'm,
always interested in what somebody else collects and stuff.
yeah,
And
absolutely. And
do you collect for the covers, or you collect as a completist to get the whole run of something?
well, thing about Golden Age, it's mostly when you're buying Golden Age, it is for the covers,
Right.
yeah,
Well, I mean, that's what gets everybody's attention most of the
right?
time.
It's
yeah.
it's. I mean, some have good stories, but
Mhm.
one thing I found out by doing this, the ones that have the great stories, the ones that people really don't really go after, like Don Winslow and
Yeah.
Terry and the Pirates,
Yeah.
all that stuff has great stories,
Yeah.
but you don't see people going crazy over them.
Right.
So I've
But see,
just been trying to get those, but not the original books, but the hardcovers,
Yeah.
just to read. So,
I
but
mean,
like in my opinion, the timelies, I mean, they're great covers. Stromberg covers, Shores, they're great covers. But when it comes to story, you know, they're kind of simple.
Right.
yeah. Yeah. So some people forget that comics were meant for 9-year-olds.
Right.
and there were the truly great comic artists were working for the syndicates. They were in the newspapers, like Alex Raymond and Hal Foster, and then the people that worked for the comic industry
Right.
were kind of like slave labor, and a lot of them were imitating those guys or hoping that someday they could be like those guys,
Yep.
or they were really genuinely great, but just maybe not quite good enough to get into the newspapers, or maybe. But yeah, and Eisner was really that was newspaper. He was a newspaper guy. That Spirit
Mhm.
comic was a little supplement in the Sunday paper, like Parade or the TV guide thing.
Yeah, and,
Um,
and him and Iger started Iger House.
yeah,
Yeah.
and
But
they had good taste in the artists that they chose to exploit. I hear that was a real sweatshop, but
yeah,
I've been buying some of the Harry Lucy covers on Archie around 100 to 115, etc. Beautiful stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I just picked up Betty and Veronica 40, which is a nice Lucy cover.
Yeah. Do you have many Archies for sale? Maybe we could look at those later.
All the Archies I have for sale are the newer stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the stuff within the past 30 years.
Yeah, but did you know how valuable that some of those Veronica 90s comics? I guess you do.
Oh yeah, the Betty and Veronica ones, certain ones, yeah,
Well, they just
definitely.
reprinted this issue, facsimile, and I thought Kevin was showing it from Gotham City. I said, I've got that. And I just went up at the beginning of this live stream and found that I have it. It's perfect. My comic shop has it slab 9.8. Mine's easily a 9.8. And it's for like $1,000.
Oh
She's
yeah.
diving into a pool in a bikini. That's the only thing on the cover, and it's worth that much. And I was thinking there were millions of that comic printed. But anyway, I guess people have really gotten into the '90s
Well,
when.
the thing about that Veronica cover, it's like I talked to somebody and they told me that that Veronica cover is like to Veronica like Archie 50 is to Betty.
Okay, I could see that. I mean, it really is good. That's why I bought it. I bought it when it came out. You know, I hadn't been buying Archie comics through the '80s because they were ugly, but then the Archie started to turn out some good stuff in the night, and I recognized it then. I was, it would have been about 30 years old then, and I that's why I have that issue. And so clearly that stood out to me on the stand, and just like if I'd been alive, I would have bought that Archie 50. Was it 50 with the Betty?
Yep.
Yeah, that's a great one. Lunchtime, Werewolf by Lunchtime says incredibly Asterix are still reprinting black stereotype characters like the pirate with big red. Yeah, but the Romans have massive noses. The Gauls have even bigger noses. It's these things that make it funny. Um, yeah, I lost my place. We got a lot of comments. Love that Jack Cole Plastic Man at Police Comics. Love Eisner too. Ooh, look at that. The Europeans know not to mess with their
That's awesome.
BD comics, I assume. I've got quite a few Wings comics. The World War II stories are great. Always seem to like the Grease Monkey Griffin stories. Not so offended, Library 88 says, where by lunchtime? I'm not used to getting this many comments. Library 88 says, oh man, yeah, Betty and Veronica 40 is awesome. I have a copy 49 with Betty and Veronica on the pedestal. Werewolf by Lunchtime says, they are caricatures. Maybe that's acceptable. And Werewolf by Lunchtime says, going for a quick smoke. All right, sorry. He
Yeah,
had
that
mentioned.
was House of Secrets 34. These are ones that are going to be up for sale.
Oh, okay. All right. So from kind of the more science fiction era of the comic.
That one, this one is a House of Mystery 236.
Oh man, Imsh had a cartooning class with Eisner at SVA back in the '80s. There's stuff that Imsh hasn't talked to us about. If you'd like to come on, Imsh, you're welcome to. Oh yeah, that's my time period. Do I have that
Oh
cover? I might have that. Oh
That's a
man,
great
I don't
one.
know if I've got that cover.
yeah.
Shit, that's a great cover.
You
How
need
much
that
would
one
that
in your
sell
life,
for?
man.
I know how much is that, but I might already have it. How much is that?
These ones I just picked up, so
Uh,
I haven't gotten that far with them yet.
well, I might need that one and that Jet Aces, but I don't know about
There's a nice
it
Steve Ditko
yet.
story in it. Art
Oh, yeah.
story.
Damn, that's great. Really, that particular era of House of Mystery, they really did a great job of recreating. That's what these new EC comics should look like, man.
Yeah,
They managed to capture that look on the covers with those Wrightson covers. It's like if they just changed a few little things, like had the three little circles with the ghoul lunatics on the cover, they would be perfectly believable as EC. And the coloring, especially, was just like
Have you
Marie
seen the
Severin did
insides of
back in the
those?
50s. My Radiate says, Imsh, incredible. I love hearing from people who went to SVA and had classes with the legends. And then he says, House of Mystery 236 is one of my absolute faves.
this is Strange Adventures 121. I'm kind of mixing them up a little. So I don't.
Oh, that's okay.
I'll take them to pot.
That's another book. Oh, that's a beautiful cover. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
That's great. That's also for sale.
Yeah, all these I'm showing now are for sale.
Okay, but you don't have prices for them yet.
No, I just got these.
Yeah,
You were
okay.
mentioning about the DC horror type stuff, so
That's one I'd like too, but here I am like wanting stuff, and I'm like, I've got to go fund me. I broke, and then I was like, no, stop. Can't take it, man. This is an insane hobby, man. Oh, Imsh has got a lot of hearts going for something here.
this one here is like I'm not sure if I'm going to sell this one or not. It's
Then
one
you
of
shouldn't
when
do
I
it.
picked
Don't
it up
do it then.
because it's a gray tone cover, but I like covers with the Sphinx on it.
Oh, I think I know the one you're going to show.
And this is a Mystery in Space 36.
Oh, beautiful.
Wow.
I would say don't sell that, even though I would want to buy that.
Yeah.
And you can tell it's early in the code. It's probably from about 55 because the code's giant.
Right.
Like, hey, parents, look, we're okay.
Yeah, 57.
Damn, cool. That's beautiful. No, I personally wouldn't sell that. But speaking of gray tones, do you have many of the like Sea Devils comics?
Not any of those. I do have some war gray tones.
Oh, those are great too.
Yeah, those are great.
Why don't no one does gray tone covers anymore? I guess you can't do that on a computer.
Oh, I love gray tone covers.
Yeah, they were great, man. Yeah.
I'm taping them back up as I go. Where's my thing?
Imsh is going, God, I love DC horror. That's hilarious. Yeah, yeah, we understand you. That's why you watch the show, man. You're in the right place.
What I got here? Yeah, I'm trying to get to that. That's another one of those.
Here's the link to come on. Imsh, anyone else that wants to come on watching,
I got a
Gotham City,
challenge.
if you want to come on, anyone, Meyer, anybody. We can fit a lot of people on the side here.
I'm gonna give a shout out to Charlton66. He's the one that got me on to you by
Oh,
watching
cool.
him. He wasn't that he. It was like I was looking for a channel that wasn't doing just modern stuff.
Yeah.
When I first started getting watching YouTube, and he was the first one, and he brought up like you and Graphic Man, and I started watching that stuff. And
Yeah, Imsh says, does Last Frontier have the very first DC 100-page spectacular with the Rights and Demon cover?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Oh, I think I know which one he's talking about.
Is it a black cover with a demon in the center?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I've got that. Is it called just Weird?
I think so.
Weird, but it's not part of Weird Mystery or Weird. It's just Weird, I think.
No.
Yeah, I have that. It's that. Yeah, that's I guess probably hard because we got a black cover. It increases.
No, I don't. The only 100-page I have right now is an unexpected number 157.
Is that the one with the dinosaur? Yeah, chewing on the tank. I do it. Okay. Yeah, I bought that when I was in third, fourth grade, so I have that one. Luckily, that was what I was mainly into in third grade was the horror.
Was it chewing up the Capitol building there?
He was at the Capitol, but I think he was chewing on a tank.
Yeah, he's chewing on a tank.
Thought he had Nancy Pelosi or somebody.
God damn, that's what January 6th should have been like. Dinosaurs and tanks. Then I would have believed the Democrats that it was this horrible thing. But they unleashed the dinosaurs, then I'd maybe think they'd gone too far. Let's see. Library 88, love those 100-pagers.
Oh, those are great.
It's a space adventure.
Fantastic. Oh, is that one for sale?
Yes.
Oh man, I love everything about it, from the weird caveman alien to the giant jackpot prizes. Some people wouldn't like that, but it's that's fucking great. But that's probably expensive. What am I
No,
thinking?
actually, it's not.
I would.
It's in low grade. It's only like a good, probably a good plus.
Hey, good. That's kind of. I started collecting all these very good Fantastic Fours in the late '70s and from the '60s, and during the 1970s, from the 1960s, and they're in perfectly good shape for me.
Yeah. If you can read it without it
As long
crumbling
as long as the
apart,
cover's
then
holding
yeah.
on to it, and it's. Oh
This
boy, he's making fun of me. Just put that one with the Jet Aces for Gratu. Yes, I'm starting to pile like like a whole box in Mesa, Arizona at Gotham. Um,
is a House
do
of
you have
Secrets.
any? Sorry, go ahead. Do you
House
have
of
any
Secrets.
1950s Rudolph comics? Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Oh, I'm so excited about all this. That's a great one too. Yeah, I don't have. I've never even seen that one.
There's those kids on the cover.
Yeah, I've never even seen that one. Yeah, you got this new buy that you have. There's some great stuff in it. That's great.
This one's House of Secrets 249. So I think is kind of a bland one, but
I heard you guys are talking about me. Yeah, we're talking about you being. You should be here
Yeah.
watching because
Just missing
he was
on the whole.
showing some great Golden Age comics a little bit ago.
That's a good cover.
And yeah, and we were thinking Night Tiger should be here. Yeah, if you're wanting to come in, you could. The link is only a few people back in the chat. This is the link to
Scott, do
come
you
in.
set up at any conventions or anything like that and sell books?
way back in my early days, I used to go up and down the East Coast and
Yeah.
set up at conventions, but then I stopped doing it and I just concentrated on my store.
Right.
Yeah. So Night Tiger Charlton 66 apparently let Scott know about this channel. So that's and how he found us unexpected.
Unexpected 151.
Oh, he's out
That's a
shopping with his
good
wife. That's
cover.
cool. You can watch it later on a stream. Oh yeah, I've never seen that one either. But that 20 cent era was like the highlight of my whole comic book collecting. I mean, that was when everything came together was in
Yeah.
third grade, fourth grade. The 20 cent ones.
Those all come out of one collection, Scott?
Yeah, they
It
did.
looks like it. It looks like some
Yeah.
of the. Yeah.
I pulled one of these because I just wanted to show because I was talking about Joe Palooka, but
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's blasting that guy.
Library 88 says that Volcano Demon cover is a classic.
here's a House of Mystery 250.
Yeah.
Wow.
There was something about when that UPC code started appearing about 1976 or 77. It's just that comics were never the same after that. It just, I don't know what it is. It's just like I look at this beautiful cover and I go, oh, like that. They just put them on the back. Library 8 says, nice. Just saw that battle cover on your Instagram, Last Frontier. Okay, people are already on your Instagram. Work by lunchtime. I'm not a fan of the modern shiny paper. Give me newspaper print any day. Yeah, absolutely.
This is a cool cover. This is Unexpected 155. I think Unexpected was a underrated title.
Oh yeah, it was great. That one I have actually. The ones that had the skeletons on the cover, I would always buy. It seems like I can figure that out. This is the address to come on. Anyone wants to. The person you bought these particular books from, was he older or what? Can you tell us anything about him?
Actually, it was through the mail, so I
Oh,
couldn't
through the
tell
mail, you
you.
don't know. Yeah, because it's a lot of early '70s stuff, but then you have the odd one, an odd couple that are from the '50s, but that could have easily
Oh,
been someone
those
buying.
there, those were different. Those are
Oh,
just the
okay.
same stack.
Oh, the one with the Sphinx cover was not
Yeah,
from this
that's what
buy.
those came from a different person.
Okay.
This is a House of Mystery 196. I love this cover.
Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah, I have that one. Yeah.
the
They had
Hoedown,
so a lot of devil worship in these early '70s comics. Marvel and
Springfield,
DC
Ohio.
did.
I bet.
Oh yeah. Oh boy. So Jambo, do you also do heating when it gets to be the winter months? Do you
Yeah,
still have
yeah.
business?
We
Okay.
still mess with that too. But it's not as big a demand as air conditioning because people will go without heat, but they won't go without air conditioning. It's kind of crazy.
Well, you also live in the South, so
Yeah,
people can go with but if you lived here where it can get to be -20,
yeah. Well, it
you'd
gets
still.
kind of cool here sometimes, but
Oh
I
yeah.
mean, yeah, not that bad.
Well, are they lean months for you, or does it all balance out where everything's okay? Do you
Uh,
just
I mean, it's slower for me then, but see, we're the company I work for, so it doesn't matter to me. I'm not, I'm just going to take
oh
care of their properties and their things, so yeah, it's a little bit slower in the wintertime, which is a good thing because they really punish you in the summertime, it seems
yeah.
like.
Were they summoning? They had a pentagram. It looked like they were summoning a space alien.
Yeah, that's a thing. That's a weird cover to me.
Well, but there are people that believe that when people see UFOs, that they're actually fallen angels. So maybe that could actually fit in with some of this new age belief that some people have
Yeah.
or maybe that's more maybe not new age, but they think that these aliens, these grays, are actually demons.
All right, I've seen that, and I've seen lately where people believe we're all living in like the Matrix and
Yeah, I
everything
wouldn't be
is
surprised.
simulated.
So you got all your dogs and cats secure, right, Steve? Do you think all that stuff is true about the pets being eaten? Library 8, love that House of Secrets, alien devil worship. Ha ha. You laugh, but we'll watch a couple of weeks from now when the Democrats bring out the space aliens for us to all get. We can't have the election. The aliens have invaded. We have to delay the election. Who knows? I've
Project
heard people.
Bluebeam.
Yeah, right. Man, is that? Do you have like It's like the sun's hitting you now. Is there? You have curtains that are because it's like your shadow will appear on that wall and then it'll go away. Like,
That's
oh,
that's my light.
oh,
That's
okay.
actually my light. I'm in an area where the sun can't hit me, so that's the light. For
Oh
some
yeah,
reason.
you wouldn't have sun in a comic room, but it's just like it gets brighter and then it goes. I keep
Hmm,
noticing that weird
weird.
war cover is great. Sorry, I talked through that. I'm all manic ADHD because I'm seeing cool comics, man. It's normally I'm like, so what do you want to talk about, guys? uh, I still can't believe I'm living on a flat Earth, says Werewolf by lunchtime. And on a flat Earth,
Just
yes,
don't walk off the edge.
yeah.
Yeah.
I never believed I'd live in a time when so many people believe that. I used to think, well, they used to believe that hundreds of years ago. Now it's all over the internet. Everyone's like totally convinced.
People gotta believe in something, I guess.
Yeah. I don't know anybody that lives in Springfield, but there are a few stories about the cats going around. Most people don't believe it, though. I have that one. I bought that when it came out. I recognize. I remember that one. Wonderful. The Infinite Plane. Aye, says Library 88. Mike Lindell got in trouble recently. The pillow guy that's real conservative that hangs out with
Yeah.
Trump. He was selling his pillows on sale for $14.88, and people are saying that's a dog whistle for Nazis. He chose that 1488 price tag because, and I don't think that he's a Nazi. I think he was doing he probably just randomly chose this price, or maybe there was someone that had malevolent intent that he that worked for him that told him, hey, yeah, charge 1488 because 88. I know Library 88 is not why he chose 88. It's probably some important year, but for these neo-Nazi skinhead types, they'll say 88, brother, to each other, and it means Heil Hitler because the H is the eighth letter of the alphabet. So 88 is HH. And then 14, or there's something I think called the 14 words that they is their motto to so that you combine 14 and 88. It's like, oh, they were really trying to crucify him the other day, and he was saying, I didn't do that on purpose. That poor guy is the nicest guy in the world, Mike
Yeah,
Lindell.
he's enduring quite a bit the last few years. They've been
I
giving him a
know, and
really hard time.
now he's in trouble for and who. But think about this: where else can you buy a pillow for $14.88? That's a
And they're
pretty
good
good deal.
pillows too.
And he's in trouble because no, you're a Nazi because you're charging that. Shit. Oh well, look at
Oh,
that.
that's a
That's
good
so
cover.
great, man. It's just that's so great. That's yeah, that's right when comics went to 12 cents because they got the 12-cent price tag real big. And that's not like, hey kids, look, we're charging an extra 2 cents. No, that's for the news, for the clerk to not accidentally charge 10 cents out of habit. So the price tag's real big. Um, they said that little boys stopped buying, a lot of them stopped buying as many comics and didn't, when comics went to 12 cents, it hurt the sales of a lot of comics, and the boys didn't come back for about 4 years until about 66, where because they showed that the Superman comics aimed at boys, the sales dropped drastically when the comics went up to 12 cents, but ones aimed at girls like Archie and Lois Lane, the sales remained consistent, so the girls didn't mind spending the extra 2 cents. That's beautiful with the black, oh, because the black cover, that's beautiful. Is that one for sale? Or
Yeah, all these
oh,
are for sale.
what number is that one?
11. My
Ooh,
greatest adventure is number 11.
that's gonna be probably pricey. That's a really early one. Shit, that's beautiful though. That one and the other one, I was raving about all of them. But the werewolf, I'm amazed I traveled from Australia to London without the sun going down. Yeah, I'm realizing that pretty soon the time change, or as pretty soon I start working every morning at 6:30. It's dark. No, it's kind of, but by the time, well, I do two jobs, but I'm realizing I'm not going to see the sunlight anymore here before too long because it's going to be dark. I'm only going to see sunlight a little bit in the middle of the day. Um, oh man, another beautiful cover. This guy kept his. That's beautiful. This guy kept his comics really. These black covers are great.
That's Mystery in Space 43.
Library 8, love my greatest adventure in Doom Patrol. Luckily, I have most of the '60s Doom Patrols and most of the '60s Legion of Superheroes because I was getting those in Fantastic Four, the '60s Fantastic Four stuff in the late '70s, early '80s when it was still affordable. But I could never afford the '60s Spider-Man comics, and I recently got a Spider-Man 50 from Captain Strangelove. but there it was on that day when all the weird stuff was going on with all the internet hacking, whatever, and there's something weird happened where I think I don't know, the bank may have kept some of our money. It's a long story. Um, nice. These are all so
Wow.
good, so great.
Those creatures.
Now, these ones that you're showing, do you have a back stock of other issues of these titles that these are going to be added to?
No, no, that's the thing with books this age, this time period. They sell quick. I price
Uh-huh.
them to sell.
Right, right, right.
So usually when I put up older stuff, they or stuff like this, they usually fly out quick.
Yeah, I have a feeling people are going to start contacting you a lot of these books. Steve says there's a guy running for mayor in Springfield that's been making videos of all the driving accidents in Springfield. One video he posted, he recorded 5 that he saw in one day. Werewolf by Lunchtime says, do you have any Rip Hunter Last Frontier? They are great fun.
Right now, no.
Yeah,
But like I said, a lot of that stuff, if you have want lists, you can send me a want list because I do have access to a lot of stuff also.
yeah,
Or I can get you in touch with people that definitely have it for good prices.
right. A lot of the stuff you don't know you want it until you see it.
Right.
I mean,
That's true.
I didn't even know Jet Aces existed.
This is I'm unwrapping this because I just got this. And just because the packaging was so bad.
Oh yeah.
And they just put it like this and
Mm.
and the book wasn't I had cut it a little bit and I saw that the book wasn't even bagged. And when you see the book, you're gonna say why.
It was probably from somebody that didn't really do comics.
Well, this is how they had it packaged.
Yeah.
Oh, it's an
I
Archie.
see it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's an Archie 52.
Ooh.
Wow. Yeah, a lot of times people that sell on like eBay and stuff like that, they will sell other things, like antiques and things, and not really specialize in comics. So, they don't know how to ship them or anything like that. They'll just put some cardboard in a manila envelope and send it out, and there you go.
And
Have
that's
either
exactly who I got it from, was an antique dealer.
wow.
Yeah.
Well, it didn't get damaged, huh?
Uh,
Or you don't know.
no, not in shipping. It was a cheap book to begin with. I got it for a real cheap price. I was surprised I even got it, but it was too cheap to pass up.
Hmm.
But
Okay.
it's barely, the cover's barely hanging on.
Okay.
Right.
Do you feel comfortable telling us what you paid for it? Just out of
Yeah,
curiosity.
I'll tell you, no problem. $10.
Oh, wow.
I would have paid
Good
that.
deal.
Shit. I would have said to my wife, "We're gonna starve for one night." Um,
I
I
mean,
think she'd understand for that. Have you ever seen a documentary about the real Betty? Am I the only one that didn't know this existed until a few months, about a year ago? Do you guys even know what I'm talking about?
No, I've
yep.
not seen that. No.
Yeah,
There's
wasn't it like
some.
girls at a lunch counter or
There
something?
was a
They
lunch
met?
counter. Bob Montana and Harry Lucy were friends. They were young guys in the 40s, and they met this girl, and I think she dated one, and then the other, or something, and then they create or something. They created this character. He created this character, Betty, and she had this very long German or Polish last name. It wasn't, Cooper. But it was, I guess she was blonde, and so there was a real Betty, and I guess they interview her in this documentary, and I, I, I
Hmm.
could probably find out the name of it. I had it written down on a piece of paper. Just like and I'm still putting your stuff together, Jimbo.
Oh, you're
but
fine, man.
but I've got your address, but I probably need you to send it to me again to make sure it's because it's on a torn piece of paper. But
Okay.
anyway, I'd like to find that movie. But anyway,
It was
sorry.
like Riverdale and Archie and all that is based on a high school in Massachusetts in Haverhill, Mass.
Is the school still in operation?
The school, from what I understand, it's the town hall now, but it was a high school before it was the town hall,
Oh,
and it was it's based on Haverhill, Massachusetts. That whole thing.
oh, okay. Do you know there's an Archie movie from India with it's a musical with
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't watch the movie, but I saw the movie.
I was
Saw
wanting to watch it, but our
so
Netflix subscription lapsed before I could watch it.
Mm.
Library 88 says non-comic dealer packaging for sure. The Archie is beautiful. That Archie is beautiful. Love the old striking blue and red cover issues. Yeah. Werewolf by Lunchtime says just sold my Catwoman 51 for $369 in American dollars. I used the money to pay a few debts. Catwoman 50. What's unique about Catwoman 51? Is that from the 90s?
I'm not sure.
oh,
Those were all beautiful. That was a nice. That was a comic in the '90s that I actually like. I keep not knocking '90s comics, but I forget about that. I liked Silver Sable. There was some stuff I liked. But mostly it was horrible time period. August Aesthetic says, speaking of Doom Patrol, my favorite issue was where Negative Man's energy being could not return to his physical body. Yeah, all those Doom Patrols in the 60s were fantastic. Meyer says in the 80s we would sometimes call chicks Betties that needs to come back. It's like he's talking about 1950s. Adam Hughes, he was like a surfer guy. Meyer, well, actually in the 80s he was probably already in the army. Adam Hughes cleavage cover. Oh, with Adam
That's
Hughes.
what it
Okay,
was.
I
Yeah.
wonder if I have that one. I need to go check.
Gretchen, I'm gonna jump off.
Okay.
Guys, Scott, nice meeting you. I've got to go do some stuff for the wife, but
All right.
nice
Sounds
meeting you.
good.
Great books. Might get a hold of you sometime in the future here, and see about getting
Yeah.
a few things.
And
But
I'm not trying to bully you, Scott. If you don't need to go somewhere, that's fine, or need to go and come back. I'm just so excited seeing these books. I could keep going forever, but if you just let me know if I'm wearing out my welcome or whatever.
I'll probably jump off, but if I can come back later, I will.
Okay, so you got to head out. That's great. And yeah, and if if not, the next time, if I'm not still doing the stream, come back on the next time I'm on. That would be great. Usually weekends are the best for you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I listen to you at work actually when you're on at work during the week here and there.
Yeah, I don't usually do live streams during the week, but I usually do canned shows during the week. But yeah, sure, you're great. Anyway, it was really fun having you on.
All righty. Thank
nice
you.
All right,
meeting
so
you,
see
Scott.
you guys.
Take
Yeah.
care. See
Bye.
you.
I tend to forget that some people like to eat and go to the bathroom, and I just say, "Stay on forever, my new friend, stay." So when one person's kind of like, "Yeah, I need to go," I figure maybe I'd ask the other person, "Hey, do you need to go too?" Um, Liberty 8 says, great books, Last Frontier, awesome show. This has been a very good show today. Um, Now, if I can get Kevin to come on and show some of the new stuff he got, well, it looks like Jimbo's having trouble getting off. That didn't sound right. He's having trouble. Let's see, it's a little way up. Oh, there we go. Uh, oh, there's Mike Lindell up there. Well, now he's selling the pillows for $29.88, but he still has the $9.88. Maybe you need to sell it for $9.99, because so that people don't accuse you of being a Nazi, Mike Lindell. My goodness. Oh, yep, there's the one he's selling. See it there, 1488. He's got in trouble for that. That poor guy. He's been through so much. He's a nice guy, Mike Lindell. They need to leave him alone. All right. Um, oh man, I'm not even recording now. Dear, stop this. I guess I need to go check the mail. I actually probably need to eat lunch. I'm starving. I'd go grab something at the gas station, but oh, my wife's here, but I can't because we're broke. And let's see, I wonder if anyone's donated to the GoFundMe. Oh man, I slept through the time period when I should have called out. Oh no, did so like 45 minutes after the fact. Oh no, I didn't know. I thought you called out back when I woke up this morning. Oh man. So oh shoot. I hope that doesn't get you in trouble. Well, um, okay. According to Google, a Betty is an attractive girl or woman, often attributed to 80s surfer slang. And it has to be it has to be because of the comic book Betty. I mean, the more you know. Yeah, there's no because back although, you know, surfers, I mean they could have called them Gidgets or they could have called them Mariannes or Gingers, but Betty's been in the cultural zeitgeist longer since first was the first Archie comic around 1940 or something. My wife says my boss that's cool with me. We immediately was immediately okay with it. Okay, yeah, because he knows you've been sick. I heard some people use the number 8 for good luck and good fortune. The numbers on my name were conjured by YouTube, if I recall correctly, or maybe YouTube's trying to frame you as a Nazi. It's the Hitler library where he keeps Mein Kampf. And no, I'm just kidding. I just figured you were born. Well, 8 9. Yeah, I wouldn't figure you were born in 1988. That would make you. Well, what would that make you? My wife was born in 78, and she's young. I just figured, 88 is probably when you were married or something. Let's see. And then my wife says, then I sent an email which that one lady can start in on me with. Meyer says, I think that I may have first heard it in the movie Big Wednesday. I haven't seen that movie. Library 88 says, I remember the skateboarders in my hometown called Skater Girls Betties. Okay. Must have come from surf culture then. Yeah, because skateboard culture is a descendant from surfing, real on surfing culture. Because, in the 60s, I don't think they called it skateboarding yet. Because there was the song "Sidewalk Surfing," and it was, you were a sidewalk surfer. If you lived in the middle of Texas or Iowa or Montana, you couldn't surf, but you could hear all the Beach Boys and the Hondells and Janet Dean on the radio, but there's no way you could surf. You could just see it on TV or the movies. So, skateboards, I guess, simulate the feeling of surfing, so they call it sidewalk surfing. But Meyer would know more about all that than me. August says, Meyer, are you still going to unbox your Cthulhu figure? Let's get priorities straight here. Live 88. Yeah, it sounds like birth years, but I was born in 75, so I guess my name makes me appear younger. I'll take it. It isn't that much younger. 5, 8. Was that like better counting my fingers? We could do my gazintas. I think that's 8-year difference. Well, this has been a let's see. Meyer, Big Wednesday is a great surfing movie starring Jan Michael Vincent, Gary Busey, and William Catt. Ooh, William Catt. He's all right. I just don't like his hair, man. He's the guy that's like Marjo Gortner. I just can't get past the hair. It's like the Telltale Heart. He just couldn't stand the guy's giant eye, I have to put him under the floorboards. And I just can't get past that 70s afro kind of for So I haven't seen. It's about surfing the 60s. I need to watch that. I know that. What are the best surfing movies of all time? Cthulhu will be unboxed. Cool. Is that gonna happen imminently? Okay. I got to figure things out here, man. What am I doing? Cthulhu will emerge. All right. Well, it's getting awful lonesome. We've had guests all day, and there's nobody here. I'll put the link here. I don't know now that my wife's awake whether I should keep going or not. Since she's now has a day off today, I can hang out with her. Well, we got to meet last Frontier Comics, and he said he'll come back later, but it may just be a nice way of saying, eh. So I don't know. I was kind of hoping Gotham City would come on, but he might be busy at the store. He, I haven't seen. I haven't seen the new books. They're coming out Wednesday, but sometime. Oh, there's a great magazine coming out. He's getting it Tuesday. That I guess will go on sale Wednesday, called Cryptology, and it's from the Tomorrows Company, the Roy Thomas Company, and it's a monster magazine. But it's about pre-code horror. It's about Bronze Age horror, not just comic books, comic book toys, Edgar Allan Poe, anything related to horror. And it's in one of those nice slick magazines that looks like Retro Fan or something. So the first issue of that's coming out this week. I've heard about it for a while. Steve says I've been watching spooky movies, probably with the spooky season coming. Just watched Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein. Never saw it. It was great. Well, if Cleo's not working today, then we could probably actually see Sven Gulli. I don't know what they're showing tonight. Werewolf by lunchtime. I ordered Cryptology from King's Comics in Sydney. You ought to come on. It would be fun to hear a would you say you have more of an Australian accent or more of a British accent, Werewolf? Looking forward to it. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, we're all looking forward to it, man. Let's see. Today, I gotta check something real quick. Whoop, shit. Oh, let's see here. Did anyone? All right. Oh man. All right, I'm back. I was checking to see if anything was donated to the GoFundMe. I never lost my accent. He also, what? Wait, let me see. Oh, wait, I missed the first comment. Meyer says John Milius directed Big Wednesday. He also directed Conan, so it went full circle. Yeah, John Milius is a guy that's he was very different from most people in Hollywood. I believe, didn't he also co-write the movie Patton? He's very much into um, male culture. He's very much into um, yeah. He's the type guy you would get to direct a movie, a war movie, or something. Yeah, I think he frightened most people in Hollywood because he didn't think like they did. Um, okay, so I probably knew about the Big Wednesday movie, but I just forgotten. Let's see. But the most famous surf movie was, there were all these little short surf movies in the 60s that were like, I don't know, they weren't feature length. They were like 40 minutes long. I guess they ran them, they showed a few of those, like a double feature in theaters in the 60s when the surf craze was big. And then there was one that was really big, Endless Summer, wasn't it? These posters are everywhere, and but they were movies that showed professional surfers surfing. And then of course there's the beach party movies, and there's the Gidget movies, and there was something in the 90s, wasn't there, a one about girl surfers? Forget what that was called, something blue, I don't know. Big Wednesday is also about the draft in Vietnam. Okay. That makes sense.
Welcome back.
It says Trump is about to speak at 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. That's at 2:30 my time. And right now it's getting to be 1:45 here.
What do you think it is about him that resonates so much with this area of the country? I think that rural Americans absolutely are patriots, and I think that living in a small town, there's often a big divide between the city.
Someone just commented, great episode. I don't know what episode they commented on. Okay, so
going through Congress, marching into meetings.
I just recorded this disc, so I gotta put gotta label it.
And President Trump did a lot of good things for our farmers when he was in office. We had to go through some tariff wars. There was a battle to get some help for our farmers. But with the USMCA, he made a huge difference for agriculture in this country. And he looks out for our farmers, which is so important. This is a rural community. Wisconsin, obviously.
Okay, so this is David Nino Rodriguez on it, and also has a Trump town hall.
You got to milk cows twice a day, every single day of the year. Now there's robotic milking machines.
And speech.
The American farmer is still very heavily.
Boy, I feel like I'm back in Texas. A car passed by with the music so loud it was thumping. That's something. That may be the first time in the last 2 years I've heard that sound. It used to be commonplace. And this is still September 2024.
You and I just spoke a little bit about how the Democrat Party is undergoing a rare fracture, right? We're used to seeing Republicans with so much infighting, even the speakership saga over the last couple of years. And now you're seeing the Democrats sort of having their own version of that. Joe Biden was the nominee, I'm running, until he wasn't one day, and all of a sudden he was out of the picture. There's a lot of problems going on right now. They sort of don't seem to be on the same page with their messaging. You just saw Chuck Schumer say that Kamala Harris's rejection of the Al Smith charity dinner was probably not her, it was her handlers, which is
okay. So,
States, right? You're basically saying someone's behind her.
Anyone trying to come in?
From this rare Democrat. Chuck Schumer was one of the handlers, so that's surprising to me. Obviously, Nancy Pelosi, Barack Obama, Michelle Obama.
I don't know what people are talking about here, man.
With the White House weekly, she wants to make sure that we all know that she's very heavily handed in what happened.
It was me regarding the dog food episode.
I do think it's
what are you talking about? I got to go back to a previous comment.
There's a fracture there as well, whereas everybody seemed to stand behind that group of radicals for so long in the Democrat Party. In fact, they backed AOC's Green New Deal, which made zero sense. To take away air traffic, to take away airplanes, that was part of the Green New Deal.
Well,
she was going to try to get this done in 10
years. Drew finally ate everything. This morning, when I was eating my scrambled eggs, she ate everything from last night and, consumed it all. And I think licked the stuff she spilled on the floor. So she's now like stuffed, like she just had a Thanksgiving dinner. And she was down here for a while, but she's gone. So she must have gone back upstairs. So now I'm going to start recording right side broadcasting with my Toshiba DVD recorder that they don't sell anymore in this country. Oh, you mentioned that someone commented on an episode. She's peacefully sleeping up here. Okay. All right.
Blanket is the way to stay comfortable and show your support for the greatest president this country has ever had. Sponsors from Patriot
She
Act
is.
just released their plush Trump presidential.
Oh, the people. She's correcting her grammar. I love her for that. Just like she peacefully sleeping up here. And then she put she's. I didn't even recognize. I didn't notice that. But she fixes her spelling. That's good to be conscientious about that. I need check the mail. Because every once in a while we'll get a check in the mail. I haven't gotten in a long time for the mineral rights. Actually I don't do much drilling anymore of natural gas or whatever it is, but when we sold our house back in Texas, she kept the rights to what's down under the earth. I didn't even realize, and so we still get the checks for that, but we haven't gotten them in a long time. But I was hoping we'd get something. No one donated to the GoFundMe today. That's okay because everybody's tapped out. God bless you for. I think I'm going to lay down again. Well, if you're staying up, I'll end the stream and come up and hang out with you. If you're going back to sleep, I'll continue for a little bit. But I don't. Because maybe I can entertain people and sing a few songs, and then they'll donate some money, and then, or maybe I can show a cat, and that'll make people donate money. Let's see. She says, "I don't know what I'm doing." Okay. All right. People are out there painting it like an arrow on the street. I'm not sure what they were doing out there. Maybe that's so they can find their way back home. Just a mother and her daughter painting a red arrow on the middle of the street. I don't know.
These are life-changing
Well,
decisions that are on the line right now. And so
incredible.
if you want to do what's right and not just do what's popular, I think that there is going to have to be more of a fracturing that uniparty.
Okay.
Just mentioned RFK. What do you think about his decision to meet with President Trump, mainly because of the main big picture issues? Do you think a large portion of his supporters are going to join President Trump? I personally see that. I think people that were ready to vote for RFK trust him. That was a big appeal for him. How do you see that playing out? How do you see that impacting the election in just a couple of weeks from now?
I interviewed a young man in Arizona at my first Trump rally, and he said that he was going to go ahead and vote for Trump because any decision
To do that took a lot of courage, but also
Why is the screen blank? Because I want to make it blank. No, just kidding. Uh, God. No, Gotham City says, I just got to the store. Where did everyone go?
it's a realignment, and a lot of
And then my wife says, why is the screen blank? The screen was blank because I went over to Instagram and I was typing into Kevin at Gotham City. I'm on live if you want to come on. And meanwhile, he's tuning in right at the moment I'm sending him the message on Instagram. He's tunes in, and apparently when I went to Instagram, opened up Instagram, and made the screen blank here. Can you guys see or hear me now? Am I back? I don't know. I was trying to see, hey, if see if he could come on for a little bit. If not, might be time for my boot heels to be wandering. But is the screen still blank? Oh, you are back. Back in black. Steve says, yes, you are back. This really has been probably one of the best live streams since the time I blew up at that guy in Canada. What were the other great lives? There was a good live stream where our friends, our clown friends from Texas came on. They made for some good live stream content. I think the first time I interviewed Milton Knight, that was a good live stream because I had an actual celebrity on. Like, is he a celebrity? I don't know. I mean, he's a great artist. I don't think if I went to the average mall, if I asked people who Milton Knight was, I don't think they would know. I think he probably appreciated that I never even mentioned once that he invented Robotnik or whatever from Sonic the Hedgehog. That's probably the first thing everyone else that's ever talked to him has talked to him about. And I don't know. There's been a few good live streams. This one's been good with Last Frontier Comics, with the Centaur, who's now known as, is it Zort? I've forgotten. But today he broke character, and we had, pretty down to earth discussion about politics and what's coming up. And that's a little bit black pilled, a little bit, it doesn't have an optimistic view of things. Maybe going forward, to use the communist expression that they all like to use on the other side. But Paulo was on earlier talking about all kinds of wonderful stuff. Oh, Zork, yes. Cleo, we're going to have to rewatch the beginning of the show because Zork, I think his appearance. Well, the Zork came on, not the Centaur. But then I immediately caused him to break character by just like, hey, man, what's going to happen? Is it going to be in a few days? And he just broke character and just, so, he was like, I was saying he's kind of like our 107. And I asked him, what do you think? He doesn't really know that much about 107. He's heard the name, but yeah. So if we get Kevin to come on once he gets his store all powered up, then it'll be like a perfect. Maybe Meyer will even come, but Meyer's busy. What am I trying to do? Meyer's about to move in a matter of, I think it's down to single digits the amount of days until he moves. And it's going to be great. I'm so glad he came back. Oh yeah, this is his second weekend on. Last week's live stream was pretty good. I just don't remember why it was good. Oh yeah, Gary Gary Davis came on. That was good. Yeah. Yeah, last week was pretty good. But if you really enjoy this content, ladies and gentlemen, you would probably love to donate to this GoFundMe going across. He was on last week. Yeah, I think so. Wasn't he? Was Sword on last week? So I think I think he was. How else did I know his name was Zort?
You did a good job.
When did Zort come on last? Was it last Sunday? Or I mean, last Sunday was a long live stream. I think he came on. Or was it on a Thursday broadcast? When my friend Randy came on Thursday before last, that was a great live stream. It was great to see him. She says, I don't know. I don't know, man, anything either. How are you feeling, Cleo? Are you feeling better? Are you getting better as far as the cold? There goes Drew the dog. Drew, you want to go on a walk? You want to go on a walk? Let's go on a walk and see what that. Maybe I can get her to go on a walk. She wouldn't go earlier. She pulled on the leash. No, I don't want to go outside. Drew, we're going to we're going on a walk outside, man. See what they spray painted on the street, man. It's horrible vandals. Now they were probably doing a science experiment for school or something, or maybe they were painting the parade route for some parade that I don't know about that's coming up. Parade went by the house yesterday. Maybe she's feeling better a little, she says. Oh no. Drew is licking the carpet, which means her stomach is out of order. Curse you, Burt Ward. Burt Ward must. Well, then you probably ate too much Burt Ward food, is what it was, Drew. It wasn't that it's bad for you. Plus, the fact that you let it sit there for so long, it probably wasn't. Okay. Drew the dog. Stop licking the carpet, man. You savage beast. Okay, let me entertain you. Okay. We're off. We're off, Drew. Come on, eat some grass, man. Come on, eat some grass, man. It's far out. Oh, she's going out the door, ladies and gentlemen. Nice wind out here. This this here powers the whole Hotel Orloff. This machine is what catches the wind and gives us electricity. I invented that last winter. Oh, I forgot to grab the dog pooper scooter. It's all right. Look at that, a Trump sign. Now, the Wi-Fi may get wonky here for a little bit, then it'll come back. That's usually what happens. She eats the grass to make herself puke. It's far up, man. Come on, Drew. Go this way. Come on. She's pulling back. Oh, yeah. Come on, Drew, this way. Come on. Drew. Oh, damn. Drew the dog does not want to go. Hell no, we won't go. Drew, I want to go over here to see what they painted on the street. Come on. Drew, come on this way. Come on, Drew. Come on, Drew. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, Drew. No, Drew, we'll go back in the house in a second. I just need to see what they. How dare you? How dare you? Drew, Drew, this way. Come on, Drew. Come on. Come on. Come on, Drew. Drew, here. Come on, Drew. I think this might be for bicycle riders. Maybe. Come on, Drew. Come on, Drew. Yeah, they painted us it's a 5 and a 2 with arrows. Maybe that's to guide the Chinese army when they invade. I just saw them paint it. They stopped the car and painted that on the street. Or maybe it's a new gang. It's the 5-2 gang. This dog is not into walking. Oh, let me show you the other. Over here. Here, Drew. I want to see what it looks like. Here, Drew. You got this other Trump sign. Do you see that? This dog is not letting. This is reminiscent of that Digger the dog commercial. I don't know about that Digger the dog commercial. Refresh my memory. Come on, Drew. No, she is not into it. She wants to go back up the stairs into the hotel. She'd rather eat carpet than grass. I don't know. That didn't sound right, did it? Drew is a carpet muncher.
What do you think is the key issues that
Okay.
right now? I know President Trump's come here today talking about immigration, but what do you think? What's the top issue for both?
Oh, damn. I am.
Why here specifically? Do you think that's a national issue or most?
Well, she goes over to drink water. Drew, you got to eat all this Burt Ward food, man. You got some dry food there that's ready to be consumed.
I'm not paying nothing for gas. No, I can find it cheaper somewhere else. And now, if I could pay $1.99,
I'm going to be happy.
Yes. So nobody sees. Everybody hasn't forgotten, but everybody just remembers what the inflation is.
Oh, man.
Change, and that's how they do it. So now, the younger generation is going to be okay with this. So when they get over it, the inflation will go up here. They'll get mad, and it'll just keep going and going and going. Somebody has to stop.
Digger the dog. Digger, he goes with you when you explore. He's your dog for sure. It was a pull. Oh, I remember. He was a toy dog that bobbed up and down. Play school, maybe. Catchy jingle. Yeah, I remember that now. It's just I thought Digger the dog might be a dog that didn't like to walk, that would pull away. No, I want to go back to the house. I don't want to go for a walk. It's like it's antisocial behavior, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, someone's trying to come in. Gotham City. Hey, Kevin, what's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good. Ooh, a new Cruel Universe. Is this one
Yeah.
terrible or is it okay?
The cover's the best thing about it.
Yeah, that's generally the way it is.
This story
Uh,
wasn't even in there. I wanted to read about this giant astronaut that got hit in his eye with an Indian's arrow.
yeah, really, that would be a good story. That
That
almost
story
looks like
wasn't.
AI art, but I mean, I don't think it is, but it's
No, it's I think it's Dave Johnson. It's pretty good.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, all right. Well, so yeah, in the middle of the night, Cleo was watching your video. I heard the music playing. I was half asleep. Oh shit, what happened?
I'm okay. I'm right here.
Yeah, yeah, I wanted to see what the new because I guess she put it up in the middle of the night. That almost looks like an EC title there, a little
Yeah.
bit.
This was a story about an Elon Musk guy that has these self-driving cars,
Right?
and then they take over. They go maximum overdrive. Remember that movie?
Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately,
So
this
that's what they
was
call. That's Elon
probably the low
Musk.
point of Stephen King's career. Well, okay, so is that it was a story? What would you rate it on a scale of 1 to 10?
Um, it was like a 5. It was okay.
Okay.
Better than this one. These guys. This one was like wasn't written that well. They would have had someone either write it better. It would have been better. But these guys are dumping chemicals
Okay.
in the ocean.
There's not
This was
much.
that part was
Oh
kind of
boy. Yeah, there's not much as far as dialogue. EC comics were always very wordy, and they're not following in that tradition.
the coolest thing was the ending because these since they were dumping all those chemicals, there was a whole island of these mutated guys that they'd
Hmm.
killed earlier.
Yeah. By the way, spoiler alert. No, these are comics that you will not be able to buy until Wednesday. He's giving us a preview of comics that showed up yesterday in a box.
Yeah, this one was about a guy who, when you search his name on Google, like it came up some bad stuff about him. So he
Uh-huh.
pays this company to wipe his internet history.
Right.
But you want me to spoil it? In the process, what happens? Maybe you could think of what happened.
Okay. If you don't want to know, just turn your sound down on your TV. But yeah, keep spoiling it because I'll never buy this.
Hang on 1 second.
All right.
So in wiping his internet history, he wipes basically he starts disappearing. He loses his nose, then his ears, then his hand.
Oh, that's kind of sort of clever, I guess.
And then this last one. Oh, it's kind of like these. This one was the most sci-fi-ish because these people, basically, there's these little devices. They're like guardian angels that keep you moral, and they'll zap you if you're to put you in the right direction.
Yeah.
You have a
Sounds
little
like a
guardian.
metaphor for Facebook police. Yeah.
You have a little guardian angel on your shoulder zapping you. Then it just starts zapping everybody too hard. But then you find out, oh, at the end, it was good for humanity because the people that weren't into the technology, those are the people that survived because they didn't have that guardian angel.
Okay, that sounds like a metaphor for people that don't use the internet or
Yeah,
don't get
that was good.
vaccinated. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, well,
Yeah, I
that's
thought,
there's a little bit of cleverness going on there, but not quite like Gaines and Feldstein. But
yeah, but still, I wanted to read this story.
yeah,
And
yeah, yeah. Of course you would.
that wasn't
Um,
in there. Hey, I'm gonna go on pause real quick. I'll be back in a couple
yeah,
minutes.
that's fine. Um, let's change backgrounds here for a moment. How do we do that?
They need to be. And that's why President Trump is coming here to our humble town.
What's the best background? Is this one? No, that's not a background.
Orders are Harris.
What are the backgrounds?
425 or 35,000 no.
Okay, yeah, this
13,000
yellow mustard color. That's kind of bright on the eyes. I used to use this. This is actually kind of good because it kind of moves like a lava lamp.
So I want you to listen.
That's good.
You to take the message that you hear bring it to your neighbors.
Solid black. Nah.
There's one way.
This one. What do you guys think?
And that is to re-elect.
This one's called Moon or something. Well, that's pretty good. I don't know. Now these you can't really see. That might be too distracting. These you can't really see enough of what's. These don't really work.
Washington, D.C., so I can continue to fight for you.
That's pretty good. That's Cookie Monster is Conan. This is a nursing home background.
A moment of silence. Please welcome to the stage Pastor Andy Dahl.
Oh, I kind of like that, but is it too distracting? What do you guys think?
It's wonderful to be here. What a wonderful honor, and thank God for it. We're going to pray in just a moment, but I'm thankful to be in America. I'm thankful to have grown up in this area. I love this area, and God's blessed us so much.
Insanity.
Some things on the horizon. We need God's help. We also
What
need
was that?
your help. And by the grace of God, we'll see that happen. Let's pray. Father God, I come to you in the name of Jesus Christ. Father, I thank you for his sacrifice.
Oh, you can put background music on.
His burial and his resurrection. Father, I thank you so much for the blessed hope that we have in Jesus. Lord, today I come to you also on behalf of our
Can you even hear that?
Lord, our nation is in peril. We see things today that are going on.
I don't even know what the hell that is. Background.
It's not a battle between Democrat and Republican.
I don't know. I can't hear it at all. It's ridiculous.
And I pray that today that
Okay.
I pray that we don't
I think I'll go with this.
God, I'm thankful for President Trump.
Should I change the Piggly Wiggly
I
thing?
pray again to be reelected. And Father, please bless him. Please protect him. Please use him. But God, you bless our nation. You bless our land. And I pray that
And the black bird. Let's go with the red Piggly Wiggly. All right, I think we've improved everything. Let's see if anyone's commenting. You mentioned being hungry, Grotz. Remember that we have a bunch of factor meals. Oh yeah, I remember that because we any money to eat out. So yeah, no, those meals are good. Factor. For those of you who don't know what that is, you order these meals. You get a menu every week, and my wife orders these meals, and they come in a big box or two, and they it's because my wife's trying to lose weight. We're both trying to lose weight, and this is healthy stuff, and it's like cheap. It's a lot cheaper than getting food anywhere else. So they have the meals are already cooked, so you just have to warm them up. We have this, I think it's called an air fryer, and you just peel the top off. It's really easy. You don't have to cut a slit or take the film off, and then a few minutes later put the film back on and take it off, which is way too complicated for me. You just take it off, put it in there for 10 minutes, and it's ready to eat, and it's delicious. My wife says we've got to add salt to make it delicious. But the salt that she uses is not gonna. Oh, I didn't ever take I take these blood pressure pills. I forgot to take it this morning. But my goal is to get off of those things. I don't want to. I figure if I lose enough weight, I can get off of that. But this is salt that doesn't raise your blood. It's some kind of healthy salt. I don't know what it's called, but she says it's actually good for you. I believe her. So you put the salt on there, and I usually sprinkle some Parmesan cheese on just about every meal I eat. Not Parmesan. I don't know what it's Parmesan. Yeah, but I think we're out of that, and we're also out of mozzarella. I couldn't find it for my breakfast. So, and it's good. Oh, we've lost about 4 viewers, me talking about food. This is the wrong channel to be talking about food. It's good. Because eating out now is just like a ridiculous prospect in this economy. And then, shopping at the supermarket when there's really only one supermarket. There's and then you have to drive 45 minutes or more to get to the Walmart, the prices. I don't know if it's because there's no competition, that they have a monopoly, that the prices are high, or if the prices are just high everywhere because of Bidenomics. Probably both. So, but anyway, so after this lady sang the Star Spangled Banner, this guy goes, "That was amazing." So I need to probably cook one of those meals here.
Our panel is going to come out here.
But once Kevin comes back and is showing stuff, then I could sneak up there and put it in. And they got this backdrop here. Deport illegals now. That's not going to look good. The other side, that Trump's in front of a sign that says "Deport illegals now." They're really going to try to make him look bad, and the mainstream media are going to try to make him look bad with this. Anyway. Oh my gosh. Oh, someone's trying to come in. Why? Oh, it's Spinner Rack Dave at the stage.
Hey guys.
Hey there. What's up?
Not much. Just
nice
got
to
done
see you.
shooting some videos of Halloween for our other channel.
Yes, I was told that by Kevin. He said that you the other day I spoke with him, and he said you just put up a Halloween video, and that's on my list of things to watch this weekend. So you put up several more?
No, you actually watched it. I did a video on my comic book channel on Spinner Rack, but I haven't put anything up on my other channel. Do you have music going on in the background, or is it me?
Yeah, it's the.
Oh, I just want to make sure it wasn't like.
It's. Oh, do I have music playing?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Is it horrible?
I just wanted to make sure I didn't have another window open or something.
No, you know what? I was playing around with the options on StreamYard, and they have this new thing that says music options. And I said, "Oh, let me hear what this stupid music sounds like." So I pressed it, but I guess, and I can't hear it, but everyone else can hear it. Is it?
Oh
terrible?
yeah.
Is it embarrassingly
it's
bad?
Kind of loud. It's kind of loud too, to be honest.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. Is it stopped now?
Yeah, that's much better.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
It was like an electronic disco beat. But
no, all I have is this Trump thing going. No, that what they have is here. I can't hear it, but let me hear what you guys think of it. It says acoustic. Is that playing? Okay, here. Is that playing?
Yeah.
Is it terrible? And then you have an option of dance pop.
It's kind of this, electronic, computer generated type.
It's for people that are afraid of copyright claims.
Okay.
It's like it's StreamYard approved copyright free music. This is called daydreaming. How does that sound? I can't hear it at all.
It's all.
I know it's all. This one's called Into Space. What does this sound like? Into Space.
Do you have? No, it doesn't sound like space.
Listen,
it needs
this
to
is
be
all
lower.
shit. Let me turn it all off. Is it off now?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that.
It's fine. Maybe you have a volume control. It needs to be a little bit lower, like it's in the background.
Yeah, there is a volume control. Is the music stopped?
Too loud. It would be fine in the background, but
no, I don't want shitty music. I'll play. I know good music from the 60s and 50s that there's no chance of copyright. Like that roller rink organ music I play. I know there's no copyright in that, and they never catch me with that. So I use that. Yeah, my wife said it's weird hearing this music on your show. Sorry, thank you for warning me about it. God damn, man, shit.
But so the video you watched it because you commented. It was a comic book video. So we shot this morning 3 separate videos on some of our displays, and I'm actually producing one right now. And I may post it here this weekend, but I haven't posted anything on my other channel yet.
You
But
know
yeah,
what I
quite.
do sometimes, to be honest with you? I'll see a friend has a video up and I'll go and heart it, put a heart, and then I'll put great. And then I'll put it in my playlist to watch later. So
Oh,
and I'm
okay.
just hoping that it really is great. And I'm not,
Yeah, you did. You
it's
did
like,
that. You put great.
yeah, that's what I do. I did that on Higgy Pop last night, but I didn't watch the video. I put it in my list to watch it. That way I could
Okay.
be one of the first people to like it.
Yeah.
And then I'll watch it later. Then there'll be 40 people that like it, and I'll be just another person. Uh,
Well,
I'm telling you my secrets. I intend to watch it. That's why I don't have this memory. It's yeah. That's one of the sneaky things I do. I'm going to watch it. Like
okay.
I commented on Strange Life's video, but I've only watched half of it. I watch it in little segments
Okay.
because when I can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I will watch your video, but you put up other ones on your other channel. I
Well, so I've
interrupted you.
shot. We this morning we got up, had breakfast. We shot 3 videos,
Yeah.
and so I'm pretty. I edit all my videos. I have a program called Power Director,
Yeah.
and so I'm edited one of them. It's how we built one of our displays. But in the video that you commented on that you're going to be watching, that's over on my, Spinnerack Studios. It actually starts off with one of our big village displays. We have built a village
Oh,
display in the comic book room. And then so I go through that and then I show some comic books.
so
But
the stuff that Kevin recently started collecting or buying is the stuff that you've got out on display?
yes,
The
yeah,
Halloween ones, yeah.
yeah,
The spook
yeah,
houses and stuff. Oh boy, that's going to be great.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah. And shot a video of another display this morning and a couple of other things. So anyway, yeah. So, but yeah, I saw you were on, and I'm going to be going to the gym here pretty soon. And then I mentioned, I think I actually responded to your comment in my video. You probably haven't seen it, but I mentioned to you that, yeah, I've just been real
you're
busy
making me feel like a real butthole, man.
dealing with my elderly parents. And uh,
Oh,
like I'll be going over there. I'm going to go to the gym and then I'll go directly over there. I've got to do their yard work. My dad's
yeah.
88, my mom's 86.
Hmm.
Neither one of my dad's got some major heart problems, and my mom was screwed up her knees. So
Oh man.
just dealing, with, and then working full time, and then trying to putting up all the Halloween stuff. Been really, really busy.
Yeah, I know what that's all like. My parents only made it into their 70s. Of course, they smoked heavily,
Yeah.
but yeah, and my mom passed like 6 years before my dad. So I've been there. That's rough stuff.
Hey,
Um,
there's Kevin.
yeah, he
Hey,
is.
Conserving, did you get the package I sent?
Not yet, Kevin. We get our mail real late in the day, like at the earliest 4:30, all the way up to like 6:30.
Oh,
So
Oh, maybe
I
it's
bought
scheduled for today then.
yeah, I think it is. I haven't checked the tracking, so Ken, I bought some of those X-Men that he showed the other day.
yeah, he told me. That's
Yeah,
like I thought that was great because the show helped him out. I like it's great when the show helps him out financially
yeah.
because I think that was the only sale he made that day, along with someone buying his creature from the Black Lagoon. Uh,
He made a pretty good one. I went a little bit overboard, maybe.
did you get in trouble?
I'm trying to fill out my X-Men run. I
Yeah, yeah.
and I have I have a lot of it. Most of it, like I've got the big issues like number 1 and number 4.
Oh
But
shit.
I think I started with the Uncanny X-Men at around issue 137,
Uh-huh.
and I don't have a ton of the stuff during the Cochrane run.
Uh,
Starting, I've gotten like 94, but I'm missing a lot of stuff between not 94, 95 through 137, and so I picked up a
yeah.
number of things from Kevin.
Yeah, I am too. I have pretty much when Burns started, I was buying
Yeah,
them off the stand. Uh, I think I noticed I was missing between 103 and 111, and I had 2 copies of 103. I think you picked some of those up, and then last night I was talking to Kevin. He was I think it was, we were just talking, it was over the other night, and I think he's pulled some of the ones you didn't get, and that's fine. I'm never going to be able to afford all of those. I really kind of want that issue 14 that he's got, but
Oh
but
yeah, yeah,
I can't ask him to put that in my pile, and I was saying, well, maybe I could pay it off over time, but he wants to like sell that outright, and because you can get probably $500-600 for that, and then he'll buy masks. He's wanted to buy masks, but boy, that's such a cool,
yeah.
great cover and everything.
I have that issue. I probably bought it 6 or 7 years ago.
Yeah.
So, but I'm getting, fairly. I'm not getting the. What is it? What is it? 67 or 66? Where they went to the reprints. I can't remember.
But I'm
So
not sure.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to, get up to that point. I'm not going to collect the reprints, and then I start back up with 94, and I don't know. I probably stopped collecting X-Men. Oh gosh, right around the time that Jim Lee, they branched off, and Jim Lee did that X-Men book. For me, the X-Men, there just were so many titles, so many characters, and they were all intertwined. It was like one big soap opera. And of course, comic
Well,
books are kind of like soap operas, but it just got to be too much.
the
But
Uncanny X-Men was the real title, and then in the '90s it got to be ridiculous. It
yeah,
was
it
like
really did.
X-Men was like Richie Rich or Sad Sack. There were like dozens of different
Yeah,
titles. Yeah, and the artwork was terrible. I could care less about any of that's what but that original, and I really didn't care much after Byrne left. I think it was about I just stopped caring. But I love the '60s era and the '70s stuff. And
yeah.
I wouldn't mind getting the reprints. They're cool, but if they're super expensive to be buying a reprint, then no.
Well,
But okay.
it's funny because you're asking about a little bit. You kind of mentioned my wife briefly there. Her favorite character is Ghost Rider, and her
Yeah.
favorite team is X-Men. And
Oh
so
yeah.
she's kind of on board, with trying to fill out the X-Men run. We've been watching. She never watched it because we didn't know each other back when the cartoon was on in the '90s.
Right.
So we've been watching that. We're probably in the 5th season now. She never saw it, so
Yeah.
it's kind of fun because now she's kind of getting a background and an understanding of who all the characters are.
Mhm.
Because it's, as you know, it's a difficult series to pick up on because of the history of it.
Yeah,
So
I love that '90s series. I
yeah,
don't really have any interest in watching this new Disney series, although people say it's good. I just don't trust it, knowing some of the people that are behind it. But it's I'm sure it's okay. But I like the '90s series, even though there were a few characters that were in the series. That had appeared in the comics since I stopped reading it, like. Gambit, I
yeah,
figured out, and then I picked up a few issues in between. There was a bit of time in was that the early 2000s when they changed the costumes on the characters, and there was some British artist drawing it, and I remember Beast looked different, and I think it was called New X-Men for a while. I thought, I don't know what it
yeah.
was,
I
but
don't
I
know
picked it
either.
up for a while, and it seemed like it was fun. Like
Yeah,
they had different suits. I don't know if it's Grant Morrison writing it. I don't know, but
yeah. I don't either. I've mentioned before. When I got out of college and started working and
yeah,
bought my first hat. This would have been mid '90s. I kind of got out of comic books. I kept my
yeah,
hold slot. I kept getting like the Hulk, Spider-Man, and I kept looking for Christmas comic books. But
right.
other than that, you know how it is when you're a young adult. You kind of, your life goes in different ways. You got different priorities.
Well, I
So
turned 30 in '95, and that's about in the '90s were such a shit show for comics. Yeah, I would still go, like you're saying. I'd still go to the comic store. I'd still pick up mostly older comics. I would look at the new rack every week or every 2 weeks, and
yeah,
it's like, no. Sometimes I'd get stuff. There was a Catwoman comic coming out in the '90s. I thought it was well drawn. It was one of the, and sometimes I think I would buy Silver Sable. I just like the design of the characters. Most part, I didn't care anything about Venom. I keep accidentally on my shows. I'll accidentally call Venom Spawn. It's like my mind. I don't even know the difference. Carnage, all the stuff that the
Yeah,
people now in their 30s and 40s just revere.
yeah,
That never meant anything to me. It was not a. And I now I would love to get more of the 60s Spider-Man comics that I never could afford those.
yeah.
In the late 70s, I was buying the stuff I could afford. What was that noise? Um,
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I don't mind Venom and Carnage, but I don't love them either. I mean, I don't collect their titles specific to them, and I'm with you. As you know, I'm kind of more into the '60s Spider-Man, early
well,
'70s.
that's when I think that character belongs. I think
Yeah,
that character belongs in that time period, riding a little
yeah,
mini bike around. It's just, it belongs there. When I see Peter Parker with this longer hair in the 70s, this thing, that's just not right. He should be this guy. I just have this, I'm very finicky about things. And to me, that's Fantastic Four, Spider-Man belongs set in the
yeah,
60s. And those were the best comics. Spider-Man was still good into the seventh, and so was Fantastic Four. I mean, John Byrne had a run on Fantastic Four that was real pretty and everything, but it was mostly just recycled ideas from Kirby, and I didn't, I'm never gonna forget. I can't forgive him for having the Human Torch going out with Alicia, and someone said, "Well, it turns out she's a scroll later, so he's not really cheat."
yeah,
No, but he thought it was Alicia. You don't cheat on your friends
yeah,
with your friend's girlfriend. Yeah, that's not. And then Johnny Storm, who's the guy that builds hot rods, has a fishbowl haircut. I mean, what is he? And then all the little skinny necks on Reed Richards, and everybody has these Karen Carpenter necks. It was just, I don't know.
yeah.
I'm the Mikey of. I'm just the eternal Mikey. He won't like it. He hates everything. But let's
Well,
see. Yeah,
the problem with Spider-Man, I think, is they have him fighting villains that he has no business fighting. He's doing all of these world-saving events. That's not Spider-Man. He doesn't have those kind of
yeah,
powers. He's not Superman, and
yeah. Well,
and
you
even
know
like
what they.
Venom and
Yeah,
Carnage, they're so much more powerful than he is, and so
yeah.
I don't know. It
Yeah, I don't even really know anything about those characters. Maybe they're wonderful. I don't know. I never liked the black costume on Spider-Man. I never liked any of that, and I didn't like. What really hurt Spider-Man was killing Gwen Stacy. That was really a mistake.
yeah,
I know
yeah.
those issues are revered and everything. It's like, because all I remember
Well,
is every time I open a Spider-Man comic in the 70s, he's all
but
depressed about Gwen dying. I could have saved her. It's like, well, I don't want to, I'm fourth, fifth grade. I don't want to read about someone mourning the loss of someone. Let me have fun, man. The 60s comic was fun.
what was a bigger mistake was bringing her back as a clone. Oh my God, that whole
Oh
clone
yeah,
thing, I
that
hate.
happened when I was in fourth grade when I
Yeah,
first started reading
so I
yeah, that wasn't, yeah. Well, that whole thing with the jackal, I was reading all that. But what I was also seeing was I was picking up Marvel tales and Marvel's greatest comics, and I was seeing what these books were like in their prime, and I was thinking, man, but if only my mother let me buy old comics in the 70s. She was
yeah,
like, I don't want you, like, because she grew up in the Depression and she thought it was not good to be buying old used books. It's like,
yeah.
it's just like, that's what. And she says, you'll bring bugs into the house with those old books. You'll bring in book lice. And I didn't even know if book lice are really a thing, but she thought they were. And so she didn't want me. I could have picked up. I remember seeing Silver Surfer #1 for like $5.
Oh wow, yeah,
It's like, oh, well, que
yeah.
sera, sera. At least I had a mom that was nice and everything, and gave me you can complain about the bedtime, but at least I had a bedtime. Some people didn't. They didn't. So you back,
I think
Kevin?
I think my family probably thinks that Wavy and I are crazy people. My sister's somewhat of a minimalist, and my brother really doesn't collect stuff. And my parents, we always had nice art, regular art and stuff. It wasn't like, but nobody else in my family is a collector per se, like I am.
Yeah.
My grandmother on my dad's side was a collector, so I must have gotten she collected Hummels and she loved
Yeah.
European collectibles like that. So maybe that's where I got it. I don't know, but
My mom bought all these Hummels, and then she told me later, well, I don't think she really even liked them that much, but they were living in France, I think.
yeah,
My dad was
okay,
stationed in France, and you could get them at the PX for like, like the price tags on the bottom were like nothing, and so
wow,
they would buy them, and I don't. I mean, I'm sure she thought they were cute, but it wasn't. The whole her Hummel collection went to. And my dad divided everything out and I guess he gave the Hummel collection to my older brother who was married at the time. And since I wasn't married when he passed away, I think he let the other me and the other brother, like pick out our favorite one from the
uh-huh,
collection. I just picked up one of them, and I don't know if it's a super valuable one or not. A lot of them had been broken, with three boys, and they
yeah,
had been glued back together. So I don't know, but they're Hummels from the early '60s,
yeah,
and I don't know. To me, that's like almost like Beanie Baby collecting or something. But
yeah.
I mean, they're cool. Let me go see if there's a price tag on the bottom of the one Hummel that I have. Um, just out of curiosity. So what else has been up?
Not other than just dealing with all of these life events. It's a lot of work. You've seen our videos. It's a lot of work putting up these displays. And we haven't, the last time we did it was 2019 that we put up, these huge displays.
Right.
So, and then, like I said, it's just dealing with elderly parents. My wife still goes and watches her 94-year-old mother. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Is this a big one or?
Yeah,
I
very
thought
good.
it was the coolest one.
Yeah,
Oh,
that.
there's the price tag. Let's see what it says. $2.15.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
What
Those,
what is what is it? I don't know. There's whole books, whole price guides on these things that tell you
I
what all the marks mean. I
I
don't
do
know what.
not think these collectibles have done very well. You know, Younger people just don't like stuff like that anymore. That
Yeah,
Gratu, that's a good one for like Easter. It's kind of got an
yeah.
Easter
And I
theme to
have
it.
this thing here that was my mom's. I think that's the Infant of Prague. I don't know what that thing is. It's
Yeah,
some Catholic thing. I think it might be the baby. It might be Jesus when he's a young kid. I don't know exactly what the Infant of Prague is. I just remember John Waters having the Infant of Prague in one of his his movies because he's a lapsed Catholic that wanted to be blasphemous.
yeah.
So those are. Yeah, I don't know much about that beyond that, but yeah, I don't. I remember always seeing those Hummels in the display case growing up. But that's my one Hummel. Let's see what's going on.
Well, if you
Yeah.
want,
So what
you
else
can.
did you just picked up X-Men, or what else did you get from him?
I got those two Miss Marvels.
Oh, did you? They were
Yeah,
great, especially.
because I did
Yeah,
not have that first appearance of not Psylocke. Oh, what's the Mystique?
Mystique. Yeah,
Mystique. So,
yeah.
like
One of
I said,
those Miss Marvels has a great cover, just as far as good girl art. Just the way that I don't want to. These people that talk about good girl art, they kind of they start to sound a little lascivious. But it was just the way she was drawn. Kind of, she was
yeah,
falling backwards, and just the way that her anatomy was.
yeah,
It's you probably know what I mean. That particular one of the two you bought, I just thought, boy, that's a good cover. Because Ms. Marvel, she kept changing her
yeah,
uniform, and it was always they would. her first outfit was really good, and then she went to one with had a long sash. There were some pretty interesting designs, but that was a
Yeah,
comic that no one ever bought.
right.
Um,
And by the way, I'm wearing my Gotham City shirt here.
yeah, I
But
should put mine on. I just don't know where it is.
I
It's
just
I think
I
it's
want to sing the praises of Kevin down there. Great shop. He packs things up really well.
yeah, doesn't he?
I'm going to get this box in literally in 2 days. Like I said, it'll come later on. Probably it's scheduled at least
On
last I
Monday,
looked.
probably. Yeah.
So, but yeah, if you guys haven't purchased anything from Gotham City, please do so because it's a great store. And Kevin's, top notch as far as service and
Oh yeah.
um,
So you're
you know,
watching that live stream Wednesday, just going, oh shit.
yeah, I watched part. Yeah, I watched part of it, and
Yeah.
I think I commented in that, because I think I was getting ready to go to the leave work or something like that. I don't know. I told Kevin I'd call him the next day. I
Yeah.
was interested in some of those X-Men. So
Yeah, the other stuff he had, it was the Spider-Man stuff. I didn't care, but I'm sure people do care about that. And he had the first the black costume. Well, it wasn't but the one that everyone wants, the Secret
yeah,
Wars
the Secret
cover.
Wars #8. Yeah.
And
Oh, there he's showing number
oh
300.
shoot, here's some of the other stuff. Yeah, Kevin made a buy from a. Oh, you're sure you've already priced them. Hey, why don't you show the ones you priced from the ones you had Wednesday? Maybe some more people will call up and buy stuff. I'm not sure if I'm hearing your sound though, Kevin.
Oh, I didn't price them.
Oh, you didn't price them. Yeah, luckily I have that Dazzler issue.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
Which is why I
I
didn't
got
buy
Spider Man. I got X Men.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's pretty much it that people want. Well, aliens, but
Have you sold anything else after you sold those to Dave?
I've sold a few here and there.
Yeah.
Did you sell any of that Predator Alien stuff?
Yeah.
Did you?
What I
Okay.
do is he had the whole collection of everything, so I bundle it up into runs. I'll bundle it into runs.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it's just otherwise somebody's just gonna take the number one, and then I have the whole.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That makes sense.
So like this, I took this. This is probably the biggest run, 1 through 12. You could buy this, the complete
Yeah.
run.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, thank God I'm not into Predator. But there was a great one. I think I bought it where the girl's holding a predator head or an alien head. I can't remember, but it's like really well painted. You
Yeah,
guys may know what
these are all bundles, packets, and sets. These 2 boxes.
Library 88 says, "Hey yo, love that Charles Vest painted Hobgoblin cover." I don't know what that was, but who's Charles Vest?
My main goal today is to get some more masks up here.
Oh, okay.
That's where the creature was that I sold.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you have them up there very securely with those 2 hooks. Yeah, that's my problem. Mine has fallen twice because I hit them up with
We couldn't even get the arms out because it'd never been out.
yeah,
He
yeah.
had to put it.
Mine's
He had 3 suitcases, one for each part.
shit. Well,
So
so
we had to take one part.
did you sell out of that Veronica facsimile?
I think there's still some over here.
Could you put one in my box? I should call it a box instead of a
Well,
pile.
you have a cabinet now.
I do. Oh, don't say that. My wife might be watching. Yeah, put the Veronica. Because
Oh,
I
you got the
looked
last
this.
one.
Oh, yeah. I
Yeah,
should have the original of that one.
I do have the original, but since I
Okay.
have the original, I figure I should have the facsimile so I can
Yeah.
prove to someone like my wife, look, I've got something that's so valuable. They made a new one. It's I don't know. It's really kind of stupid. You think people starving in different parts of the world and being blown up. Their pagers blowing up in their pockets, and I'm worried
Yeah,
about. I
here's
need
your
to get another
whole cabinet
copy of
right
a
here.
book I already have.
This is your cabinet in here, your whole cabinet.
Yeah, because I forget I have a bunch of big things like all those little action figures of Halloween costumes and and the ones, those really badly sculpted things based on pre-code horror books. I got all those. I still got to buy. Oh my God! Hopefully Santa's going to help out.
I really don't think we should be doing this.
That's what my wife says about these guys. What are people saying here, man? Library 88, Amazing Spider-Man 261, Charles Vest cover. It was in the box of unprocessed ASM books Kevin just showed. He also painted that Spider-Man graphic novel here where he's in Scotland. Okay. Yes, Amazing Spider-Man up into that area. I don't know much about what he did after. Yeah. Yeah, so Kevin's got all these great facsimiles, and um, you don't have the cryptology in stock yet. You'll get that Tuesday, is that right?
It's either Monday or Tuesday it'll be here.
Okay. Is there anything in the stuff that showed up that you're going to be putting out Wednesday that's worth us seeing?
I was showed it to you. It was the
Oh,
best thing.
that's just, oh, the
Um,
Plastic Man. Oh yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Did you?
Hang on one
Yeah,
second, guys. Hold on.
yeah. That new Plastic Man looks like it's okay.
Cartoon, make me. I did pull a
Oh yeah,
inside of a rack off. I can show some books if you like.
yeah. Please, yeah.
So I have converted all of the racks for Halloween, and let's see. This is some of it. I have stuff written. 1976, Ed Hannigan.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have that one.
Here is let's see, Gil. Oh, geez, number. This is Gil Kane.
Great.
73.
Yeah, another one I don't have. There was so much of that coming out then.
Yeah, I don't
couldn't
have
buy
them
it
all.
I'd like to have them all. I mean, it's possible to have them all now,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
as a kid, when they were coming out, it was just too overwhelming. That's a good one. I've never seen that one either.
I've sung the praises of Archie. If there's a publisher that followed the seasons and the holidays, it's Archie.
Yeah.
And
And that
they've
was
got,
one of the greatest memories of the 70s is seeing those Archie Christmas covers.
oh,
They
I
were
love them.
so great. They were just beautiful. The colors and everything.
And Micah would probably like that one.
What are some holidays that no one ever messes with? I'm trying to think.
There's not a
Yeah.
lot of Easter, a little bit, but not much
Yeah.
Easter.
Yeah. That's a good one. I've never seen that one either.
Let's see. This is issue number 6.
Yeah. That one never had as a kid on a spinner rack. That's not as amazing because the title isn't dripping blood or anything. It's that's a reprint from the
Yeah,
90s.
I do not have a single.
I know, but
original
that's
reprint.
probably very valuable as a reprint, just like the one with the severed head and the husband and wife. That's expensive even as a reprint because, and it's hard to believe that. Yeah, that's a great one too. Was that a Disney when Disney was doing the reprints, Gladstone?
The crime suspense I just showed.
Yeah,
Um,
because Disney was doing those reprints of EC, and I'm just I don't know. It's okay. It's just amazing that got reprinted.
yeah.
And I don't know why I didn't buy it when it was reprinted. I think I just figured I had all the Russ Cochran boxed.
That's what I was trying to think of that name. I think it's part of the Russ Cochran series. I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he was doing them, and then Gladstone was doing them. I think when the HBO series was on. That's neat. I'm sure it's crappy inside, but the cover's good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Fun cover.
yeah. Oh, that's real nice. Yeah. So are these ones you got out to put into the spinner rack,
Yeah.
or
Yeah. I just pulled one side of that Hey Kid.
I think I have that one.
oh, you have that one?
Remember, I got it in that collection. I saved that
Oh,
one.
but that's one you kept for your collection, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes
Good
sense.
idea. I should start decorating with them.
That one I have from my childhood. That's one I actually have. Oh, nice. Do you have many real ECs?
I don't have any.
You don't have any. Okay, that's
No, I
probably
don't have a
not
single
something you
one.
need to start collecting
Not at
because
this
that
point in my life.
no, but you can get all the fake, well, the reprint ones, you know.
I do have a full. I do have them all in the reprint.
Oh, okay. I mean, I have every issue in some form, if not, you know, if they're not in the if only in the Russ Cochran sets where they're
Yeah,
shot
let's
right
see.
from the original art.
This is a typical day that I see riding the light rail here in Denver.
You ride every day?
Well, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I've been working at home on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but
So you work in the city?
yeah, downtown,
Okay.
and it's a mess, like all the other big cities. Love this cover.
Yeah. I wish I had more of the Madhouse comics from the 60s. That was an interesting title. It was they were trying to ride the monster craze with that comic, and also the Mad magazine, and even the rock and roll craze with that Madhouse comic. And nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I picked up a full set of these, and they really probably about 10 years ago. Did not cost much at all. They were all pretty much very fine near mint.
Yeah.
Somebody up on eBay had a full set, of all of the titles.
Oh,
Of the
okay.
weird fan, not every single, but the horror type titles and the fantasy titles.
Yeah, I should have gotten
So
more of those when they were coming out. That was a
I
mistake.
picked them up in one fell swoop.
Yeah, I guess that's the way to do it.
And I mean, I think the overall price came out to be less than cover price on them. So,
Yeah, well, they were almost dollar bin books for a long
yeah,
while.
yeah.
Yeah, that's one I'm surprised I don't own, because I was always into trains, and I would have thought I would have gotten that. I must not have seen it when it came out.
Now this is one that.
What is your verdict on that comic?
It's okay. It's not great. It's not
Yeah,
horrible.
I mean that cover is very good, I must
Yeah,
say. It must
the
be.
covers are fabulous.
Yeah.
And
Okay. Well,
but
it's just.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's bad, but
But I wouldn't say it's good.
no.
Yeah,
Well,
that
the
title,
cover
Epitaphs from the Abyss, it makes you feel like you're Sylvester the Cat just trying to say it.
That owl.
I think this is what's his name? Shit, I'm having a senior moment here. The big Batman artist. What's wrong with me?
Neil Adams.
Neil Adams. Thank you. I wanted to say O'Neill.
Don't you hate it when you realize hey, I'm gone when I forget a name like Neil Adams? I've been doing it all morning, man. I can't remember names.
And here's the last one. I really, I like these fantasy ones, these spaceship ones.
I wonder how closely the coloring on the covers
Okay.
is to the Marie Severin coloring. If they were, how faithful they were to the original.
Cool. If you have any questions, let me know.
I'm going to go get one more thing off my rack real quick, because I saw
Sure.
the black cat, and it got me to thinking of a comic.
Yeah.
Yeah, gloss on there.
Yeah, look at that.
So glossy.
Yeah, this is from the collection of a third grade teacher that had all of these there for her third graders in the 1950s to read. And luckily, third graders didn't want to read these type of comic books, so they're all pretty much in untouched condition, because It looks like maybe one or two kids looked through it in the last 70 years. So, yeah, I bought a bunch of these from Kevin, and I think there might be still a few in my hold pile from that buy.
That was the one he just showed, right?
That is the one, yeah.
Yeah,
Nice.
it's a good one. I kept it because of the cover.
Yeah. Do you have the
Okay.
Mad with the Kelly Frias cover with Alfred Newman as the Headless Horseman? That's a beautiful one too.
I
That
don't
one.
Oh,
remember
there.
that. I don't think I have that.
Yeah, I'll try to find a picture of it and show it on Instagram for you or some. It's a beautiful one. Has what has today been like? Anything
I,
interesting?
I had a meeting with that coffee guy that wants to put a little
Oh,
coffee bar.
oh
Mm-hmm.
yeah. What is that Elvira there?
It's a 2025 calendar.
Oh, okay. Oh, a brand new one. What are the pictures? Oh, the pictures are the same ones from back in the 90s. Yeah, this is just basically like a calendar I have. Um, I all I just have to do is you look and find what years 2025 the days fell on the same, the
Uh-huh.
same slot, and I can reuse some of my old Elvira calendars from when she was still young or relatively young. Um, okay, so do you want to talk about that guy that came in and offered that deal to you on the show, or
Well, I thought he was like like a big name coffee guy or something.
okay?
Like had restaurants around town, but basically he has he sets up at a church and sells coffee, and he has like a little mobile coffee
He's like a
thing in a
food truck guy.
yeah. He has a V Dub with a coffee bar inside of it.
So he wants to stop being a food truck guy and he wants to sell coffee
Yeah,
through one of the windows of your store.
yeah. He wants a drive-through window.
Could you show the drive-through window where he wants to operate through?
Yeah, it's over. Bella Lugosi has covered it,
Yeah. Do you
but
have
there's like a
customers in the
window.
store right now, or could you walk
Yeah,
outside and show us how cars would
I can
access
show
that
you
window?
it's a drive-through window, but it has bars on it.
Oh, so what restaurant did this used to be? Do you know?
I'm not sure.
I bet it was a Mexican food place because it kind of has that look, but maybe all architecture in Mesa
Yeah.
looks.
Well, the place across the street that I don't know if you can see it. You can barely see it. That used to be a Taco Bell.
Oh,
And
okay, man,
the
you're making me
building I'm
hungry.
in, the building I'm in was built in '87.
So this guy offered a proposal to you that if he could set up and sell coffee through a window there,
Basically, they
that
have
what?
to take this whole thing like straight across here. There'd be a
Hmm.
bar here
Well, you
and across.
well so okay, so you just have to relocate those books, and no one's buying those
Yeah,
Funko Pops anyway. And
yeah.
then this would add to your income by I don't know if you want to say how much he told you it
I
would
don't think
get.
that. Do you think that number's? I don't even. I just was thinking about that number, and I don't think that's right.
I don't know. Maybe Dave would have an idea. I don't know how many people drink coffee. People tend to drink coffee more than they buy comics, but this guy was giving him a very high number of amount of money that would go to Kevin for doing that, and that means that guy would have been making money obviously above that for himself. So I don't know. What do you? How much do you think?
I mean, I used to sell coffee at my old location, and I don't think that number is right. Actually,
But
but
you
I
did.
didn't have a drive-through though. I didn't
You
have a
didn't have a
drive-through.
drive-through. People are on the go, and people
Yeah,
don't. A lot of people don't want to sit in a comic store and drink
yeah.
coffee because sitting in a comic store has a stigma to it. It's like normal people don't want to be in there. Um, but I don't know. Anyway, so what do you think? Are you going to go for it?
I'm definitely gonna consider it and sleep on it for about 3 months.
Oh, well, okay. Until the cold months. So he has the offer out there for you. Okay, so Dave, you want to show something else? Let me flip
Yeah, I'll
over.
show you a couple more. So I saw Kevin as he was panning, he had a black cat. That one where the guy's face is kind of disintegrating. I
Yeah.
don't have that one, of course. I can't afford that. But one of my Halloween prizes is
Oh,
this one, and I can't bring myself to crack it out of the case because of its grade. It's pretty high grade for.
yeah.
But this is a book I just.
I've never even seen that black
Yeah,
cat.
you just do not see this book very often.
No.
You see the famous one all the time, but you don't see that one.
So I think this one's going to have to stay in its case. But
The great thing about the 1990s is they had an ongoing reprint Black Cat title, not the horror title, but her as a superhero. Yeah, look
and
at
this
that.
is another one because of the grade. And I got these quite a number of years ago, so I just can't bring myself to.
Yeah. Were you
Even 10
watching
years
when?
ago, 10 years ago, stuff was so much cheaper.
Were
Books
either
like
of you watching earlier when the Last Frontier Comics Scott was on?
No.
Oh, okay. This guy from Massachusetts came on. He's not Last Resort. I'm so sorry. Last Frontier Comics. He's got an eBay. It's not his main profession. He used to have a comic store, but he sells online comics, and he showed some from his personal collection and some he's selling earlier. And oh, look at that! Great.
Now I think I'm going to probably crack this one open. This is a
Yeah.
great Halloween
Yeah.
cover. I love it.
Anyway, he was showing great fiction house and all kinds of great stuff. I think you might become one of his customers if you if you watch that part of the earlier part of the stream. Uh, um, he is great, and apparently he found my channel through Charlton 66 because he was looking for channels that don't just show modern slab stuff and talk about speculation. Okay, so that's great stuff. I can't wait to see it on the rack. Let's see. And Kevin's gone dark. Oh, let's see what he's
There
got
he is.
going on there.
oh, there's
Um,
that.
And Gratu, I'm there. Yeah, there. I'd love to have that book. I wish I had that one.
oh yeah. Everyone wants that.
That's a
Yeah.
fake.
So
It's like
what exactly?
bug.
I've never understood. I think I have a reprint of that, but I don't think I've read the story. Why is he holding a uranium stick? And
I don't remember either.
because at first when I saw that, I thought it was an exploding cigar or something. But then when you look, it says uranium on it,
Yeah.
and I think that's actually based on a real photograph of a guy from World War I that actually looked like that. After
And then this one, you find out he's not even human. He's like a robot, right?
well, you see a few little gears and things there if you look carefully at it.
Yeah.
But oh my gosh.
Like there's the Gale House record right there that you got when you mailed in your, oh, was it
Yeah.
$1?
Yeah, I don't know. I never mailed it off, but you didn't get any masks that look like that with it. I think you got a little cloth
No,
that was
no. There's
supposed to be
the. They give you the comic. They don't give you the mask. Not the comic. The record right there.
Oh,
what
it
you
was
got.
it was just that's right. It was I'm thinking of something else where you ordered a 6-foot remote control Ghost. Yeah. Yeah,
There's the ad.
that's just the line drawing to sell you the record. Yeah. And of course you can you can listen to the record on YouTube, Gale House. Yeah. So
Well, guys, I'm gonna probably click off, go to the gym, and then, like I said, I
yeah.
got to go over and do some yard work at my parents' house. So
Yeah. Yeah.
it's
It's been
them.
nice seeing you. I haven't seen you in a
Yeah, yeah.
while.
I saw
Um,
you were on, and so I want to come on real quick.
is there a particular night that would be good to gather people together, or what nights are good for people? I don't know. I was doing it on
Right.
Thursday. It looks like other people are doing a show on Thursday now.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not doing any shows, but
Well, I usually do shows when my wife's work. She usually works on Thursday, Saturday. She's not working today. Saturday because she's sick. Saturday and Sunday. So usually I try to do streams just to prevent
Yeah.
being bored. I
Hey,
really should be working out and mowing the lawn myself, but
Did Dave, did your video go up, the one you were telling me about, the Halloween one?
On spinner rack, yeah, that one. I showed a big display out in the comic book room, and then I showed some comic books.
and remind people the names of your other channels in case
Yeah,
they don't know.
Kevin, you'll be happy to hear. So
You
my wife and
changed
I
the spelling?
got 3 videos of stuff this morning for Ho Ho Hippity Hop Boo channel.
Ho ho hippity hop boo. That's
Yeah,
the channel where he deals with collectibles related to those holidays.
yeah, yeah.
So
My wife and I bet you've heard this before, but yeah, we collect holiday collectibles. Primarily Christmas and Halloween. Pretty large Easter, but definitely Christmas and Halloween. Huge collections. And so we're decorating so big that like we won't decorate for Christmas this year because we'll still be taking Halloween down at Christmas time. So we won't do Christmas this year, but Halloween is pretty much up. I would say we're 95% of the way done. So anyway, all
well,
right,
sounds
guys.
great.
Kevin, I'll let you know about that package. It should be here late afternoon, like I said, 5-6 o'clock, somewhere around there.
Yeah, I know you have to sign for it, so
Okay.
hopefully
Should you do
somebody's there.
Were you going to do an unboxing video so we can see what you get?
Yeah. Maybe I'll try to do an unboxing video.
That'd be great.
So, tomorrow I could probably do that. So.
Okay.
All right,
Cool.
guys. Take care.
All right, take care. See you.
Again.
Well, that's cool for him to drop by. Oh my gosh, I need to give you full screen. I think Meyer's probably busy today, or he would have dropped in. And
I have a
so
new
I'll
one
just.
coming.
Oh my gosh, these are all original, real from what, the 60s, late.
70s probably.
Yeah, man. And
I got
so,
a Dracula coming now.
yeah, I wish we could get that new mask guy that we met the other night on the show. I haven't talked with him.
He said the mold for the beach goon is good, so he's gonna make me a beach goon.
Oh, cool. Is there a way for you to show us what a beach goon looks like for people that don't know what a beach goon looks like?
I don't have a picture of one right here.
Oh, okay. It would have to be on. But if okay, so what was I forget what the guy's name was where we could go look at a beach goon.
It's Coles, but it's not. It's not the
Not
different
Mr.
Coles.
Cole.
It's not Mr. Coles. It's a
Yeah,
different
we were
Coles.
trying to figure out what the guy that came from this area, his name was. We found him, and and Kevin's already contacted him and is getting a mask made by him. It got blasted. What is that advertising?
That mask.
Oh, okay. Is that a sticker?
Yeah.
Oh man, so oh boy, that's great. So every time you order from them, or do you have to order that particular mask to get the sticker?
Usually get a sticker with most of the stuff. He's got a great creature coming out on maybe tonight.
Okay, what's the name of the studio again? It said it on there. I've already forgotten.
Devil's Workshop.
Devil's Workshop. Yeah, that's easy to remember. The idle brain is the Devil's Workshop.
Do you
Okay.
remember the wind-up creature toy?
Yeah. The sparks came out of his mouth.
Yeah, so he's got it in that. He's got a creature mask coming out in those colorways,
Okay.
but the mask looks like a maniac mask.
Oh,
It
I remember that being like green and yellow with
looks like
like
the
red.
maniac. It's the sculpt's based on the maniac drawing of a creature.
Oh, okay. All right. That sounds
They're-
good.
yeah, but they're using the wind-up colors,
Okay.
so that's gonna be a great one.
Damn.
And now that I don't have a creature, I need it.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah. The synergy is missing without a creature represented in the store.
Yeah, I need more diversity in here. Besides
Yeah.
just
It looks very equitable and inclusive and diverse there. You've got everything represented, every form of ghoul and monster and
except for creature
creature.
now.
Yeah. And goblin. Yeah, well you got some creature from the Black Lagoon stuff somewhere on display in there, don't you?
I'm looking around. I don't see it. Oh, actually, yeah, here's one.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's very wait a second. Is that new?
That's a bucket. Yeah, it's pretty new, but you can't find them anymore.
Ah, damn that and the Frankenstein next to it could easily I you could have told me they're from the 60s and I would have believed it. And you can't find them even on eBay?
You can for like hundreds of dollars. But
And
it's a
and they
$20 bucket.
$20 bucket, where was it sold? What
It's
store?
sold through Trick or Treat Studios, but they lost the license and don't have anymore.
Oh, okay. And now they sell for literally $200?
Yeah, it's the same thing
Oh,
as the. It's the same bucket as these. They're like $20 buckets.
did you get them when they were $20?
No, I didn't. Unfortunately, I didn't get mine when they were 20.
So, but you got it. I mean, you didn't pay the high
I got
dollar
this.
of today.
I got this when it was 20, but
Oh man. So I would have to pay a couple $100 to get that Frankenstein. It's got a hollow top of his head, right? For
once they
keeping
get the
it
license,
open.
maybe they get the license back and they can remake them.
Yeah, that's probably not going to happen. What is Universal doing right now for this Halloween season? Who's putting out Universal monster stuff this year?
I haven't seen anything really. Have you? I besides the
Mm,
comics, Frankenstein
No.
comic.
Well, maybe they sell all the stuff through their theme parks, Universal theme parks. It seems like I saw somebody on YouTube going to a Universal monster themed thing, and they had a special little gift shop in the amusement park with Universal monster stuff, but I didn't see anything that
Yeah,
blew
you
me
got
away.
NECA, and you got NECA making some stuff still.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
They
So
have a lot
what
of
has
art.
come in recent? What are the most recent mask arrivals or action figure arrivals or?
Oh, that's what we need to show is the if you have time.
Yeah,
I
I have
got
time. Yeah.
I got a four horseman Frankenstein.
Oh, cool. Meyer says I'm cleaning and working, finishing stuff up, listening to you guys on the big TV. Yeah, it seems like I forgot about when you move out of an apartment, you kind of have to clean it. And he's lived there for I don't know 20 years. It seems like, or maybe not that long, but he's got a you get I don't know if you're trying to keep your security deposit or however that works, but um, yeah, just because he's got everything packed up, there's still stuff he's got to do in preparation for his imminent move.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm real happy with this live stream. I was like all ADHD'd out when last Frontier Comics. I probably looked like a total buffoon because it's like I kept talking and talking and asking questions. Like, wow, I can't believe what I was seeing, man. He's got all these. He's got the greatest stuff. Did you see any of that, Kevin? Oh, he's busy. He's with a customer. Uh, yeah. Meyer, did you see any of that earlier? I know you guys are on a 2 hour delay. Man, this is going to be great if Scott from Last Frontier Comics becomes a regular on here, and we've got Kevin as a regular and you Meyer as a regular. This channel could, I don't know, it could become big, man. We could actually get to 800 subscribers because
Who's ready? You ready?
uh,
It's your first man. 2165 right there.
I wish I had 2165 right now. Buy a pizza. So donate to the GoFundMe down below. Send 2165. If this show has at any point entertained you over the last 5.5 years, then donate without delay to this GoFundMe address scrolling across the bottom of your television monitor.
There you go. Yep.
When Kevin goes to a black screen, it almost blends in with the pattern here, right? You don't notice there's a black screen there.
Any other issues to that? I have more. You have time to hang out? Bring these guys up? Yeah, because I got pretty much all of them. So we'll bring up next stuff.
Operators, you're waiting. Donate now. You'll thank yourself later. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, 72.
But seriously, folks, no, things are not going well financially here. So my wife, not there's no, I mean, it's not her fault. She can't work when she's this sick and everything. So it's kind of keeping us down like the rest of the country. Ugh.
Yeah.
Looking to see if Drew the dog was over there. She is over here. Yeah. Oh, we had Jambo on earlier today. He came on. Yeah. And Jambo showed some stuff. So we've had Jambo, Paulo, Spinner Rack. We've had Scott from Last Frontier Comics. We've had Kevin from Gotham City. It's been a star-studded episode that will be ending here soon.
42.75.
Oh, we're down to 9 humans. We're down to single digit. It's becoming the momentum it was spiraling downwards. People aren't excited anymore with the content. Sounds like Sputnik noises. You hear that? I keep thinking back that Last Frontier Comics had some great stuff. What I want to see when someone says my house is a warehouse of comics, except for the kitchen and the bathroom, I want to see the rest of the house. I want to see that's always what I want to see is people on YouTube. They show themselves and the wall behind them. I want to see everywhere else and see how do you store things? How do you organize? How do you decorate? What does it look like? It's interesting to me. Oh, we got a new person in here, 10. But if all 10 of you would subscribe, if you haven't already, then I could add to my subscriber base. So let me check to see if we're at war yet. Hold on a second. Okay. Well, I took a bow out to check the news, and it looks like what I heard yesterday, about this time yesterday, is now confirmed by the mainstream media that the head of
Hang
Hezbollah
on
has
one
been.
second. Hang
Sure.
on one second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. The head of Hezbollah has been taken out, so that means, and not to lunch, and so that means that now we're waiting for the counter punch. So as we spiral more quickly towards Armageddon. But how about that, ladies and gentlemen? I'm just glad I'm not draft age right now, ladies and gentlemen. And neither are you, because it says everyone that watches this channel are like around 55 years old or older. So where's Trump about to talk? Oh, Wisconsin, that's right. Pierre Duchien. No, not Pierre. Prairie du Chien. The dog prairie, or dog country. I guess that's what that means in Wisconsin. Myra Greenblatt. Newsflash, Comic Tom destroyed Sticky Goose in pivotal debate. Did anyone watch that? Any of you 10 people? I didn't watch it. Did they actually get combative in that meeting of the minds? I will watch that. And there's actually stuff now I want to watch. I gotta watch. My wife's been working so much that we've gotten weeks behind on Big Brother, which is a terrible show, but I watch it because my mother, who passed away in 2001, really loved that show, and so every year since then I've watched it, kind of in her memory, and I know it's an insane. I hate to admit it to you. Someone stopped watching just now. I went from 11 to 10 because I said I watched Big Brother, but we're weeks behind on that, and I'm also what the hell time is it? 2:30. Um, oh, and I gotta watch the rest of Captain Strangelife's show. I haven't watched all of that, and there are a couple of shows. I've got stuff in my September playlist that I have to watch. I never liked my Big Brother. I've watched the show. Um, did you mean the word "my" in there? Was we're trying to be funny? Um, um, yeah. Well, oh, someone's trying to come in. Oh, it's Friar Tuck. Wow, it's an all-star lineup today. Hey, Friar Tuck.
How we doing, sir?
Good. Can you flip your camera sideways just so we fill this? There you go. Now that's amazing. Yeah, man. You seem to appear about every 3 months or so. That's great. Let's see. Myers says, yes, I avoided the show for years because I thought it may have been about my big brother. That's pretty funny, actually. Um, so what's been up in Sherwood Forest?
Oh, nothing new. This is the comic I won from Night Tiger.
Let me look at that.
Gonna be a huge.
Oh, wow. I wish I had won that. Oh man, I'm jealous. That's great.
Is somebody shooting this guy? See that little red line up from the mountains?
It looks like that guy's shooting at the guy in the foreground, isn't it?
Well, what's that? See that red line or orange line, whatever it is? See it?
This one.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
see what you're talking about. Move it out a little bit. Is the guy holding a sword? It almost looks like he's holding a sword, or is it coming from his hand?
Oh, that's a rope. That's a rope. He's climbing up a
Oh,
mountain.
it's
Rope.
yeah, it's a rope. Yeah, that's how. Otherwise, he wouldn't he wouldn't be able to walk like Spider-Man up that mountain. Yeah,
Right.
that's the rope.
And the German shooting his rope. See the German there hitting the rope?
Oh yeah, it is hitting the rope. Oh, that's the whole point of the cover. Yeah, okay, I get it. Yeah, that's that guy's a pretty good shot, man.
I think he got lucky.
He paid attention in the Hitler Youth marksmanship.
Right?
Myers says, I also never watched The Deadliest Catch because I thought it was about AIDS. Oh, man.
Oh,
He's
Jesus.
giving us a stand-up routine this afternoon. Okay, cool. Was this a prize or just from your collection?
This is from Gotham City.
Oh, okay.
A few months
That's
back.
right.
A few months back, I
You
bought a bunch of those. The
Yeah,
photo covers.
didn't you get a bunch of Charlton War comics from him?
I did as well. This is another one. This is the first batch I got from Kevin, but
Oh, okay. So everything's tying together. This is all stuff that has been obtained from Gotham City Comics.
true. I always preferred the painted covers, but these were just too good to pass up. So
Oh, when there's celebrity covers, it's great. Yeah.
true. You're right.
Especially when Clint Eastwood or John Wayne are on the cover. That's even better.
Right. I don't have any of those. I didn't get any of those from him, but from
I
Kevin.
only have 2 John Wayne comics and I have I think a couple of issues of Rawhide. But there aren't many comic books that have Clint Eastwood on the cover. They never made a Dirty Harry comic, but that would have been a great one. Then Myers says, I was disappointed by The Amazing Race. I thought it was going to be about. You're trying to get me to say that. Last night, D-Day Cobra. Let's see, that was the last joke, the last one. Meyer, did you ever like American Idol? Sass Paranoid Android. Oh, shit. Oh, you turned into a cue ball for a second.
Yeah, sorry, playing with this shit on my end. See what's going on with it.
Yeah. Yeah, D-Day Cobra played an excerpt from. There's some annoying guy on YouTube that is kind of comic book related. I think he likes to do videos on. He does videos on movies, upcoming movies in Hollywood, and he covers a lot of Hollywood movies. His name is John Campia, and someone sent him a super chat. And when you get a super chat, you're supposed to read it, but they wrote it where he would make him say a horrible racist thing, and he just read it. And he wound up saying this horrible thing that I can't repeat. And so D-Day Cobra was laughing about how John Campy had been stupid enough to say this, and now they've got this little. It's fine. Anyway, Meyer, did you ever like? Okay, I already read that. So what
What is
else? Do you
this?
have anything else to show?
What is this D-Day Cobra you guys are talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry. D-Day Cobra is. Oh, what is he? I guess he's sort of a video game guy. He's out of Florida.
Okay.
He always would start. Today I've got another video. I don't know. He's real conservative and he's a real pro-Trump, but he's man, I think he goes on the Nerdrotic show. He's one of those people. Yeah, I think he's pretty big time enough that he's one of the panel that goes on that Friday show. Do you know what do you know the Nerdrotic show?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, he's one of
I'm
those
familiar with
guys. He's one of the regulars on there, and
it. Okay. I don't really watch. I don't watch his stuff religiously. I've clicked on his stuff a couple of times, a few times, but and same with it. Same with the who's the other one you keep talking about?
oh, that Sticky Goose guy.
Sticky
Yeah.
Goose. Yeah. I was
Oh,
gonna say greasy
I
something.
just I've used to be just really annoyed by him, and then I became somewhat entertained by him striking out against other people. It was kind of funny, and
Okay.
it's yeah, it's the I
What
was
was the
just kind
one?
of watching.
What was the YouTuber that you were talking about before him? There was somebody you would mention here and there too, similar to Sticky Goose. but I can't remember who the heck it was.
Oh no, I mentioned a guy that auctions comics.
Maybe that was the one. Maybe that was the
He
one.
was the guy that I first heard about because someone was complaining that he had gone on to this stream where a guy was auctioning off comics, and he said the guy got mad at me and started cursing at me and then ripped the comic in half that I was trying to get.
Yeah, that's
and,
great.
and I thought, well, I need to watch this original show. And
Right. So now you're in the algorithm that they're going to send you stuff from this guy now.
no, I still have to seek this guy out.
Okay.
But you know, you just don't expect on an auction show to see a guy that's some gigantic wrestler. Half the content on his channel is him lifting weights. But then when he does these comic auctions, he has really great comics. Uh,
Well,
but
that's interesting.
he's this gigantic man that looks like a wrestler. His wife's always sitting in the background dutifully with him and laughing at him. But when he gets mad, it's like you're in Marine boot camp and he's about to tear you apart.
Right. I don't want you plugging anybody else's channel, but I'd be interested in checking his stuff
No,
out.
I promote. No, yeah, absolutely. His name is Pedal, like a bicycle pedal.
Yeah.
PEDAL apostrophe the letter N, Pete, Pedalin' Pete.
Pedaling Pete. There you go.
I don't know if he's auction. He may not have auctioned anything in a long time, but
I
if
don't
you
want
go
to. I
back,
don't want to bid on any of his stuff. He seems like an
no, he's
interesting.
actually a really nice guy. Kevin at Gotham City Comics has bought books from him. He's
Oh, there
really
you go.
nice to Kevin. He
Yep.
likes, but when you go on there and you go on as, and I don't want to embarrass anyone because I don't know, this person may be part of the tangential community, but the guy goes on and his name is Mark Spector. You know, it's like going on as Peter Parker. You
Yeah.
know,
There you go.
so you go on, it's like, hey, I'm Peter Parker, and you're bidding on a comic. This guy automatically thinks you're an idiot,
Right. He
and
thinks
is expecting that.
there's some sort of subterfuge going on or something.
It's not subterfuge because everybody's got fake names on YouTube. I mean, you're one of Robin Hood's men.
There you go. Right.
But when you go on as a comic book name, it's like, oh man, I because you're auctioning comics. It's like another comic nerd, and then you've got a Golden Age Wonder Woman comic in really nice condition, and the guy wants to get you down on the price. It's like, can you go down to 140? Which is nothing for a comic like that. I don't know if Fryer's still there or not, but he wanted to go down like $40, and well, he's gone. And so he started a string of profanities, and he tore that comic completely in half and threw it. And it was like, oh my God. And you couldn't believe it because that's, first of all, that's sacrilege. I mean, really, to destroy, I mean, that's part of our cultural heritage, comics that old. And I don't support or endorse that in any way or think it's funny, but it, it's just, and I've heard stories that he once, did everyone go away? Is Kevin gone too? Oh, people are trying to come back. He once ate a Hulk 181, and so my wife and I watched him, and it really was funny. The guy's funny. Kevin's back, but
Oh, he's
Fire
talking
Talk.
about Pete.
I'm talking about Peddling Pete, and I'm trying to say he's not really a bad guy. He just doesn't suffer assholes very well. He'll just if he thinks it. Oh man, yeah. Let's get full. We haven't yet seen it in the daylight. We saw it in the dark the other night. So Saturday you had the store repainted, and so and you're getting more walk-in customers because people are noticing it now.
Yeah, it's like you can see it from like a mile away now.
Yeah, well, what's the window? Is it the window here?
Right here.
Is that the drive-through window?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I could see that. And I could very much see your store being like a Taco Bueno or like a Mexican
That
fast
was
food
Taco
place.
Bell. Right across the street was a Taco Bell.
Yeah, man. Oh man, I miss Taco
The
Bueno.
gin over there. See,
Oh,
they got a blue roof over there too. See, blue
yeah.
adobe, blue roof.
Yeah.
See, And there's red, white, and then blue.
Yeah, that's great. I watched the first couple seasons of American Idol, says Meyer. He confesses. Um, so when you come in the first, can we get? I don't ever really have a perspective. Can you come in the front door again, just so we can see what is the first thing a new customer sees when they walk in the front door?
The
Let's
first thing you
keep.
see is you get scared because Betty's right here.
Well, okay. We come in the front door and hold the camera like about where our head would be, so we
Okay.
can see. Yeah, Myers says keep you safe from energy weapons. The blue color. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Betty Pay. So it's not that scary. She's a wonderful
You
greeter.
heard,
She's like
and
a.
this guy grabs
Uh,
your hand.
yeah, well, she's like a Walmart greeter. Actually, that's more like a Walmart greeter because they always get elderly people to do it. Yeah, that's a Walmart. I've seen Walmart greeters like that. Yeah, it's just like you're in a nursing home. Okay, so it feels all nice and fuzzy, it's just like okay. And then there's the drive-through window that's lit up there where the guy wants to sell coffee through. Man, that could be great because if you get that extra money from the guy selling coffee through that window, you could buy up lots of collections. You know?
Yeah, if they would come through.
You mean people offer to sell you collections and never show up? Is that what you mean? Or
No, they just don't come through anymore like they used to.
oh yeah. Well, when you have that extra money, you could advertise in a local, little news rag, free newspaper, and maybe get people to bring collections in.
People read still. I don't think people read newspapers anymore.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know how you advertise anymore, to be honest with you. But I know these are times where people are hurting because I'm hurting, and I'm wondering maybe people would be. Oh, Trump's coming out on stage now.
Oh, I'm getting new shirts.
Oh, what are they going to look like?
They're the same thing, but in all sizes. I'm getting.
Oh, okay. So you'll be able to get one. I'll be able to get one for Cleo then.
Yeah, I'm getting all sizes because right now I have 2X is the only size I have.
Yeah, you were saying you were thinking of going with a different design, but I didn't know if that would be a good idea because that is I think that's a great design. Um, the more you get
I could
out
do it.
there,
I could do a different color, maybe.
yeah, yeah, maybe. But I think the black with the white is very effective.
Yeah.
Uh,
Hang on a second.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh man, this proud to be an American. God bless the USA is going to give me a copyright claim. I got to turn this sound down. I don't know if you guys can hear that or not. Um, so Trump is about to take the stage in Wisconsin, ladies and gentlemen. So I may be signing off here in a minute because it would be disrespectful to the President of the United States to do a live stream while the President is speaking. You remember that out there. Those of you that dare to do live streams while the President is speaking, I know who you are. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Help me, Donald J. Trump. You're our only hope. Help me, Donald Juan Trumpy. You're our only hope. Years ago, you served our country during the COVID wars. Now we need you in our most desperate hour. And Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is going to be spectacular too, and all the other gang, the Tulsi Gabbard. It's just like a one. It's like Doc Savage and his amazing. What was it? The Amazing Five. I forget. Or was it the was it the yeah the Doc Savage's men are really what the Fantastic Four and the Challengers in the Unknown are based on. I'm getting bleary eyed, man. I don't even think StreamYard works after 10 hours. I think it just cuts you. Cuts you, man. Cuts you like a knife. Okay. What are you up to here, Trump? Let's see what you're saying.
The biggest, and a lot of states aren't so happy with that. They still remember that. But I just want to really.
Oh, it's a very vocal crowd. That's good.
Beautiful Americans and something special. But outside, we have thousands and thousands of people. Would anybody love to give up their seat? So we were going.
He does that line at every. This is a smaller crowd. You can tell. It's like the crowds that Kamala usually has, which is nothing.
What do you think? 40, 50,000 people at least out there. This one almost all the way.
Oh man, his hair. His hair is completely purple, man. I don't unless that's the lighting, man. I think. Look at that, man. He looks like an Antifa member today.
People, and they all could have had a lot of fun. Instead, now they're probably leaving and walking back home.
That's good.
Because we have a nice.
If you color your hair that way, maybe it'll protect you from the space lasers too. Blue hair protects you, just like a blue roof.
40, 50,000 people, because the administration couldn't give us.
His teeth are really white. Do you notice that?
They're guarding.
I guess that's one advantage to having billions of dollars.
Because they're guarding the Iranian president who's looking to kill Trump. Can you believe it? Now we could add 30,000 for it. When you see it, it's unusual that you see something like that. Yeah, we'll call it the National Guard. That's a great. He's a smart guy. Stand up. I want to see what that guy. Very smart. He's a very good idea. They could have done that, come to think. But I think it's a disgrace. But nonetheless, 38 days from now, we are going to win Wisconsin.
Oh, it's down to 38 days till we vote.
Kamala Harris. And we are going to make America great again. Thank you for being here. Thank you, fellas. That's great. Great job. They're making you.
Well, I wonder what happened to Friar Tuck. He's.
That's nice. People looking. Oh, look at the people.
Let's see.
Are they?
Meyer says it was purple a couple days ago too. Phyllis Diller went with something similar. It looks fantastic. It does look good, I have to say. And notice he's not orange anymore, so that's another good thing. Because they used to use that as the.
I watched this.
It's like something you get at the Halloween store. It's like it's spirit. I want to make my hair look spooky.
Kamala Harris.
Maybe it's the lighting.
In fact, she stood near where I put up photo wall. That was her backdrop. And in one of the most heinous crimes ever committed by any administration in American history, that's what she did by allowing these millions of people, millions and millions of people, to come through our border and make our civilization very unsafe. It's a civilization.
Oh, one of my friends was just here. He didn't know about the blue, the color blue.
Did he get about as far as what happened in Maui?
Yeah, he didn't know. He thought it just burned down just naturally.
All the blue cars and all the houses with blue roofs were. I don't know that they were fine, but they weren't completely incinerated. Oh well.
One of my friends, he cleaned up the Northern California when it all got melted.
Yeah.
Like cars were all melted. He had to go and clean up all that stuff. It was like up in Santa Rosa. Meyer's listening. He knows about it probably, but
well, that might have been a real thing. I don't.
No, it was crazy because there would be like a melted car, and then a tree next to it that didn't even get a mark on it.
Hey, Myers appeared. Now it's like we've had, it seems like dozens of people on today's show. Good grief. What's up, Meyer?
Not much. How's it going? Good to see you guys.
This is already taken place.
You've already had like a telethon, huh? You've been up since.
Yeah, I know, but I haven't made one penny. Nobody's donating, man. I guess I need to. I have it scrolling across the bottom. I don't want to be like a total bum and beg, but we're trying to raise some money, and it's all right. Most of you guys have already contributed, or you're sick of hearing me talk about it. Anyway, so what's up, Meyer?
Oh, not much. Just been cleaning.
Oh my gosh, it's cross-eyed there.
Oh, it's just paper in his face.
Yeah, let's fix it so we're not disrespectful. Yeah, his hair's not that color anymore. It's more like the color of that goblin's face next to him.
His hair's a puppet. Look.
Oh yeah. Well, that mask is not as unflattering as most of the masks they make of him. It's more like
Why do
he's
you
a happy
Why do
Santa
you think I have
Claus.
it? Why do you think it's here?
Yeah.
It's
Oh
the
yeah. Yeah.
only
You
one
wouldn't
with
disrespect. Yeah. It's really. Yeah. It really makes him look like a nice, jovial, friendly guy.
Hang on a
Uh,
second, or I'm gonna be gone for a little bit.
okay. All right. Okay. So.
Meyer, I want to tell you something in case you leave. I need to unbox this right here. Do you know about this? Hold on.
Oh, we can't. Oh,
Oh, you
you know
got it.
what? You went. I was at work in the bathroom and I saw that you were live on Instagram and I clicked on it. I was think I might have been the only viewer and you were showing that, but I couldn't hear you.
I saved the video. I saved it so you can watch it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, could we I was gonna say I knew there was something I couldn't remember.
So
Could
this
we do an
comes off.
unboxing of this?
Well, check it out.
Because
This
I don't
part
know how many
here
people watch
comes off with a
Instagram.
magnet. This just came off with a magnet, and it's a backdrop. Look,
Oh,
it's a Mary Shelley Frankenstein figure with
so
the with the operating table. You get
oh,
books, you get skulls, this crazy face, you get three heads, and you can change them. You can take these pants off and have them bandage wrapped.
okay.
So he's how he was looked, how he's depicted in the novel Mary
Man, I
Shelley.
remember the novel that he was good looking. Am I hallucin did I forget?
No,
Because I
he had long hair, but he's not supposed to be good looking. He's supposed to be like a yellow skin, look like he's dead.
really it's been decades since I read it, but
I'll come
somehow I
back.
thought
I'll open this. I'll be right back. We'll open this.
Oh shit. All right.
no.
Um, I have seen. So every it's funny, but I mean, I don't know how funny it is. It's not really funny. Every time that Kevin shows something that's really cool that he's either getting in or he's got in, my son Simon has already pre-ordered it or has got it. So he showed me all of that like 2 days ago, and he's expecting his. I guess he pre-ordered it when it first came out, because he's expecting his any day now. He might have already got it.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
yeah, he usually buys the kind of that high end uh 1/12 inch scale, like those Frazetta figures that Kevin has shown, and that Frazetta girl from Fire and Ice. Simon already had that figure too.
Okay, so
Um,
1/12 is again what's is that
that's
isn't
six.
GI Joe scale.
No, it's a 6 inch tall figure, and 1/6
Oh,
scale is a 12 inch tall figure. So like
what
a
is the
GI Joe,
scale of an 8-inch Mego figure? What was that scale?
1/10
1/8. Okay.
or 1/8. It's right between the yeah,
Okay.
1/8.
Okay. So that Frankenstein he's showing is a little smaller than a Mego figure or taller.
He's a little taller because he's made in scale as a 12th scale figure. So he's about 8 or 9 inches tall, I think.
So that's what confuses me when I hear 12 scale, 1 to 12 scale. I think 12-inch GI Joe, original GI Joe, but I'm not thinking right.
Yeah,
Okay.
you got you think of it in the way that the fraction works, and you start
Yeah.
at the lowest portion, the lowest denominator, which is one
Yeah.
to one, which is real
All
life
right.
size. And
Yeah.
then when you go to 1/6, you change the metric so that and one or no, it's 2 inches to 1 foot. So like a 12-inch figure is in scale with a 6 inch person. I mean a 6 foot person. You understand what I'm saying? So
6 inch per.
6 foot tall
Yeah. See,
person like GI
this
Joe
fourth
would be
grade
12
math
inches
boggles
tall.
my mind. That's why I didn't like fourth grade.
Yeah, it's just fractions. So yeah,
Yeah.
the lowest is full size is 1 to 1, and
Yeah.
1/6 is 1/6 the size of a grown man, so it would be a foot tall.
I'm
So the
used to
figure,
the scale being on model kits of planes and cars, and when you've got a figure of a person, I guess I always just think it's GI Joe size, it's Mego size. I'm not used to that being the fraction whatever system being used for
it's all
human
fairly new.
figures.
It's all This system has been used for probably the past 15 or 20 years since
Okay.
action figure collecting has got to where it is.
Yeah, and I'm not that much. I mean, then in model kits, people would say this is Aurora sized, because everyone knew the scale of an Aurora, the real Aurora figures.
Right, exactly. And then the model kits themselves, the cars and the planes came in specific scales, and the tanks too, so that it could all be about the same amount of plastic for the same price inside of the same size box. So you get a car like a muscle car, or like one of your weirdos models. That would be 120, what they call 124th or 125th scale, typically the
Yeah.
size of a car that you build in a model kit. But the same model kit, you might get a tank or a plane that's 148th or 172nd or something like that, because it's a larger vehicle and they had to downscale it, make it a smaller scale so that they could sell it for the same price with about the same amount of plastic.
Yeah. Looks like Friar Tuck might be having Wi-Fi issues. He's coming and going, disappearing like a ghost. Yeah, well, that's cool. So that Frankenstein is a high end. That means that's probably $60-$70 deal,
Yeah,
huh?
yeah, right around that price probably.
Yeah. Oh,
And that's produced by a company called the Four Horsemen, and they have a real popular line right now called Mythic Legions. They became famous because of their work with these Masters of the Universe collector figures. It came out probably about 20 years ago that were a really popular thing, and it was kind of the beginning of adult collectors. You were talking about it earlier. People in median age range or high high earning period in their life with disposable income at that time. You had the original He-Man fans that wanted to buy these new high quality figure representations
yeah.
of the He-Man characters and were willing to spend 40 or 50 bucks a pop. So those four guys that designed that line became known as the Four Horsemen. They separated from Hasbro, I think is who they were working for, or Mattel, it was
Oh,
Mattel they were working for, started their own company. Now they make these kind of high end fantasy collectible figures that are very well made that my old son collects, and a lot of
so
people on there's dedicated channels just to those figures on YouTube.
is this the company that made the Vampirella and the Red Sonja about a year and a half ago, and then they made this not Dark Crystal, the Frazetta girl
Different
from.
companies. Yeah,
Oh,
there's
they're all
multiple.
different companies. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
there's multiple different companies.
What has this company, Four Horsemen, done in the past that I might know?
Just those things that I mentioned, so
Oh
probably
yeah,
nothing.
the things you mentioned. Yeah. Well, okay.
There's a lot of toy companies, like Super 7 is a good example. Super 7 is kind of an example of what would be considered an independent or third party company that gained a tremendous enough amount of success that they're actually competing with Hasbro and Mattel. Um, and so, but the industry is filled with what they call third party companies, just like places like the Frazetta Girls or like Mezco. There's a bunch of different ones. I just can't think of it. What's the one that you mentioned earlier is the same company that makes those Popeye figures that are so good. I just always forget the name. Anyway, there's these third party companies that are headquartered in the United States, and then they have companies overseas produce the toys.
So the Frazetta girls, do they have a toy company?
Yeah, I think it's called the Frazetta Girls. I think
Well, I
it's
know
it's
that
a
they have a
it's not just
YouTube
toys.
channel. I see them
Yeah,
on
not
YouTube.
just toys. They it's like a production, a merchandising company. I think.
Yeah, I know they're behind the comic books and their granddaughters, right?
Yeah, I don't know the full story. My son and Kevin both know way more about it than I do. My son knows
Yeah, I
all
just
about it.
know I watched one of them the other night. They were Talking about, oh, you know what they were talking about is Clint Eastwood coming to meet Frank Frazetta with his girlfriend Sandra Locke. I don't think they ever got married, to get the painting for the Gauntlet movie poster.
Oh,
And then she was talking about that somebody was going to be remaking the Gauntlet with somebody popular today, or I don't know who it was, like a Tom Cruise type. I don't know who's doing it, but it was just, she was just basically talking about the poster for the Gauntlet. She was showing all these preliminary drawings that Frank Rosetta had drawn and all that. That's what I saw.
you want to look at some new toys real quick? I've been going on. I've got a bunch of Batman stuff out right now.
Okay.
So I'll show you some of the new stuff that I picked up. This is cool. This is this Jokerized Batman. It's called
Strange.
Batman White Knight. And it's from a story that I haven't read about, where apparently the Joker is cured of his criminal insanity, and somehow, and for some reason, Batman becomes his own worst enemy and takes on the persona of the Joker. That's what's happening.
Huh, yeah, I don't know that storyline.
Really nice figure. This is a 7-inch figure from the McFarlane DC Multiverse line.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's pretty neat.
The stand is nice. Kind of looks like Batman Beyond a little bit.
Yeah. Huh.
Here's another McFarlane DC Multiverse figure of Nightwing. That's a really nice figure too.
Yeah.
7 inches tall also as well in the 7-inch scale. 1990s ponytail. I guess this is from the Nightfall era.
Okay.
This is also a new McFarlane series that's really good.
That looks like it's from the Filmation TV show.
It is. It's from, let me show you one of the packages.
Oh, that's one I'd actually want.
Yeah, so they came out with this new line. It's called The New Adventures of Batman, based on the cartoon, right?
Yeah, I was first thinking of the 1967 Filmation, but that's basically the same design as the one from 1977 with Batmite. But
that's what this is from, I think.
That was my first thought. It was the 6th, but it was the right. I got the right studio, just the wrong year. Yeah, that's neat.
So these are nice figures. This is a 5-inch scale figure. Originally, this line was the Batman 66 line. So all the figures, and it's a really extensive, long line. But then just recently, they came out with this addition to it where it's the New Adventures of Batman, and I actually prefer the design much more than the Batman 66 figures. So I kind of waited. I didn't buy those Batman 66 figures. Instead, I bought this guy. And then let me show you the Batman and Robin are pretty good. They have McFarlane came out with this Batmobile, which is the Batman 66 Batmobile. It's the same scale figures.
That's a great. How much is that, and how much is that Joker?
The Joker.
Well, any of them.
These figures are 18 a piece, and the Batmobile is like $30, I think.
Okay. That's the $30, I guess, is reasonable. I'm not used to a $30 action figure, but that's
how much the
no, 18.
The Batmobile by itself was $29.99.
Okay, that's a reasonable price, but $18 for an action figure kind of surprises me.
These figures retail for $17.99, but you can find them on sale.
Are those based on the Filmation? What are those based on? The Filmation cartoon?
Yeah, the New Adventures of Batman from, like you said, I think 77. When
that Batmobile is so cool.
Burt Ward and Adam West voices.
Okay, what about
this Batmobile? You can find for cheap or on sale, like I did, for $30, because this came out about 4 or 5 years ago with the
Oh,
original with this series when it was based on, you know, it was all the figures that came with it were Adam West and stuff like that. And also keep in mind Christmas is coming up, so prices on toys are dropping right now. So you can find things that are old on sale. This
I would have
isn't
thought they'd
something
be going up with Christmas coming. Why do they drop?
well, because they're trying to get to clear old
Old.
toys out of the way.
Yes.
Not that many people are buying old toys like I do. Like this
Right, I
isn't
get
something
it. What about the Joker? What
probably
is that, an
60
eight?
bucks when it first came out, but now it's 30. You know
Oh,
what I
it
mean?
was
That's
60.
yeah,
Oh,
probably for sure, but
was
probably.
the Joker about an $18 figure too?
Yeah, same price.
Okay.
So all of these figures are priced the same, and then sometimes you can find them on sale.
Yeah. Okay, those are pretty cool. I didn't know that those existed.
And it's also possible that when you, if you're interested in all the stuff I'm showing is the type of things that Kevin carries there at the shop. So certain
Yeah.
things he might have in stock or be able to order for you, not necessarily at the prices that I just talked about, because I just picked
Yeah.
these up on sale recently,
Yeah,
but
that
other stuff,
Batmobile is
I mean,
definitely cool.
these are out there and they're really cool. Yeah, this Batmobile, I was really surprised by how nice it is. Here, check out. So you look at the bottom and look at how nice the tires are. So they're not just like hollow, crappy plastic tires; they're actual rubber.
Oh,
But there's no features or anything. It doesn't do anything.
yeah. Why couldn't this stuff come out when we were kids instead of when we're 60, man? But the
I know.
world's
Isn't
not
that funny
fair,
how this
man.
would be? If we were kids when this was out, this would be our dream toys. The idea of this type of design. I mean, to
Yeah.
us, we were completely accepting of the Mego Batman because that was the best that we had, right?
Yeah. I
Or
knew that the Mego
the
Batmobile was
Batman
shitty,
or something.
though. I never got
This
it. I
is
did get the Bat Cycle with the Bat car. I thought that was pretty good. I mean, I knew when I was being sold shit, even as a kid. I knew the Planet of the Apes treehouse. It was cool, but I knew it wasn't accurate to the movies, and it turns out it was actually originally for Action Jackson and Dawn. I mean,
yeah. This is
I knew when I was being rooked.
let's look real quick at some Marvel Legends. So these are some
Yeah.
Marvel Legends figures are actual like true 1/12 scale. So these are in a 6-inch scale. So we'll look at a couple 2-packs that I have. This is the type of stuff that Kevin does often carry at the store, or he can order for you. This is a 2-pack Marvel Legends set where you get the original Drax the Destroyer, and he's big. He's about 9 inches tall. And then you get the angry bald woman, right?
Yeah.
Moondragon, she's great. This is like two great personality characters because he's like dumb and funny in the comics, and she's always angry and really smart. They're kind of opposites. They would make a great team up, right?
Yeah, they really sculpted him like a gorilla.
Yeah, he's huge. He looks it's so they do it the way Marvel Legends does it is sometimes you can see that the design is real spot on based on a certain era of the comics or a certain artist that was creating it. So this, you know, they went with the Jim Starlin original design, but then they kind of beefed him up and made him look a little different. I don't know. I
Yeah,
still like it
yeah.
a lot. And the
Yeah,
colors are great. Costume
yeah, it's
design is the same.
this is great. I can't wait to see your new place with all this stuff on display, man. Oh, wow.
So here's an X-Men set that Kevin could probably also get for you. That's really nice. You get this evil Psylocke from I don't know the 90s, the late 90s, or I forget when this period was, the early 90s. And then you get
Yeah.
this Wolverine that I think is probably from that Wolverine comic that was drawn by John Buscema, where he was kind of like a secret agent before he wore the eye patch, or maybe while he was wearing the eye patch. I don't know.
I don't even remember him having an eye patch.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe I missed out on some good years and didn't know about it.
Those are actually good. The Wolverine comic that was done by John Buscema and maybe Chris Claremont was writing it.
When did John Buscema draw Wolverine, man? I don't remember that.
Yeah.
What was it, the 90s?
I think it was the 80s, late 80s.
Oh Man, do you have a parrot, Friar? Or is that coming from Gotham City? Someone's. Is he still there? Even? Yeah.
Oh, there
Trying
it
to
is.
see. Oh, let me
This is
get
a
you
really
full
cool,
screen again. I was trying to figure out things here.
this is a
Oh
really
yeah,
cool
look.
little transformer. So these transformers are made by Super 7, and they don't transform. They don't do anything. They just kind of move, and they can hold weapons, and they stand there. But they're made of this really satisfying kind of soft vinyl. It's not like a hard plastic. It has the feel of a soft vinyl Japanese toy to it, and
Oh, that's cool.
It's reminiscent of those original Shogun Warriors that we played with in the 70s. It's reminiscent of a 70s toy when you have it in hand. So it's really little toys like this I like to have around on the coffee table. Sometimes I put them in my car, just to
Yeah.
kind of have in the car with you while you're driving around. It kind of looks cool, you know. It's kind of like, I don't know. It's like,
A little good luck thing. But
yeah,
they still call it a transformer even though it doesn't transform?
yes. Well,
Okay.
it's put out by Super 7. Now, Super 7 always has these really nice cards with their toys, really cool
Okay.
card art and a nice package that has a retro feel that makes you,
Yeah.
kind of look like an old toy.
So it's
And
based on the movie. People
based
said the
on the
movie was
movie,
really
they just
good.
a whole bunch of them.
I mean, it's based on the cartoon movie, right? The
Yeah,
animated movie.
yeah, based on the animated movie.
It seems like I heard people say that was really good. I never saw it. I don't know.
Yeah, I think they refer to this as the first gen Terminator.
I came to space here from the bank. I didn't.
Yeah. Okay.
Toy Roundup.
I think those sound effects are coming from the cartoon channel on MeTV.
Oh,
That's great. Oh, you're done. You're done. You're done. I was watching some Balin Dupree. I just
well,
can't even imagine being that
you're
far
done.
gone that she can't go anywhere without her. Uh, luckily, she has a boyfriend that loves her, and I mean, it's just well, you couldn't take her to any restaurant. You couldn't. You just basically have to enjoy hanging out at home because it's such a. If people don't know, she's on TikTok and YouTube with horrible case of Tourette's syndrome. It's actually very funny, but um, it's you're completely trapped. Okay, so Friar Tuck has disappeared, and I think that's like a video game, comfortable video game chair, possibly that I'm seeing there.
It looks comfortable.
So, oh, the centaur reappeared early this morning. It was probably long before you woke up. As what is his name? Zortz.
Right when I turned it on, which was about 6:30, I either heard him just leave or I heard you guys talking about him or you talking about
Yeah,
him.
it was a really good appearance. He broke character and really basically told about what he thinks is going to happen. So this whole stream has been, and before him, Paula was on at ridiculous hour. I would have gone on at probably 3:30 your time. I started at 5:30. So yeah, in fact, I probably need to end soon because I'm not sure if 10 hours, which I'm coming up to,
Yes,
is
you are.
the upper limit where they just don't allow you to have a show longer than that. It just cuts it.
Right.
I think you keep going thinking but they just stop recording you and stop allowing it. Well, so next Sunday, is that when you're gonna actually start loading up?
Yeah.
A week from tomorrow? And so I don't want to really just in the show and leave Fryer, Tuck, and Kevin hanging. When they come back, I'll probably start winding the show down because I don't know if Cleo's awake or not, or she's pissed me just ignoring her all day. But I think she's been recharging. She isn't working today because she's not feeling well. And I don't know, man. Wonder what else. Wonder what else is going on in the news.
I got a couple. Hold on, let me grab a couple things. The guy at the deli. This guy at the deli. This is the second time he's giving me things that he's printed out for me
Oh,
to
good.
read.
Missing Mars is complimenting you, saying nice showing, Meyer. And Meyer, you gonna make walk and tug videos once you move? I don't know if he's. Yes, he definitely plans to, because the place he's moving to is just as beautiful, just in a different way. He won't be able
Yes,
to work on the beach, but I'll let you answer.
yes, yes, I am going to make same stuff. Same type of video.
Yeah.
So this is about a false flag operation. The Basra boys, 2 British soldiers dressed as Arabs, are caught with explosives by police in Basra, Iraq, September 19th, 2005. This article that he gave for me to read. And then also this morning he gave me this. It says Chairman's new book recounts low points of 9/11 Commission. And then he underlined these areas for me right here, or outlined. It says, what he wanted me to read is this. Fog of war could explain why some people were confused on the day of 9/11, but it could not explain why all the after action reports, incident investigations, and public testimony by the FAA and NORAD officials advanced on account of 9/11 that was untrue. So yeah, about the validity of the 9/11 Commission and about some supposed false flag operation that took place in 2005 in Basra. I'll have to read them later. He gets really animated talking about this stuff. This guy, he's like really into this.
Is he the owner of the store?
No, he's he's an old surfer that hangs out there every morning and gets coffee same time as I do, as well as a bunch of other group of old guys, and we all stand around and drink coffee and talk about the surf and the weather or politics. And
you know what? That would be a great show.
The guys are all aligned politically. There's 2 guys that are mainstream kind of leftists, people that don't know what's going on, but everybody else is all aligned the same way.
Wouldn't that be a great show to stream on YouTube? Just the morning conversation.
So I've really thought about it. I thought about it a lot, and I thought about it again today, as I'm only going to be here another week or so. There's only one of that group of guys that knows that I even do YouTube or that I have a YouTube channel. He came on one time when on your live stream when I was leaving the deli. He was walking. He just like hitched along with me and started walking alongside of me, and I was just going live and holding my phone. I wasn't really expecting him to walk with me, so we just kept walking. I said, "Hey, I'm going to do this YouTube thing," and I showed him real quick. Nobody else knows that I do that, but there's been so many missed conversations, so many opportunities that I wished I had the phone going, and I wished I had consent, and these guys would be cool. But most of them probably wouldn't be that cool with it because they're older guys and they're not so excited about talking politics on YouTube.
Well, what
in
about
an unknown way? They know a little bit about me. Like inside that deli, there's a picture of me from when I used to be on stage here and be in the paper a couple times, and so they know that I'm an actor and a performer, and they know that I'm like in that somehow, they know that in the past that I was in the entertainment business. They know all that about me because the owner of the place has my picture up on the wall from the newspaper and everything.
What about your friend that you do the driving videos with? You were going to do videos exploring all of San Francisco. Now you have just a week to do it. Are you going to get on that this week? Have you talked with him?
I don't know if we will or not. Everything's been really busy and hectic. if it comes together, it comes together. But I've got a lot of things going on at the same time, and I didn't really plan that far ahead about that. So maybe we might get a video in. I don't know. But the thing is my car right now, the timing is off, and so I think I mentioned my car like sounds like a Dodge Charger right now when I'm at a stop sign. It doesn't want to go less than 10 miles an hour. It starts really chugging like the timing is off. But once I'm on the open road, it's all good to go. And so I just want to get it up there one more time and then get a new mechanic to work on it when I get up there, because I'm not happy with the mechanics that I've had work on it down here.
So Meyer, none of my business. Are you moving inland from the coast? Because I realized you were living in San Francisco. That much I knew about you. You can say just I don't want to say where I'm moving to or whatever. Are you moving up the mountain? Is it still Northern California?
Moving from the beach to the mountains, from sea level to about 4,000 feet.
Is it still Northern California or?
Yeah, it's near Lake Tahoe. You know where Lake Tahoe is? That's where I'm moving to.
Yep.
He says it's where Bonanza took place.
Bonanza. That was all Nevada and stuff, I thought. That was always but that's kind of Northern California. It's on the border of Nevada. You're right.
It is.
Yep.
Real close to where the Donner Party ate each other. Like
where I'm moving is great. You're
Can you go visit that site?
I've been there before. I've been there multiple times as a kid. We did like a field trip there.
How bad does it get in that area during the
with
winter?
snow? I'm sure snow can. It's like 2, 3, 4 feet of snow at one clip, at one storm.
That's what you said. Yeah.
Like you're moving to where Bigfoot is.
Yeah, Bigfoot too.
Did you see the Bigfoot that Kevin has at Gotham City? The little toy Bigfoot? It's great. I told him to throw one in my pile on my cabinet. It's now a cabinet, he says. Did you? Are you going to get one of those, or is it?
Oh, I know. It looks cool. I might.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to promote anybody else's channel, but there's a guy that has an air freshener in his car.
Oh yeah.
God bless you. My wife's sneezing. There's a guy that has he goes back and forth to the Disney parks. He has Big the Foot air freshener in his car.
No,
which is
I don't mind
cool.
you promoting other channels. I'm always trying to find other things to provide entertainment, since ABC, NBC, CBS are not even it's like I want to find more entertainment on YouTube.
I sent you a link through Roku that's really good, which is IOTV, I think, is what it is, and they got a bunch of channels on their stuff. It's
yeah. That was
I was in and out of your live feed, so I didn't know if you saw that or not. So
when did you send it? Today? Or
I believe so. No, I believe it was today. It was today in your live. I mean, what's your live feed going on? Like 8 hours or something? So,
oh, I'll never be able to find it. Tell us about the link. Tell us again.
It was called IOTV.
IOTV.
Correct. Look, just search that one through your Roku.
So go on Roku, search, and just type in the letters I and O and then space TV. Okay, and what is that? Tell us about
it. There's like they have classic shows and stuff. I'm not sure they're supposed to show them, so just know.
Oh, didn't you tell me about something like this a long time ago, and then it got taken away?
No, that wasn't me. What
are they showing?
Someone was telling me about a place to see Marvel superheroes cartoons.
Yes, but that wasn't me. That was my alter. That was Robin Hood that was telling you about that. Or John. Maybe it was John that was telling you about this. No, yeah, that was me, and then it got taken down, and that whole thing. I just deleted that whole app.
Oh, it was you under a different pseudonym.
Probably kind of like Centaur.
Oh, okay, all right, okay.
but
you're confusing me. I don't have many brain cells left.
But this IO thing seems to keep working. You can't get MeTV Tunes anymore through it. That lasted like 3 days.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah, we actually pay to get MeTV.
Right. You said you got it through the Friendly app or whatever.
Yeah. Which we never watch it, but we ought to. I'll watch it tonight. Now my wife's off. I'll watch Svengoolie.
But this IO has got like old movies and all that stuff on there too. If you have a Roku. And it doesn't, and all this other stuff doesn't seem to be getting blocked or whatever. So
Okay, cool.
and it's got Toonami Aftermath, which is like the I know you don't like the '90s like Justice League and that. Maybe you don't. And Batman,
No,
all this stuff. Well, the
I
Batman stuff I know you like, but
oh yes, I love that. And
that stuff's on Toonami Aftermath. There's a channel Toonami Aftermath that's on the IO as well, which is the East Coast feed, but it's still pretty good.
I mean, I liked all of those series that spun off out of Superman. I
The
mean, out of
Superman,
Batman, Superman, I didn't think was as good as Batman,
right,
but
right. It was a
it was
little
pretty good.
brighter, a little more friendly, and you know because I guess because it was Superman,
I
but
liked the brighter, friendly, but I just didn't think it was just as well written, or just there's something about it, you
I
know.
like the actors that they used for it, which was the guy from Wings for
Yeah,
Superman's voice. I thought
it
that was
was really
perfect.
good. I don't know what I'm even saying.
Yeah,
It was really good. Batman Beyond,
correct.
I enjoyed that. And then there was Justice League, and I enjoyed that.
Yeah, that was
And I
all
don't
that stuff
remember
was
what
good.
else spun out of that. Brave and the Bold had nothing to do with that universe. I enjoyed that. Um,
But this IO channel does the Toonami Aftermath thing, which and early in the morning on weekends they show old the old Marvel stuff from the late '60s, and they do the Johnny Quest stuff around 12:30 on that channel. So
Wait, what is the channel that does that?
oh the IO one I sent you through Roku.
And they're currently are you talking about when you say Marvel cartoons, are you talking about the Hulk, Captain America, Iron
Yes.
Man,
Yep. Yeah. The
Submariner,
stuff from the
Thor?
'60s, the late '60s. They show that early mornings on the weekends, like Saturday and Sunday. The rest of the week they show like Dragon Ball Z and that stuff, which is fine. But I'm
Is
not into it.
IOTV something that opens up and it's a bunch of different channels within it?
Yes. Yes.
And
Correct.
then the channel that shows the Marvel cartoons, what is it called? Do you recall?
Toonami Aftermath, which
Toonami
can
Aftermath.
yeah, what you can do through your regular computer, which I tend to watch it through my regular computer, but they have the East Coast feed on that. There's an East and a West Coast feed
Mm-hmm.
if you do it through your computer.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're like you get into like some anime stuff later in the day on the East Coast feed, you can go to the West Coast feed and say, oh, I missed this Batman, or I missed Johnny Quest or whatever at 12:30. You know, because there's 3 hours difference or whatever it is there. But
Okay, so this Toonami Aftermath is an unauthorized, basically bootleg channel.
correct. Every
All
now and
right.
then that channel's not showing anything because I think whatever they're running into with the government shutting them
Oh,
down or whatever. But
okay.
I'm probably shooting this thing right in the foot by telling you this because
No, there's
last
only
time,
18 people watching, unless
yeah,
I don't
yeah,
think we have narcs watching. They're tattletales, but
but
actually we do.
you may have a bot or two that's watching. So,
Nah, the people
but
most of these are okay people.
last time I told you about something, it got taken right the hell down.
Do you really think it was someone watching
I
this
have no
Penny
idea.
Ante
It was just
channel?
I think it was coincidence, but I have no
Yeah,
effing idea what the hell took place. So
yeah, I
it
think it
was
was
just
coincidence.
weird. It was just weird. And then I got a text. I got an email from that whatever that site was, and he said, "Oh, you can watch whatever you want for this price."
Oh, they're like drug dealers. It's
Maybe
like, here, we offer it to you
right,
free, and then, hey, now the first ones are free, and then now you
possibly,
gotta pay.
possibly because I was going on like 3 or 4 months. I didn't even know I was watching the channel. So
Missing Mars
yep,
says, Brother Fryer. Justin says they're being pretty ruthless with a lot of sites. Justin asks Fryer, do you have a channel?
I do not have a channel. I just come on yours periodic. I had a bunch of shit uploaded. I'm sorry for the language.
That's all
Pardon.
right. I'm trying to stop, but I continue to slip.
Family friendly.
Oh yes, the most family friendly. Yeah.
Right. I had a channel at one point, and then I just
Then I was cut off by the government.
Yeah, are you
Yeah.
guys still there?
Yep. Friar Tuck says he just cut off in the middle of his sentence. Are you still? I see his name still there. Yeah, we're still here. What's up?
I was gonna unbox
Yeah, let's do it pretty quick because I think StreamYard may deep six my feed when I get to the 10-hour mark, and I'm at 9 hours 55 minutes. Um, oh
Yeah, let's,
yeah. So anyway, you're full screen if you want to unbox whatever.
hold on, let me try to find something.
Oh, everyone went away.
Uh-oh.
What happened?
I'm still here. I can hear you.
I know he must have accidentally turned his phone off. When Justin says you need a newsletter or a channel, I think is he talking to Fryer or to me when he says that? Oops, someone's coming back. It's Gotham City.
I think I keep myself out.
Yeah, that happens. Okay, how bad is the Creature Commandos comic book? You said it wasn't good.
Do you want to look at it?
Yeah, because I was wanting that in my hold pile, and now I'm not
Yeah,
sure if
I
I
was gonna
do.
keep it. I was gonna keep a copy, and I read it last night, and I don't even want it.
Oh, really? Well, I'm not happy with hearing that news because I was hoping that James Gunn was gonna. Sometimes I think I'm talking about James Gunn, and I might be saying John Gores. And then, just like I say, Last Resort when I mean Last Frontier comic. But James Gunn, I was hoping he was gonna supervise things. EC Horror. Okay, so that's their new. They have a horror imprint.
Yeah, they've had it for a while, but
Oh, I didn't know that.
I
Well,
think the Sergeant Rock versus the Army of the Undead, written by Bruce Campbell. That I think that's even better than.
oh, I never even saw that.
Yeah, I have. I'll show you. I think that's even better than this thing was.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, is it the writing that's bad or the art or both in this Creature Commandos?
Both were bad.
Justin says the problem is DC doesn't have hardly any good writers and even fewer good editors. This is
I don't know who any of those people are.
No, man, I've never heard of any of those. So this for those of you watching, this is going to be out Wednesday. You're getting a
The only
preview.
cool thing I think is they brought this logo back,
Oh yeah, okay.
and
I'm
if you
already
like
not liking it. I'm
if you
not
like
liking
this
that.
Jim Lee cover, or if you
Oh
don't like this Jim Lee cover, you get the other cover underneath it.
yeah. Well,
But look at how
okay.
stupid this is. Look, all right, all right. Here's the $5.99. When
Yeah, yeah.
you open it, you can get it for $4.99.
What? You're
I don't
like
want
a
to tell
dollar
you
for a
to
piece of cardboard.
don't do
Yeah.
this at a shop because don't rip them off. But you could just like fold this back and take it up to the counter and get it for $1 cheaper. Don't do that. But
Yeah, you're giving people advice on how to rip off store owners, and you're a store owner.
actually, this I thought it was gonna actually maybe be cool when I saw this at the top.
The logo at the top is the old logo. That
Yeah.
looks good. There, I'm
I like
already sold. I would
this is
I
the
agree
yeah. I
with
was
you.
all happy when I saw this. I was like, cool.
Yeah,
And I was like, I even saw the cereal box. I'm like, oh, it's like monster cereal.
yeah.
Yeah. Shock Ferratu.
Yeah,
Oh,
because I guess I mean that.
oh, Justin's explaining that's the guy that played Polka Dot in the Suicide Squad movie. He's the writer. So James Gunn is
Oh,
letting his friends write these books that he cast in his movie as these
oh,
minor
this David guy.
characters. I guess I don't know.
Now
Justin
that
says I
makes
like
yeah,
the
that,
actor, but I can't speak to his writing. Yeah,
okay,
that's
yeah.
what they're doing. They're letting actors like Bruce Campbell, because they're funny in movies, or say one or two funny lines like Polka Dot or whatever his name was. Let
Well,
him
maybe
write.
they're thinking that they have an influence and they can talk about the comic and then it sells. Maybe
Yeah, I mean, man, I was so much wanting to like this comic. I'm really not as grumpy as
I like
people
these.
think
I
I.
mean, these first 2 pages are not bad.
Yeah, they're not. I want to like things. I really don't want to hate everything. It's not really in my nature. I want everything to be wonderful. I want it to be 1973 again. I want to like all the comic books and all the music on the radio and the movies coming out. It's just I can't do it. And because it's all mostly shit, like that new Batman coming out with that ridiculous symbol on his chest.
Yeah, the
So
writing
it's
was bad. These guys need
really
to capture this Dracula guy and have him on their team. So
okay.
to capture him, they use
So
these.
this is basically going to be the lineup that's going to be in the animated series. That's going to be the very first thing that is going to come out from the James Gunn universe of these movies. And so
Hey,
I
look
was hoping,
at that. That's bad.
artwork wise, yeah.
That's supposed to be the werewolf lady.
Oh, okay.
That was just bad. This
I
art's bad.
prefer Tigra myself. 'Cause it's better to have one in a bikini. Um, yeah, looks like everybody's wearing baggy parachute pants and stuff. I don't know, man. Well, what can I say? Well, it saves me $5.99. You're not doing your job, man. You're making me not want comics. You're supposed to, but at least you're
Yeah.
honest. That's the great thing about Gotham City Comics. He lets you know when something's good and when something.
And
There's
I was surprised. I was shocked that this wrestling, AEW wrestling, is going to be doing DC Comics
I've
stuff.
never heard of AEW wrestling. Is that a new league or something?
They're pretty new. They came around, I think, around. I found out about them like maybe around 2000 or 2021. But they're on TV Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday.
Oh, that's the TBS used to have the real wrestling, right? The W, what
Yeah.
are they called?
This guy right here
Yeah,
is cool. This guy right here,
yeah, they're on.
he like paints his face like half like a skeleton, and he like jumps off ladders. This guy's pretty cool.
Well, so what about WWE? Who broadcasts them now?
I don't know. They went to a network and then they came back off the network.
Oh, okay.
They had their own streaming thing for a while, but then
Oh, they got their own. Oh, I see. They
well, I
got
think
their
they
own.
sold that. I think they sold it and they're back on TV. Maybe look at this logo that this turns into an app.
I know it. I know. That's what I was talking about the stupid Batman symbol. Yeah, that's the new
This
Batman
chops
thing.
people. He's chopping off people's hands in the first issue.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Ridiculous. But
You know,
AEW makes really
look
good
at the size
wrestling
of him
action
compared to a
figures.
normal human. Look at this.
Why would he be
Meyer, you're
that big?
saying the AEW has good action figures?
Yes, they do. AEW has quality action figures that are well done, and they have some good properties like Jungle Boy and what's his Luchasaurus. Those are really good wrestlers, in
Oh
my
yeah.
opinion. Yeah, they're entertaining. They're good.
Oh yeah,
Jungle
he's like
Boy.
a dinosaur lucha libre guy.
Oh
Yeah, he's
wow.
like half luchador, half dinosaur. He's got like a dinosaur mask, and he's got a bunch of like tattoos and scales and stuff. And then Jungle Boy is like a Tarzan type character. They're a tag team, and they're really good
You know
together.
who Jungle Boy is, right? You know whose son that is?
Yeah, tell me again. It's somebody really famous, right? Who is it?
He died, but he was the guy in 90210, the main guy.
Yes, yeah, the guy from 90210. What's his? Yeah,
The one that
what
was
was
like
his
James
name?
Dean or the
Luke
Archie
Perry.
kind of guy.
Yeah, like the
Luke
James Dean guy.
Luke
Yeah,
Perry. Luke
yeah,
Perry.
Luke Perry.
Really? Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know what happened to any of those people. I know Shannon Doherty passed away, and
So I'm coming in late. There's a new Jungle Boy movie or something.
no, it's some wrestler that is. He's talking about that's the son of Luke Perry in the AEW, and we talked about AEW because there's an ad in that DC comic that they're
There you
doing DC comics of these wrestlers. So that's how that got to that.
So is Kevin still sick or is he better?
Oh no,
Oh,
I'm back.
yeah.
So what happened? I'm late to the show on your illness as well.
Oh, my illness was pretty short. It was I think it was bad. It was something bad that I ate.
Human flesh.
Yeah, it was just something bad that I ate.
Kevin ate some human flesh.
No, I'm joking. I'm not really
You never
serious.
know.
I think that my diagnosis as a doctor is that he also inhaled a lot of the fumes from the painting on Saturday. Did they spray paint or paint with a brush? The store.
I think it's a machine called an airless.
Never heard of that.
It's like I think it pumps air. It's not aerosol. You just fill the paint buckets up, in this machine and plug it into the wall.
So we need to see the new front of the store, Kevin.
Well, he showed it, but if he doesn't have customers, I guess he could show it again here. Yeah, it's real nice. It's blue, like Superman blue, I guess. I guess that's what I would call it.
I caught crabs yesterday, but I'm feeling better already.
Meyer, come on.
He's probably meaning literal living crabs.
You caught some crabs in the ocean, and you're going to eat them? Or?
Yeah, I caught one crab yesterday.
I was in a great fish food restaurant in Arlington, Texas. Look at how cool that looks.
Look at that.
Oh, I love it, Kevin. That's an iron trap right there. Go out by the road. Look at that.
I bet that was a really good Mexican restaurant at one time. That's what I'm thinking, that it had really
at one point. You're right, Grato.
Before he bought it, it was a lawyer's office. But
really?
Yeah.
It wasn't a restaurant.
Hey, I told this to Captain Strangelife because he said he thought I was going to start selling tacos out of here now.
Oh, that asshole.
He thought that?
He was joking with me, but I said, so look at the letters Gotham City. Write it down if you have a notepad in front of you. Write down Gotham City in front of you.
I don't have it.
Okay, what are we going to do? What are we going to do with that?
All right, I'll tell you. You can take every letter. So I could take my sign that says Gotham City, and I can rearrange it to say Mighty Taco.
Oh,
yes.
There you go. You should start doing that algorithm.
I'm not kidding. You write it down, and I'll prove it to you. Just write it down.
I believe you. I'm
how about serving tacos with the comics, man? Imagine no one's ever done a taco and comic book store.
And then link up with a food truck that does tacos right out front of your place.
Yeah, there's already a guy wanting to sell coffee out of one of his windows.
There you go.
So, coffee, tacos, and comics.
There you go. Perfect.
Oh,
Meyer, I bet your son already got his in the mail.
Yeah, he pre-ordered, and I think that he's supposed to get it probably this week. So he probably
It wasn't even it wasn't a pre-order. It was you had two windows order it, and they already had them made. They already had them produced.
He told me about this.
What is that? Texas
Chainsaw
Massacre?
So they do these quarterly releases, and then they've been doing this horror release every year, right at the beginning of the holiday season before Halloween. But he got like the Egyptian. He showed me he has every one. Like he got those Egyptian figures that are really cool. That came with like a sarcophagus and the cat statue. You know what I'm talking about, Kevin?
They have also they have a headless horseman that's really cool.
Well, what's that look like? The headless horseman.
Really dope. It's super detailed and a couple different heads. There's a pumpkin head and then a ghostly flaming type head. The only one that he hasn't got, Kevin, is he didn't get that Joseph Marley figure like they did a Christmas Carol one a few years ago.
I really want that one too, and they have it. If you see them at a convention, they have all these figures on their table right now. They're at Fan X right now in Utah. And if you go to their booth, they have this sitting on their table. They have that Marley one sitting on their table. They have the Headless Horseman. So even though they say they're sold out on the website, if you can find these guys at their conventions, you could just buy them straight from them.
Oh, so they have them anyways.
They have them just for set aside for people to buy them at shows.
Okay. Yep.
But yeah, you have to. So I got this at, I think it was like last Saturday night or something like that. They had two windows. They had a morning window you could order it, and then they sold out. And then they had an evening window you can order it, and they sold out.
Huh.
That's so cool, that Frankenstein thing.
So I didn't even have time to think about, like, do I want this? Do I want to spend like $70? I think it was $70 for this.
That's not bad though, considering.
Let's look at these little books.
So that's for your personal collection, huh?
What the hell's his coat?
This isn't a real book. This is a little miniature book.
No, but what's his coat?
Oh, the coat. I don't like the coat really. I'm gonna probably end up taking that off.
I kind of like it. I don't know what's going on with it. I don't know.
Looks like he's gonna like
behind
part of
it.
some like heavy metal band or something.
Right. I was just thinking he looks like Glenn Danzig on fentanyl.
You're correct. You're correct.
Let's look at these books.
Oh,
that's like a leather shower curtain or whatever he's wearing. So
yeah, it is a little weird. It's like something your mom would make you wear so you wouldn't get rain on you.
Look how detailed that is. It even has like the pages misaligned in there.
Yeah, that book is cool.
Well, yeah.
That book is cool.
Oh, look at there's a little bookmark in there.
Yeah. That's
these are well done. I have to say.
Everything. This is one of the best.
What country was this made in?
Had to have been China.
Well, they've got some talent over there now.
Yeah, remember it used to be that if you had anything made in China, like you'd get made fun of. Like if you had a bike made in China,
yeah.
When I was a kid, you'd be made fun of. You want like American made bikes, but things are different, I think, now.
Oh yeah, I mean, when I was a kid, if something was made in Japan, it was considered junk. But then that changed by the 1980s, and Japan became a symbol of something well made for cars and for electronics. But in the 70s, my dad would say, "You don't want that; it's made in Japan." Because after World War II, they made cheap tin toys that were amazing, but they were toys that generally broke really quickly. You know, even though they looked cool in the
Look at that. It looks
50s.
like real metal on there.
Yeah, it does. This is good stuff. Well, it's a good deal I guess it's pretty good for $70, but
Whatever paint they use, it looks like real metal, even reflective.
yeah.
Whoa. I wonder why it has a hole.
There's all these. I think it's supposed to be put down on the base of the thing to stick to it.
So Simon showed me that. The reason why it has that hole there is so there is some reuse here. So these books were also used on that Jacob Marley figure, and they plug into his belt. And like those two heads, the heads that this figure comes with, the skull and that Hagrid head, those come from like Mythic Legions figures. They're interchangeable. A lot of this stuff is interchangeable and can be disassembled. That's what's cool. That's what's cool about the Four Horsemen.
And they save money by doing that too.
Hey, I just had an idea, Kevin.
Yeah.
How many of these mask makers are like pretty good friends of yours that you could just like talk to or call or message on Instagram pretty readily?
There's a couple that I can do that.
Because I was thinking, what if sometime we do a live stream, maybe tomorrow, I don't know, since Halloween's coming. But these people are all going to be busy because Halloween's coming up. But what if we had 2 or 3 mask makers on a stream, and it would be you, me, whoever else, and maybe we get that new guy that we just met a couple days ago that came from this town. What do you think? Is that something that could be finagled? What do you think of that idea?
To get him on a stream, I think that one guy that lives in your town, maybe we can get him.
Yeah, well, yeah, maybe just him to start, but then maybe we could have like a meeting of mask makers, and that I think I don't know if they all have a big ego where they wouldn't want to be on with other people that do the same thing, or maybe they would have a camaraderie. I don't. That's a pretty good head. I like that head better than the one that he's.
Yeah, I like the one with the no hair, I think, better than the one with hair.
Yeah, because he looks more like a real Frankenstein. I don't like a hippie Frankenstein, man. I like the little hair like Boris Karloff or no hair.
You know what would be better though is if he had like the Bernie Wrightson nose.
Yeah.
If he
Yeah.
cut, chopped his nose off, and he just had that like hole where a nose is.
Just yeah, yeah, no nose at all, just two
Right.
slits.
I do like this because it looks like
Yeah.
Karloff, so I think
Yeah,
it's probably as close as they can get. Yeah.
that looks like just about a mixture of every movie Frankenstein together. It's a little bit of the Hammer Frankenstein, the Karloff Frankenstein, but not enough of anything to get copyright problems.
Yeah, they don't even call it Frankenstein's monster. This is called Frankenstein's creature, I think.
Yeah.
These are both. I actually like these two swap out heads more than the long hair head.
100%. That's the long-haired head is on there, I think, more to appeal to heavy metal guys wanting to buy and maybe girls. Those two are more, I think, will appeal more to people that are old school monster collectors.
Yeah, you could take this and paint it more green, a greener color instead of yellow.
Yeah, yeah.
It would look cool too. So there's almost the same. I like the straight face, not the angry face.
I do too. That's the best one. They're on the right. That's the best one of the whole set.
That's the one I'm gonna use.
Yeah, that makes the figure 100% better. And you can take the coat off, you say?
Yeah, let me get him out of here. Got all these twist ties.
I'm assuming you're not. This is for your own collection since you've opened it.
Yeah, unless I got bored of it and just sold it, but I don't think I'll get bored of this one.
Yeah.
There's so many, the operating table and everything.
There's so much. This is a built-in. This is already a diorama. It comes with that.
Even if I bought it for the accessories, like even because I didn't like how this figure looks like this. I didn't like this. I didn't like this face. I don't like this jacket. The pants are cool with the rope.
Yeah, yeah. Is there another figure you could put with him to give him like a girlfriend? Like, was there like a Barbie type or some innocent figure that you could put with it just for yucks?
I'm sure I could find something on here. Let's just look at this coat before I remove it because
It looks
cool.
better
It's
from
like
the back, the patchwork.
It's sculpted really cool.
Yeah, it's just the front looks a little weird. The back
The
looks
material, it
acceptable.
looks like it's leather, but it's plastic, but it's pliable, so you can put it around without it being too stiff on here.
The part with the buttons that looks.
That's cool. It looks like patina on there.
Yeah, yeah, it's good. But it would probably look better like on a Barbie or something. I bet if you put that on a
Almost like
regular set.
Yeah, maybe a girl it would look better on.
Yeah, something like that. If it's just on something it doesn't normally belong, if you juxtapose it with on something that you don't think it should have something like that, it would look better. It's just a little too much.
Yeah. I think the Bride of Frankenstein Migo would look maybe better on.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you would put that on.
All right, so let's get that off of there, and then let's look at them like this. See, I still don't like them with the pants. I think I'm gonna have them. I think I'm gonna have them just with this bandage over them.
Okay. Yeah.
And then just have them, kind of naked on the table.
Yeah, and once you get the long hair off of him, he'll look so much better.
All right, let's try that.
And then what do you put in the? Is that supposed to have a human head in it? The little
The head pulled off real easy. That's good.
Yeah. Oh, the hair! You can move the hair around.
Yeah, I moved it out of his face. You can see his face.
This is a lot different from the toys when I was a kid.
This is a lot different from the toys when I was a kid.
Oh, I'm echoing. Oh, I'm echoing. Echo, 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 echo.
Let's put this. See how he looks now. He looks better already.
He looks. What is the? There's some comic book that has a character like that. Is it called Ran Xerox? I don't know.
Yeah, he does look a little like Ranks Rock.
Is that how it's
For whatever
pronounced?
reason.
Rank Xerox?
I
I'm
always
surprised
pronounce it
there's
Ranks
no.
Rock, but
That
Paulo
sounds
pronounces
better
it
than
differently. Paulo
Ran
pronounces it
Xerox. Oh my
yeah.
gosh, look at this motherfucker.
I thought he was cracked for a second. I just saw that.
Yeah, that
Whoa,
is
look at
a
that.
weird. That is pretty weird. Blood vein.
Have they ever done an issue where he fights Hulk?
Uh, of that comic we were talking about.
Frankenstein. I left the
Oh,
building and then came
Frankenstein.
back.
Oh,
So
you're talking about Marvel. The Marvel Frankenstein. I thought you were talking about Rank Xerox.
Look, he doesn't. He doesn't have a shoulder ball joint here. That's kind of bad. Should have a
Yeah,
bicep
there's no
shoulder joint right
bicep
here.
swivel. Yeah, no swivel.
That sucks.
still pretty cool looking though.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
my only complaint so far.
That's your only fault on that action
So,
figure. Pretty cool.
yeah, so far. Well, no, we're not done now. Let's see I think take his shoes off here. Oh, they pop off, so you can put his feet on. Look, that's cool. It looks
Oh,
like
at
those look
least you.
like the kind of shoes that Boris Karloff had to lay asphalt. Remember, he had those shoes on.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
look
yeah,
like therapeutic shoes.
yeah.
Those were asphalt lane shoes that he would wear.
Is that what that was?
Yeah, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, because when you lay
Fallen
asphalt,
Asphalt lane shoes.
They called those Earth shoes in about 1972. Remember that? Earth shoes.
I heard the
Excellent.
expression, but I didn't know what they were.
Yeah, they were those thick, just they looked like that. Remember? They were like, yeah,
Yeah, I
wedges,
prefer
big
the
wedges.
I prefer the character with boots on than those bare feet with the green toenails, though. But if oh my gosh, this is
okay, so I think you pull his body apart, and then you take this part off, and then you could put the bandages on.
okay. Oh, I see.
Where do those go? His body?
Yeah, it's like he's like his loincloth.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Man.
All right, so that popped off.
Oh, really easily.
No, it wasn't that easy.
Easy enough. Took like 5 minutes on your end, Kevin. What is that? Is it intestines? Look at that little ball joint that hooks up into there.
Oh, there we go.
He's ready to be operated on. He can go on that table.
Oh, there you go. That's
Will
cool.
he fit in your monsterizer, or is he too big?
He should fit. I think he's about the same size, like an 8-inch figure.
Monsterizer at your house, or is it still in the shop?
Oh, it's right here.
Oh, sweet. Let's put him in the Monsterizer.
I agree with
Does he
Mike.
have
I agree with
us
Mike.
too, right?
Do it.
What's wrong with us?
All right, we put the feet on.
You're cracking slabs. You might as well put that thing in your Monsterizer at this point. Come on.
Well, let's look at we need to put the table together.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that is cool.
Those feet look good on it, though.
But the table would be real good next to the Monsterizer. You can just start building your whole Mad
We're probably
Doctor
going to change
laboratory.
these. I think we're going to change these hands here too.
Yeah, he's got swap out hands. There's like
There's a lot
surgical.
Hold on.
There's surgical equipment.
Yeah.
There's that that wheel that turns that connects to those bellows that go up and down that were like the Frankenstein era ventilator, I think is included with this. I think we're going to see that in a second. Yeah. I think it
Well,
comes
at
with
first
that.
I thought, well, that's kind of a ripoff for $70. And I'm thinking that's
Look at
it's
the
pretty good.
chest. Look at the chest. The whole staples and stuff in his chest and his neck.
Yeah, that's a lot of detail.
Very detailed. Yeah.
And you
And this
know
is
what?
like
$70 is probably 2
limited
visits
thing.
to McDonald's nowadays.
Yeah, so 2 visits to McDonald's.
Maybe 3, but still, I hear you.
I haven't been to McDonald's. I don't know what it costs now.
You're probably
it's $20 a piece. It's like $20 a piece. Like if you get like a supersized meal, any of them, it ends up being like $17.95 or something. I think here. That's what
I
it is
heard
here.
that Putin kicked McDonald's out of Russia, but then he started his own McDonald's that's actually made with really good ingredients. And
Is it called McDowell's or is it still McDonald's?
I don't know, but I think that Tucker Carlson ate at the Russian version of McDonald's, and he said it tastes just like the real McDonald's, except it's actually not unhealthy for you.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Bootleg McDonald's. They have bootleg McDonald's in a few different places. I think India has a couple different McDonald's companies that aren't McDonald's, but the spelling has changed just a little bit, but they have almost the exact same logo and everything, but obviously not the same menu. But it's all over the place pretty much, I guess. Certain.
My goodness gracious me.
But yeah, this is a really limited figure that's not produced for like general release. You have to like follow these guys on Instagram and be up in these groups to know like to do what Kevin and my son did to order this. Otherwise, you have to go to a convention and buy it from them personally at the table.
So it's not like in the Diamond catalog. You can't order it from your local comic store.
Have you guys gone down a toy aisle in Target or Walmart in a while?
No, I haven't, but I watch people doing it on YouTube videos all the time.
It's almost gotten reduced to like 2 aisles at this point.
Really? What? I was depressing when that happened to the DVDs and Blu-rays, and in the magazine rack also became nothing. So, well.
Yeah, so you can expect that to follow.
Well, more and more toys are being purchased by adult collectors. Kids aren't going to the store to buy toys like they used to.
That's why it is. Yeah, kids don't. Yeah, you're right.
With toys. So, but adult collectors, for the most part, are buying their stuff online instead of in person, because that way they can make sure that they can get it, because often what they're looking for is already gone from the store or been picked through.
It's a trickle down effect, Meyer. That it's getting lower and lower with kids buying toys at this point.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You're correct. Go on. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just
no. I'm doing okay. So I'm the Trump thing ended.
It seems to be. It seems to be Meyer. It seems to be getting like it's a year. 7-year-olds. 6-year-olds, 5-year-olds. It seems to be just ticking back with the toy thing you're talking about.
Is that the IOTV you're talking about?
No, that's Ion. I don't know what that is.
No, this one here says IoTV.
Yeah. The one on the very end.
Can you click on it?
I
don't have the ability to do that.
They're out of fucking, or excuse my language again. They're out of effing Asia.
Okay.
Something, I think.
They should change the name of that continent to that.
Yeah, there you go.
You got to get a Roku. I think that's important.
Yeah, that Roku remote is.
So I add the
handy.
app.
Very
and
handy.
then we're going to see what we get here. Adding app.
And it'll keep buffering. It'll buffer for like 4 hours or whatever it is. It may be 1 hour, maybe half
App
hour.
added. IOTV
There
has
you go.
been added.
There you go. Click on it, and then you go. There's
Open
old
app.
time cowboy movies and stuff on there. It's pretty
Okay.
cool.
Welcome to
Okay.
IOTV. Next, it's
I don't remember,
it's
I don't
all
remember getting
broken
all that
English.
stuff on my
Welcome to IOTV and enjoy the live TVs from internationally worldwide. Please note that when you use IOTV, it is subject to your agreement on following pages. Okay, what am I
this
going
is
to agree?
great.
IOTV app is a tool.
Just say
It collects
next.
public available streams and presents them in a
Just
convenience
say
way
next.
for you.
Just click on next.
A
Click
convenient.
on
I
next.
want to read it because it's funny. A convenience way for
It is
you.
very
When
funny.
you
You're
select
right.
a channel, it plays the channel on screen.
It's
This is
like,
not
so it
sign up,
reminds me of,
not login, not user account required.
I just hit
it reminds
next.
me of
I just hit next.
Blockbuster.
I
Well,
didn't read
you
all that
just
stuff.
hit, but what if it says you are now a
Right. Your
slave to
house.
the CCP and
Right,
you
and your
agree?
house is going to blow up and it's
Yeah.
going to catch on fire. Right. You're right.
It could, but I'm just enjoying the broken English. No personal data
Like
are
Blockbuster.
collected through this app. The app is GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation compliant. I have no idea what that means.
I've been called an asshole. I've been called an a-hole on my end by many people. So I appreciate all the stuff that's just
Who called
flowing.
you an asshole?
Well, just because I agree with about a lot of stuff that you're talking about. So.
Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, okay. I
Correct,
thought maybe you
correct.
thought I called you one.
No,
App autosave last watch
Just on
channel
my end,
screen.
I've had a lot of people call me an a-hole. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, for your convenience. The data are saved locally within this Roku device.
Yeah,
Saved
just
last
click on
watch
it.
channel data can be deleted through setting tab.
Just
The
click
app. No, I want to read. It's funny. You don't understand my humor.
No, I know.
It says
I
smooth.
didn't read it. I didn't read any of these little.
Well, it's
Look at
funny now. You
smooth.
gotta listen.
You're right.
This app
Dude, it's
tried
funny.
to
It's
play
good.
the video as smooth as possible. There are
Look at
still
smooth.
chances a channel
Yeah.
may not be watchable due to network connection region restriction.
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what restriction is?
No, I
You
need
don't
to look
speak
that up.
English.
I need
Time
to
scheduled and other
maybe,
reasons.
maybe
Next.
Google might be able to explain that to me.
This app
So it's like
what?
It reminds me of Block Blister. So instead of Blockbuster, the Czechoslovakian Block Blister, it looks just like the sign. You go inside, but all the movies are like in Czechoslovakian and it's all messed up.
Shut up,
This
Meyer.
This app doesn't stored. Oh, look how they spell doesn't. Don't.
Meyer,
Don't
he's gonna have fun. He's gonna have fun for like a week, and then it's all gonna the whole app is gonna be
collapse.
I'll record everything I want in that week. This app
There you
doesn't
go.
store.
There you go.
Don't hosted any video. The video is from the public accessible stream link. This app has no control over the destination of the stream link and contents and accepts no responsibility for them.
The only thing I know is MeTV Tunes disappeared from that thing like in 3 days.
Well, yeah, and it's trying to say if we get in trouble, it's your fault. It says you
right,
are responsible to
correct.
make sure it is legally permitted to use the app by the laws of your home country. You are responsible for children to access this app safely.
Your home country.
IOTV app shall accept no liability for any impact of using this app and will not be liable for any claim, loss, damage, cost, or expense that may be suffered or incurred as a result from your use of this app. I mean, are they going to send some virus through this that's going to infect me or
I haven't
cause
gotten
me to go blind?
I haven't gotten a virus yet, so
no. I
you.
mean, like something like COVID. No video files are stored in this app. This app simply leveraged the links to publicly available video streams URLs, which to the best of our knowledge have been intentionally made public by the copyright holders. If any channel infringe on your rights as a copyright holder, they may be excluded by sending a request. However, note that we have no control over the destination of the link and just exclude the link from this app. UI will not remove its contents from the web. Note that linking present in this app does not directly infringe copyright because no copy is made and thus is not a valid reason to send a DMCA notice to this app. To remove this content from the web, you should contact the web host that's actually hosting the content, not this app. The software is provided as is without warranty of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to the warranties of
Just click
merchantability.
next.
No,
Just
it's
click next.
this is comedy gold, man. You don't get it. Fitness for a particular purpose and non-infringement. In no event shall the authors be liable for any claim damages or other
You're right.
liability, whether
You're
in
correct.
an action or of contract, tort, or otherwise arising from out of. Yeah, I don't even want to read the rest of that.
You're
12.
not
Last one.
wrong with
Oh, this
comedy
is
gold.
great. You are
Comedy gold. You're
agree
right.
to use. I don't want to read it in a stereotypical voice because that would be wrong, but it's almost like in that old Dick Tracy cartoon. You're supposed
Correct.
to. You are agree to use
Correct.
this app. I don't want to do that, but in accordance with the terms and applicable laws and regulations. But I'm hearing that in my head. You will not violate any applicable law, contract. Ooh, I love how they spell intellectual. It's always funny when you misspell the
There's
word
an
intellectual.
intellectual involved. There's somebody with a college degree.
Intellectual property or other third-party right or commit a tort.
Right.
You commit
Somebody
a
with
tort.
a college degree got involved.
And you are, it's like, I think, like,
Correct.
this is probably really hilarious for people like Spinnerack. Spinnerack is probably like a lawyer. I don't know exactly, but I imagine he's probably a lawyer. This is probably hilarious for them. And you are solely responsible for your conduct while using this app.
You are.
You are fully responsible for these. Oh, and that has big blueprint. You are fully responsible for the use of this app and the contents you are watching through this app.
I'll just click on
and
next.
I click I agree.
Just do next.
Okay, here we got. So this is Canal TV,
that's
Motor,
all highlighted. That's all
Toonami.
highlighted.
Wait, does that say? No, I don't know what that says. Garage TV, Latin America. What's Garage TV?
No, don't do that because that's all Spanish shit. Unless you can speak.
Don't say that about my wife.
Well, if you're fluent in Spanish, then do that.
I think it's about building cars and stuff. It might be cool, but anyway.
That's fine.
Okay, well, let's see. Retro TV. What's that got on it?
Oh, you got to go to these other ones. Go back.
Okay, so it just has commercials and stuff. Okay,
well, there's other channels.
I believe. Oh, so I'm on auto. Okay, animation.
There you go. There's the anime shit. Animated shit. Yeah, click over. There you go. Venture Brothers. All that stuff's good.
Oh, show all 59 channels.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then go to
so
you can do Samurai Jack and Venture Brothers. All that shit's all that stuff's good. I'm sorry, my language.
No, don't worry about it. I'm looking for the one that has the Marvel superhero stuff.
Oh, I don't know about that. But there's old movies and stuff. There's another one.
Is it here? Toonami? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, Toonami. Go right to the East Coast.
Oh, I went to the wrong one.
That's fine.
That's all right. Let's see what it looks like.
This is good stuff. Jendy Vardakovsky. This stuff is
like that looks familiar.
But that's
same
really
guy
good.
that did Samurai Jack.
This is some Japanese thing.
Japanese. Yeah, Japanese.
Can I rewind on this? No, I can't rewind to see.
Just click back. Just click back on the click back arrow.
Well, how do you know when the stuff comes on? There's no schedule. There's no.
Right. Yeah, there's no TV guide.
So you just have to leave this on 24 hours a day with the hope that you're going to stumble on something amazing. I mean,
apparently.
Well, maybe there's a way on somewhere on the internet where there's a Toonami aftermath schedule. If you Google it or something.
Well, they usually do. Like I said, early mornings on the weekends, Saturday and Sunday, they do the old Marvel stuff, like 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning.
What time zone are you in, Friar?
East Coast.
So I'm an hour earlier than you. So like now, what time is it for you?
Like 5 o'clock.
5:10.
Correct. It'd be like
Okay.
5 o'clock in the morning when they do
So
this.
I'd have to get up
6
at
o'clock.
4. So if I get up
There
at
you go.
4 in the
No,
morning, like tomorrow morning, I'll see Marvel superheroes, you think?
or 5.
Okay. What's Extrema retro cartoons? Have you
Yeah,
looked at that?
they have a bunch of stuff that's like a different language that I can't watch. But there's what am I watching right now? Let me look what I'm watching right now.
Sometimes foreign cartoons can be a lot of fun. Have you ever watched Russian cartoons?
You're correct. Not wrong.
I don't know. This is just the black screen here. It's probably destroying my television set. We warned you. You signed the agreement. You clicked all 12 times.
So I'm
That's
watching
what you get,
nostalgia.
Rondai.
So I'm watching nostalgia movies right now. Get on the movies thing and look at nostalgia movies.
Okay, so I got to get out of animation.
There you go. And
And
then
then
just
a
scroll down.
business classic. Oh, they have a Beverly Hillbillies channel.
Yeah, that's good too.
Ooh, is Black Classics Black Exploitation?
Yes.
Oh,
You already clicked on it. You're already going there.
oh, it's just some sitcom.
Oh, I have no idea. Yeah, that's
Yeah, I don't
probably
even know what
fucking
sitcom
Stanford
that
and
is.
Son or something.
Cinevault Westerns might be what you're talking about, huh?
No.
I was hoping to eat wheat straw.
Well, I was thinking, like Blackula and things
Friggin'
like that.
Yeah, me too.
Of
Dolomite,
course he
Rudy
was.
Ray Moore, wheat straw,
Okay,
the human
so
tornado.
yeah, oh yeah. Ooh, what Dubai Zaman?
Yeah,
Maybe that's fun.
No, don't go to those because they're speaking a language we don't speak. Look.
Well, but that's okay. Sometimes there's a lot of fun. What if you go? What if you saw a movie with giant monsters and but it's in
You're
another
right.
language? There's some Mexican movies like The Batwoman.
You're correct. But
Okay,
this is scroll down. There's more.
well, I hit
stuff.
select all 40 channels on classic. So,
Yeah, do that.
I wonder, I like the idea that, like, maybe in Dubai, they're not all that creative. So what we were just looking at was their version of Bonanza. So they have all new actors with different names, but they're just reenacting like an actual Bonanza script that they've watched and transcribed. And so it's like, so their version of a Western is just guys in robes and turbans and stuff, even though in reality they're driving in Mercedes and Ferraris.
I clicked on Retro Crush, but that was
Meyer.
anime.
You're not wrong.
Now this looks, is this Russian nostalgia here? That they've got a hammer and sickle.
No, that one's like anime stuff. So
okay. Well, I mean, there's some good anime. I don't want to offend the.
Well, if you
they've
can
got an
find
Andy Griffith channel coming to us from China.
Yeah.
Now Retro XTV. That's not going to be like dirty movies, is it?
No, but I don't know if they're speaking English either out of that one. But
well, this is a Chinese app, man. What do you expect? It's like they're speaking those dirty, filthy other languages other than English.
You're right.
This is the app that they have at the bar in Thailand, right? And you go out there for a week, and you make friends with the bartender, and she gives you the remote, and you can like look and find out. This is an app for an expatriate, for a guy that got out of the army and decided to move to the Philippines permanently.
Cleo and I were watching a guy streaming from or filming in Thailand, going to all the bars, and it's all these old guys our age that used to be in the Navy. And
Meyer, you're putting ideas in Gratu's head.
Part of survival overseas. You just need to know this app, and you can watch TV anywhere.
Now I'm in a spinning mode now. It's not. This is where they're downloading all the information. It's probably, you know what they're doing? They probably are activating the microphone and the TV so they can listen to everything Cleo and I say. They'll know when Drew barks. They're trying to. It's
possibly
who knows what you've got me.
I exit out of those ones that keep.
Yeah, I'll just exit out. I'm being. They're probably downloading who knows what kind of apps and.
Right. You're right. I just exit out of those. There's a pub one. There's a pet one.
Toonami Aftermath has a schedule on its own channel. Okay. All right. Missing Mars knows. Wow, how long is the stream? My wife is awake. it's been. I don't want to admit how long. Missing Mars is going the distance, Greta. We need more cat videos. And Paranoid Android says, hi, Cleo. Friar Tuck is showing me a way to access all this stuff on Roku. But I'm going to end the stream soon because I realize I've missed lunch and it's time for dinner. And I'm probably in trouble. I don't know what all these documentaries, who knows what they are. Some British television. So they're just stealing and pirating from people all over the world.
Everything.
You don't know what you're
cool.
going to click on. It could be. I like when they can't even spell family. The family channel. There's family.
Like
Gekaijo.
That guy that does the North Korean broadcasts. I just enjoy. It's just wild watching North Korean television. It's
yeah, cool. Yeah. Oh my God. 24-hour free movies. This one's 34 hours a day. Here's 70 cinema.
That looks
Let's see what it is.
It's the best era.
Well, that sends me to Pluto TV.
No.
I'm just afraid I'm going to click on something that's going to show something horrendous that will get me in trouble. 90s throwback. Who would want to go back to the 90s? That's the whole. Oh, wait. What is my wife saying? You were not in trouble, but I was smart to go to sleep. No, you're going to want to watch parts of this later. You're going to want to. There are parts of this live stream that this is probably the best live stream I've ever done. All my friends have appeared, and Last Frontier Comics is great. The Centaur was fantastic. There's I'm being the Chinese have made my voice echo now. Can you guys hear that echo? Or is it just me?
No,
Or
I
am I
can hear it.
starting to hallucinate?
I believe this is happening because over 10 hours.
Oh, did I go too far?
Well, I mean, we're still on. But I think that maybe it's not.
It might be StreamYard saying, "Hey, mother effer, stop." Yeah, maybe I should. Okay. Well. Yeah, we've gone too long, man. StreamYard's trying to punish me. Anyway, guys, if you, well, I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream. But you guys want to talk to me for a minute after the show? You're welcome to. So take care, everybody. Sayonara.